Gentle Rogue by Johanna Lindsey. For my sister-in-law, Malory, and her newest joy. Natasha Kielano Hiakilaha Howard Chapter 1 1818 London. Georgina Anderson held her spoon up backward, placed one of the pared-down radishes from her plate in the bowl of the spoon, pulled the tip back, and shot the radish across the room. She didn't hit the fat cockroach she was aiming for, but she was close enough. The radish splattered on the wall only inches from her target, sending said target scampering for the nearest crack in the wall. Goal accomplished. As long as she couldn't see the little beasts, she could pretend she wasn't sharing accommodations with them. She turned back to her half-eaten dinner, stared at the boiled food for a moment, then pushed the plate away with a grimace. What she wouldn't give for one of Hannah's rich, 7-course meals right about now. After 12 years as the Andersons' cook, Hannah knew just what pleased each member of the family, and Georgina had been dreaming about her cooking for weeks, not surprising after a month of shipboard fare. She'd gotten only one good meal since she'd arrived in England 5 days ago, and that was the very night they docked, when Mac had taken her out to a fine restaurant just after they had checked into the Albany Hotel. They'd had to leave the Albany the very next day for much cheaper accommodations. But there was nothing else they could do after they returned to the hotel to find all their money missing from their trunks. Georgie, as she was affectionately known to friends and family, couldn't even in good conscience hold the hotel accountable, not when she and Mac had both been robbed, but from different rooms, even different floors. It was most likely accomplished while the trunks were together on that long ride from the docks on the East End to Piccadilly on the West End, where the prestigious Albany was located, when the trunks were strapped on top of the hack they had rented, with the driver and his helper up top with them, while she and Mac blithely ogled their first sight of London town. Talk about your lousy luck, and it hadn't even started there. No, it started when they reached England last week and found out their ship couldn't dock, that it might take anywhere up to 3 months before it was given quay space to unload its cargo. Passengers were more fortunate in that they could be rowed ashore, but they'd still had to wait several days before this was accomplished. She shouldn't have been surprised, however. She had known about the congestion problem on the Thames, a very big problem because ships came in seasonally, all being subject to the same unpredictable winds and weather. Her ship had been one of a dozen from America arriving at the same time. There were hundreds of others from all over the world. The appalling congestion problem was one of the reasons her family's merchant line had kept London off its trade routes even before the war. Actually, a Skylark Line ship hadn't been to London since 1807 when England began her blockade of half of Europe in her war with France. The Far Eastern and West Indies trade was just as profitable and far less troublesome for Skylark. Even after her country had settled its differences with England with the signing of a treaty at the tail end of 1814, the Skylark Line stayed clear of the English trade because the availability of warehousing was still a serious problem. More times than not, perishable cargoes had to be left on quayside, at the mercy of the elements and the thieves who stole 500,000 pounds of goods a year. And if the elements didn't ruin perishable goods, then the coal dust that enveloped the whole port would. It simply wasn't worth the aggravation and loss of profits, not when other trade routes were just as lucrative. Which was why Georgina hadn't come to London on a Skylark ship, and why she wouldn't find free passage home on one, either. Which was going to be an eventual problem, what with Mac and she reduced to a grand total of $25 American between them, all that they had been carrying on them at the time of the robbery. And they didn't know how long that would have to last, a good reason why Georgina was presently ensconced in a rented room above a tavern in the borough of Southwark. A tavern, if her brothers ever found out. But then they were going to kill her when she got home anyway for sailing without their knowing, while each was off in some other part of the world on his own ship, but more to the point, she'd left without their permission. At the least, she could expect to have her allowance suspended for a decade, to be locked in her room for several years, to be whipped by each one of them. Actually, they would probably only do a great deal of shouting at her. But having 5 angry brothers, all older and much bigger than she, raising their voices in unison and accord, and directing that anger at her when she knew she deserved every bit of it, wasn't at all pleasant to contemplate, and could, in fact, be anticipated with total dread. But unfortunately, that hadn't stopped Georgina from sailing off to England with only Ian MacDonald as her escort and protector, and he no relation at all to her. Sometimes she had to wonder if the common sense allotted her family hadn't run out by the time she was born. The knock came at the door just as Georgina pushed away from the little table the room offered for solitary meals. She had to bite back the natural tendency to simply say, "Come in," which came from a lifetime of knowing that anyone who knocked on her door would be either servant or family, and welcome. But then, in the whole of her 22 years, she had never slept anywhere but in her own bed, in her own room, in her home in Bridgeport, Connecticut, or in a hammock on a Skylark ship, at least until last month. Of course, no one could just come in with the door locked, whether she invited them to or not. And Mac was diligent in reminding her that she had to do such things as keep her door locked at all times, even if the strange, shabby room wasn't a potent enough reminder that she was far away from home and shouldn't be trusting anyone in this inhospitable, crime-infested town. But her visitor was known to her. The Scottish brogue calling out to her from the other side of the door, well recognized as belonging to Ian MacDonald. She let him in, then stepped out of the way as he sauntered through the doorway, his tall frame filling the small room. "Any luck?" he snorted before he sat down in the chair she had just vacated. "Depends on how you look at it, lass. Not another detour? But better than a dead end. I'm thinking." "I suppose," she replied, but not with much enthusiasm. She shouldn't really be expecting more, not when they had so little to go on. All Mr. Kimball, one of the sailors on her brother Thomas's ship, the Portunus, had been able to tell her was that he was sure he had seen her long-lost fiancé, Malcolm Cameron, up in the rigging on the British merchantman Pogram when the ships crossed paths during the Portunus's return to Connecticut. Her brother Thomas couldn't even verify it, since Mr. Kimball hadn't bothered to mention it to him until the Pogram was well out of their sights. But the Pogram's direction had been toward Europe, more than likely to its home port in England, even if it wasn't going directly there. Regardless, this was the first piece of news she had heard of Malcolm in the 6 years since he had been impressed with 2 others right off her brother Warren's ship, the Nereus. A month before, war had been declared in June of 1812. Impressment of American sailors by the English Navy had been one of the reasons for the war. It was the worst piece of luck that Malcolm had been taken on his very first voyage, and simply because he still had a touch of the Cornishman's accent, having spent the first half of his life in Cornwall, England. But he was an American now, his parents, who were now deceased, having settled in Bridgeport in 1806, with no intention of ever returning to England. But the officer of the HMS Devastation wouldn't believe any of that, and Warren had a small scar on his cheek to prove how determined they were to impress every man they could. And then Georgina had heard that the HMS Devastation had been taken out of commission halfway through the war, her crew divided up among a half-dozen other warships. But there had been no other news until now. What Malcolm was doing on an English merchantman now that the war was over didn't matter. At least Georgina finally had a means to find him, and she wasn't leaving England until she did. "So, who are you directed to this time?" Georgina asked with a sigh. "Another someone who knows someone. Who knows someone. Who might know where he is." Mac chuckled. "You make it sound as if we'll be going round in circles indefinitely. Hinny. We've only been looking these 4 days. Ye could do why a wee bit of Thomas's patience. I'm thinking. Don't mention Thomas to me. Mac. I'm not mad at him still for not coming himself to find Malcolm for me. He would have, in 6 months. He wanted me to wait another 6 months for him to return from his West Indies run. Then how many more months for him to come here? Find Malcolm. Then return with him. Well, that was just too long when Eve already waited 6 years. For years, he corrected. They wouldna have let you wed the laddie until you were 18. regardless that he did the asking 2 years before that. That's beside the point. If any one of my other brothers had been home, you know they would have come here straight away. But no, it had to be optimistic Thomas, the only one of them who has the patience of a saint, and his Portunus, the only Skylark ship in port. Just my luck. Do you know he laughed when I told him that if I get much older, Malcolm will likely refuse to have me? It was all Mac could do to keep from grinning over that sincerely put question. And it was no wonder her brother had laughed if she'd said as much to him. But then the wee lass had never put much store in her looks, not having blossomed into the beauty she was today until she'd been almost 19. She depended on the ship that was hers when she turned 18 and her equal interest in the Skylark line to get her a husband, and Mac was of the opinion that that was just what had motivated young Cameron into asking for her before he left on the far eastern route with Warren. A voyage expected to last several years at the least. Well, a few more years than that had gone by, thanks to British arrogance on the high seas. But the lass wouldn't heed her brother's advice to forget about Malcolm Cameron. Even when the war had ended and it was reasonable to expect that the lad would find his way home, but didn't, she was still determined to wait for him. That alone should have warned Thomas that she wouldn't be willing to delay while he made his West Indies run, not when he had cargo to deliver to a half-dozen different ports, for wasn't she just as adventurous as the rest of the family? It was in their blood. And didn't she lack Thomas's patience, and they all knew it? Of course, Thomas could be forgiven for thinking that the problem wouldn't be his, since their brother Drew's ship was due in at the end of summer, and Drew always stayed home for several months between his trips anyway. And that fun-loving rogue could never deny his only sister anything. But the lass wouldn't wait for Drew, either. She had booked passage on a ship scheduled to depart just 3 days after Thomas sailed, and had somehow talked Mac into accompanying her, though he still wasn't quite sure how she'd managed to make it seem his idea to do so, instead of hers. Well, Georgie lass, we're no doing essay bad, why our hunt, considering this here London's got more folks in it than the whole of Connecticut. It could have been much worse was the Pilgrim no in port, her crew turned loose. Now the mon I'm to be meeting tomorrow night is supposed to know the laddie vera well. The one I spoke why today said Malcolm even left the ship why this Mr. Wilcox. S.E., who'd be knowing where he might be found if no, this chum of his. That does sound promising, Georgina allowed. This Mr. Wilcox might even be able to take you to Malcolm directly.
So.
I think I'll go along. You will na, Max snapped, sitting forward to give her a frown. It's a tavern I'll be meeting him at. So. Essie, what am I doing here if no, Tacy didn't do some crazy thing worse than the coming here was?
Now.
Mac. Dinna now Mac me. Lassie, he told her sternly. But she was giving him that look that meant she was going to be stubborn about it. He groaned inwardly. Well aware that there wasn't much that could move her once she set her mind to something. The proof was her being here, instead of home, where her brothers thought her to be. Chapter 2. Across the river. In the elite West End of town. The coach carrying Sir Anthony Malory stopped before one of the fashionable townhouses on Piccadilly. It had been his bachelor residence. But it no longer was, because he was returning now with his new bride, Lady Roslyn. Inside the townhouse, Anthony's brother, James Malory, who had been residing with Anthony while in London, was drawn into the hall upon hearing the late-hour arrival, just in time to see the bride being carried over the threshold. Since he wasn't aware yet that she was a bride, his bland inquiry was perfectly in order. I don't suppose I should be witnessing this. I was hoping you wouldn't, Anthony said while passing James on the way to the stairs, the female bundle still in his arms. But since you have, you may as well know I married the girl. The devil you say. He really did. The bride laughed in a delightful way. You don't think I'd allow just anyone to carry me over the threshold, do you? Anthony stopped a moment, having caught sight of his brother's incredulous expression. Good God. James. I've waited a lifetime to see you at a loss for words. But you'll understand if I don't wait around for you to recover. Won't you? And he promptly disappeared up the stairs. James finally got around to closing his mouth, then opened it again to drain the glass of brandy he was still holding. Astonishing. Anthony leg-shackled. London's most notorious rake. Well, most notorious only because James had relinquished that distinction himself when he'd left England 10 years ago. But Anthony? Why ever would he do such a ghastly thing? Of course, the lady was too beautiful for words, but it wasn't as if Anthony couldn't have her any other way. James happened to know that Anthony had already seduced her, in fact, just last night. So what possible reason could he have to marry the girl? She had no family, no one to insist he do so, not that anyone could tell him what to do, with the possible exception of their oldest brother, Jason, Marquis of Haverston, and head of the family. But not even Jason could have insisted Anthony marry. Hadn't Jason been at him to do so for many years with no success? So no one had held a pistol to Anthony's head, or coerced him in any way to do such a preposterous thing. Besides, Anthony wasn't like Nicholas Eden, the Viscount of Monteith, to succumb to pressure from the elders. Nicholas Eden had been forced to marry their niece, Regan, or Reggie, as the rest of the family called her. Anthony had actually pressured Nicholas, with a little help from their brother Edward and Nicholas's own family. By God, James still wished he could have been there to add a few threats of his own, but at the time the family hadn't known he was back in England, and he'd been trying to waylay the same Viscount for a sound thrashing he felt he deserved for an entirely different reason. And he'd done just that, almost making the young scamp miss his wedding to Regan, James's favorite niece. Shaking his head, James returned to the parlor and the decanter of brandy, deciding a few more drinks might bring the answer to him. Love he discounted. If Anthony hadn't succumbed to that emotion in the 17 years he'd been seducing the fairer sex, then he was as immune to it as James was. And he could also discount the need for an heir, since the number of titles in the family were already secured. Jason, their eldest brother, had his only son Derek, fully grown now and already taking after his younger uncles. Edward, the second oldest Malory, had 5 children himself, all of marriageable ages except the youngest, Amy. Even James had a son, Jeremy, albeit an illegitimate one whom he discovered only 6 years ago. He hadn't even known about the lad who'd been raised in a tavern by his mother and had continued working there after she died. But Jeremy was 17 now and doing his damnedest to take after his father in his Raquel ways, and succeeding admirably. So Anthony, as the 4th son, certainly didn't need to worry about perpetuating the line. The 3 oldest Malorys had taken care of it. James stretched out on a couch with a decanter of brandy. Just shy of 6 feet, his large frame barely fit. He thought about the newlyweds upstairs and what they were doing right about now. Well-shaped, sensual lips curled in a grin. The answer simply wasn't going to come to him about why Anthony had done such a ghastly thing as marry, something James would never make the mistake of doing. But he had to allow that if Anthony were going to take the plunge, it might as well be to a prime article like Rosalind Chadwick. No, she was a Malory now, but still a prime piece. James had thought of pursuing her himself, despite the fact that Anthony had already staked his claim. But then, when they had both been young rakes about town all those years ago, they had often pursued the same woman for the sport of it, the winner generally tending to be whichever of them the lady happened to clap eyes on first. Since Anthony was a handsome devil, females found it almost impossible to resist, and James had been called the same himself. And yet, 2 brothers couldn't be more dissimilar in looks. Anthony was taller and slimmer, and had the dark looks inherited from their grandmother, with black hair and eyes of cobalt blue, the same coloring possessed by Regan, Amy, and annoyingly, James's own son, Jeremy, who, even more annoyingly, looked more like Anthony than like James. James, however, bore the more common Malory looks, blonde hair, eyes a medium shade of green, a large-framed body. Big, blonde, and handsome, as Regan liked to put it. James chuckled. thinking of the dear girl. His only sister, Melissa, had died when her daughter was only 2, so he and his brothers had raised Reagan equally. She was like a daughter to them all. But she was married to that bounder Eden now, and by choice, so what could James do but tolerate the fellow? But then, Nicholas Eden was proving to be an exemplary husband. Husband again. Anthony had cracked a screw. Obviously. At least Eden had an excuse.
He
adored Reagan. But Anthony adored all women. In that, he and James were alike. And James might have just turned 36. But there wasn't a woman alive who could entice him into the matrimonial state. Love them and leave them was the only way to get along with them. A creed that had done well for him all these years, and one he would continue to live by in the years to come. Chapter 3. Ian MacDonald was a second-generation American, but his Scottish ancestry was proclaimed loudly in his carrot-red hair and the soft burr in his speech. What he didn't have was a typical Scottish temper. His could be considered quite mild, and had been for all of his 47 years. And yet what temper he did possess had been tested to the limit last night and half of today by the youngest Anderson sibling. Being neighbor to the Andersons, Mac had known the family all his life. He'd sailed on their ships for 35 years, beginning as Old Man Anderson's cabin boy when he was only 7, and lastly as first mate on Clinton Anderson's Neptune. He'd declined his own captaincy nearly a dozen times. Like Georgina's youngest brother Boyd, he did not want such complete authority to be his, though young Boyd was sure to accept it eventually. But even after Mac had quit the sea 5 years ago, he hadn't been able to stay away from the ships. It now was his job to see to the fitness of each Skylark vessel when it returned to port. When the old man had died 15 years ago, and his wife a few years after, Mac had sort of adopted the surviving children, even though he was only 7 years Clinton's senior. But then he'd always been close to the family. He had watched the children grow, had been there to give them advice when the old man wasn't, and had taught the boys, and, the truth be known, Georgina, too, most of what they knew of ships. Unlike their father, who had only stayed at home a month or 2 between voyages, Mac could let 6 months to a year go by before the sea called to him again. As was usually the case when a man was devoted more to the sea than to his family. The Anderson children's births could be marked by their father's voyages. Clinton was the firstborn and 40 now.
But a
4-year absence in the Far East separated his birth from Warren's, who was 5 years younger. Thomas wasn't born for another 4 years, and Drew 4 after that. And Drew's was the only birth the old man had been there to see, since a storm and severe damage to his ship had turned the old man back to port that year, and then one mishap after another had kept him home for nearly a year, long enough to witness Drew's birth and get started on Boyd's, who was born 11 months later. And then there was the youngest and only girl in the family, with another 4-year difference in age between her and Boyd. Unlike the boys, who took to sea as soon as they were old enough, Georgina was always at home to greet each ship when it returned. So it wasn't surprising that Mac was so fond of the lass, having spent more time with her in her growing years than with any one of her brothers. He knew her well, knew all her tricks for getting her way, so it stood to reason that he ought to have been able to stand firm against her latest outlandishness. And yet here she stood next to him at the bar of one of the roughest taverns on the waterfront. It was enough to make a man return to the sea. If Mac could be grateful for anything, it was that the lass had realized right off that she'd gone a wee bit too far this time with her crazy notions. She was as nervous as a spaniel pup, despite the dirk she had hidden up her sleeve, with a mate tucked in her boot. And yet her confounded stubbornness wouldn't let her leave until Mr. Wilcox put in an appearance. At least they'd managed to conceal her femininity fairly well. Mac had thought that would be the stumbling block that would keep her from coming with him tonight, but unbeknownst to him, the lass had done some clothesline raiding in the wee hours of the night to be able to show him her disguise this morning when he got around to mentioning that she'd need one. But that they didn't have the money to spare for it. Her delicate hands were hidden under the grubbiest pair of gloves Mac had ever seen, so big She could barely manage to lift the mug of ale he'd ordered for her, whereas the patched breeches could have used a lot more room in the seat. But at least the sweater covered the tightness in that area, as long as the lass didn't raise her arms, which hiked the sweater up. On her feet were a pair of her own boots mutilated beyond repair, enough to pass for a man's pair that should have been thrown away years ago. Her sable-brown curls were tucked under a woolen cap, pulled down so low it covered her neck, ears, and her dark brown eyes, too, as long as she managed to keep her head lowered, which she did. She was a sorry-looking thing, to be sure, but in feet, she blended in better with this bunch of wharf rats than Mac did in his own clothes, which weren't fancy, but were certainly of a better quality than anything these rough-looking sailors were sporting, at least until the two upper-class gents came through the door. Amazing how quickly the out-of-place could quiet a noisy room. In this case, only some heavy breathing could be heard, and perhaps by a few, Georgina's whisper. "What is it?" Mac didn't answer, nudging her to be silent, at least until the tense seconds passed while everyone took the newcomer's medal and decided they'd best be ignored. Then the room's noise gradually rose again, and Mac glanced at his companion to see that she was still working on being unobtrusive by doing nothing more than staring down at her mug of ale. "It isna our mon, but a couple of lairds, by the bonny look of them. An unusual occurrence. I'm thinking, fair such as them tae be coming here." Mac heard what sounded like a snort before the quiet whisper. "Haven't I always said they have more arrogance than they know what to do with?" "Always." Mac grinned. "Seems tae me ye only started saying such 6 years back." "Only because I wasn't aware of it before then," Georgina whiffed. Mac almost burst into laughter at her tone, not to mention such a blatant falsehood. The grudge she bore the English for stealing her Malcolm had not lessened any with the end of the war, and wasn't likely to until she had the lad back. But she bore her aversions so genteelly, or so he'd always thought. Her brothers had been known to rant and rave with some very colorful invectives about the injustices inflicted on Americans by the British, perpetrated by the governing nobility, and this long before the war, when their trade was first affected by Britain's blockade of European ports. If anyone still bore ill will toward the English, the Anderson brothers did. So for more than 10 years, the lass had heard the English referred to as those arrogant bastards, but she hadn't cared so much then, would just sit back and quietly nod agreement, sympathizing with her brother's plight but not really relating to it. But once Britain's high-handedness touched her personally with the impressment of her fiancé, it was a different story. Only she still wasn't hot-tempered about it as her brothers could be. Yet no one could doubt her contempt, her total antipathy for all things English. She just expressed it so politely. Georgina sensed Mac's amusement without seeing his grinning face. She felt like kicking him in the shin. Here she was shaking in her boots, afraid even to lift her head in this crowded hellhole, bemoaning her own stubbornness for bringing her here, and he found something to be amused about. She was almost tempted to have a look at those dandy lords, who no doubt must be dressed to the gills in colorful foppery, as their ilk tended to do. She didn't for a moment think that Mac might be amused by what she'd said. "Wilcox."
Mac.
"Remember him? The reason we're here. If it wouldn't be too much trouble."
"Now."
"Dinna be getting snippy," he gently chided. She sighed. "I'm sorry. I just wish the fellow would hurry up and make an appearance if he's going to." "Are you positive he isn't already here? There are a few warts on cheeks and noses, as I can see, but none a quarter-inch long on the lower lip of a short,
pudgy,
yellow-haired lad of 25 or thereabouts." "Why such a description to go by? It isna likely we'll be missing them on." If that description is accurate, Georgina thought she'd better point out. Mac shrugged. "It's all we got. And better than nothing. I'm thinking I wouldna like to be going round to each table here and asking, Laird, help us. Your curls are slipping. La. Shuh. Georgina hissed before he could get that damning lass out. But her arm went up immediately to tuck in the falling locks. Unfortunately, her sweater hiked up in the process, revealing the tightly encased derriere that didn't by a long shot pass for boys or mans. Just as quickly it was covered again when she put her arms back on the bar, but not before it was noticed by one of the two well-dressed gents who had previously caused such speculation when they'd arrived, and now sat at a table only 6 feet away. James Malory was intrigued, though you wouldn't know it to look at him. This was the 9th tavern he and Anthony had visited today, searching for Geordie Cameron, Rosalind's Scottish cousin. He'd just heard the story this morning of how Cameron had been trying to force Rosalind to marry him, had even kidnapped her, though she had managed to escape. This was the reason Anthony had married the girl, to protect her from this scurrilous cousin, or so Anthony claimed. And yet Anthony was determined to find the chap, to impress him with a sound thrashing, enlighten him with the news of Rosalind's marriage, and send him back to Scotland with the warning not to trouble her again. All just to protect the new bride, or was his brother just a little more personally involved than that? Whatever the true motivations that drove him, Anthony was sure he'd found his man when he had seen the red-haired chap at the bar. Which was why they were sitting so close to the bar, hoping they might overhear something, since all they knew of Geordie Cameron was that he was tall, red-haired, blue-eyed, and unmistakably Scottish in his speech. This last was revealed a moment later, when the chap's voice rose slightly in what James could have sworn was a scolding for a short friend, but all Anthony noticed was the thick Scottish brogue. "I've heard enough," Anthony said tersely, swiftly rising to his feet. James, much more familiar with dockside taverns than Anthony, knew exactly what could happen if a brawl started. In seconds, the original combatants could be joined by the entire room. And Anthony might be a first-rate pugilist, just as James was, but gentlemen's rules didn't apply in places like this. While you were busy fending off the blows of one man, you were likely to get a shiv in the back from another. Envisioning just such an occurrence, James grabbed his brother's arm, hissing, "But we heard nothing. Be sensible,
Tony."
There's no telling how many of these chaps in here might be in his pay. We can bloody well wait a little longer for him to leave the premises. You can wait a little longer. I have a new wife at home. I've kept waiting long enough." Before he took another step, however, James sensibly called out, "Cameron," hoping no response would end the matter right there, since Anthony wasn't being reasonable. Unfortunately, he got ample response. Georgina and Mac both swung around at once upon hearing the name Cameron. She was apprehensive about actually facing the entire room, yet did so with the hope of seeing Malcolm. Perhaps it was he who had been hailed. Mac, however, braced himself in an aggressive stance as soon as he saw the tall, dark-haired aristocrat shake off his blonde companion's hand, his eyes, clearly hostile, glued to Mac. In seconds, the man had closed the space between them. Georgina couldn't help it. She gawked at the tall, black-haired man who stepped up to Mac, the most handsome, blue-eyed devil she'd ever seen. In her mind it registered that he had to be one of the lairds Mac had tried to tell her about, and that this was not exactly the image she harbored of such creatures. There was nothing foppish about this gentleman. His clothes were obviously of the best quality, but understated, no loud satins or bold velvets here. If not for the excessively fashionable cravat, he was done up as any one of her brothers might be when they chose to turn themselves out elegantly. All of that registered in her mind, but it didn't stop her nervousness from doubling, for there wasn't anything friendly in the man's demeanor. There was in fact an anger about him that seemed just barely held in check. And it seemed to be directed solely at Mac. "Cameron?" the man asked Mac in a quiet tone. "The name's McDonnell." "Mon?" "Ian McDonnell." "You're lying." Georgina's jaw dropped when she heard that growled accusation. Then she gasped as the man jerked Mac forward by his lapels and lifted, until the two men were glowering at each other, their faces only inches apart, Mac's smoky gray eyes blazing with indignation. She couldn't let them fight, for God's sake. Mac might love a brawl as well as any sailor, but devil take it, that wasn't what they were here for. And they couldn't afford the attention it would draw. At least she couldn't. Without considering the fact that she didn't know how to wield it, Georgina slipped the knife from her sleeve. She wasn't actually going to use the thing, just quietly threaten the elegant gentleman into backing off. But before she could get a good grip on the knife with her oversized gloves, it was knocked out of her hand. She really panicked then, remembering too late that Mac's accostant wasn't alone. She didn't know why they had chosen her and Mac to pick on when there was a whole room full of tough customers if they were merely looking for some sport. But she had heard of such things, how the arrogant lords liked to throw their weight around, intimidating the lower classes with their rank and the power behind it. But she wasn't going to just stand there and be abused.
Oh, no.
The fact that she was supposed to remain inconspicuous went right out of her mind at the injustice of this unprovoked attack, like the injustice that had lost her Malcolm. She turned and attacked, blindly, furiously, with all the bitterness and resentment built up over the last 6 years toward the English and their aristocrats in particular, kicking and hitting, but unfortunately, doing nothing more than hurting her fists and toes. The blasted fellow felt like a brick wall, but that only made her so furious she didn't have sense enough to stop. This might have gone on indefinitely if the brick wall hadn't decided he'd had enough. Georgina was suddenly flipped about and hefted off her feet without the least bit of effort. And horror of horrors, the hand holding her up was clamped to her breast. If that wasn't bad enough, the dark-haired gent still holding Mac suddenly exclaimed in a loud voice, "Good God! He's a woman!" "I know," the brick wall replied. And Georgina recognized an amused tone when she heard it. "Now you've done it. You miserable curs," she snarled at them both, well aware that her disguise had just become useless. "Mac, do something." Mac attempted to, but the arm he pulled back and swung at the dark-haired gent was caught by his fist and slammed down on the bar. "There's no need for that." "McDonnell," the dark one said. "I made a mistake." "Wrong color eyes." "I apologize." Mac was disconcerted at how easily he had been outmaneuvered. He wasn't that much smaller than the Englishman, yet he couldn't raise his fist off the bar to save his soul. And he had the feeling that even if he could, it wouldn't do him much good. Prudently, he nodded his acceptance of the apology and gained his release by doing so. But Georgina was still held tight by the other rogue. The blonde one Mac had felt instinctively was the more dangerous of the two when he'd first seen them. "You'll be letting go, mon. If ye ken what's good for ye." "I canna let ye mon handle." "Be easy." "McDonnell," the dark one interjected in a hushed tone. "He means the lass no harm. Perhaps you'll let us accompany you outside?" "There's nae need. Look around you." "Dear fellow," the blonde one interrupted him. "There appears to be every need. Thanks to my brother's loud blunder." Mac did look and swore under his breath. Just about every eye in the room was gazing with speculation at the lass, who had been transferred to the big gent's hip, one thick arm holding her there like a sack of grain as he carried her toward the door. And, miracle of miracles, she wasn't voicing any complaints at this crude handling, at least not that Mac could notice, for her protest had swiftly died with a tight squeeze about the ribs. So Mac wisely held his tongue, too, and followed, realizing that if it weren't such a menacing-looking fellow who was carrying her, they wouldn't get very far. Georgina had also come to the realization that she was in deep trouble if she didn't get out of there fast, which was their fault, but didn't change the fact. And if the brick wall could get her outside without incident, then she'd let him, even if he was doing it in a way that was absolutely mortifying. This kept her temper simmering impotently. As it happened,
though,
they were stopped, but by a pretty barmaid who suddenly appeared and latched possessively onto her toter's free arm. Now. Yuri not leavin'.
Are ye?
Georgina pulled her cap back enough to see just how lovely the girl really was, and to hear the brick wall reply, I'll be back later. My dear. The barmaid brightened, not even bothering to look at Georgina. And she realized with amazement that the girl was actually desirous of this caveman's company. There was just no accounting for some people's taste, she supposed. I finish work at 2, the barmaid told him. Then 2 it is. 2's one too many. I'm thinking. This from a brawny sailor who had stood up and was now blocking their path to the door. Georgina groaned inwardly. This really was a bruiser, as Boyd, who was an admirer of pugilists, would have called him. And although the brick wall was a brick wall, she hadn't really gotten a look at him. Didn't know if he might be much smaller than this sailor. But she was forgetting the other lord who had called him brother. He came up to stand next to them now. And she heard his sigh before he said, I don't suppose you'd care to put her down and take care of this, James. Not particularly. I didn't think so. Stay out of this. Mate, the sailor warned the brother. He's got no right coming in here and stealing not 1 but 2 of our women. 2? Is this little ragamuffin yours? The brother glanced at Georgina, who was looking back with murder in her eyes. Perhaps that was why he hesitated before asking. Are you his sweetheart? Oh, how she'd like to say yes. If she thought she could escape while the 2 arrogant lords were being pulverized, she would. But she couldn't take that kind of chance. She might be furious at these 2 interfering aristocrats, and especially with the one called James who was manhandling her, but she was forced by circumstance to tamp down her anger and give a negative shake of her head. I believe that settles it.
Doesn't it?
It was not a question by any means. Now be a good chap and move out of the way. Surprisingly, the sailor stood firm. He's not taking her out of here.
Oh.
Bloody hell, the lord said wearily just before his fist flattened on the fellow's jaw. The sailor landed several feet away from them. Out cold. The man he had been sitting with rose from their table with a growl. But not soon enough. A short jab, and he fell back in his chair, his hand flying up to staunch the blood now seeping from his nose. The lord turned around slowly. One black brow arched questioningly. Any more comers? Mac was grinning behind him, realizing now how fortunate he had been not to take on the Englishman. Not another man in the room made a move to accept the challenge. It had happened too quickly. They recognized a skilled pugilist when they saw one. Very nicely done. Dear boy, James congratulated his brother. Now can we quit this place? Anthony bowed low, coming up with a grin. After you, old man. Outside, James set the girl on her feet in front of him. She got her first good look at him then in the glow of the tavern lamp above the door, enough to make her hesitate a hairbreadth before she kicked him in the shin and bolted down the street. He swore violently and started after her, but stopped after a few feet, seeing that it was useless. She was already out of sight on the darkened street. He turned back, swearing again when he saw that MacDonald had disappeared as well. Now, where the bloody hell did the Scot go? Anthony was too busy laughing to have heard him. What's that? James smiled tightly. The Scot.
He's gone.
Anthony sobered, turning around. Well, that's gratitude for you. I wanted to ask him why they both turned when they heard the name Cameron. To hell with that, James snapped. How am I going to find her again when I don't know who she is? Find her? Anthony was chuckling once more. Gad. You're a glutton for punishment. Brother. What do you want with a wench who insists on damaging your person when you have another one counting the minutes until you return? The barmaid James had arranged to meet much later when she finished work no longer interested him quite so much. She intrigued me, James replied simply, then shrugged. But I suppose you're right. The little barmaid will do just as well even though she spent nearly as much time on your lap as she did on mine. Yet he glanced down the empty street again before they headed toward the waiting carriage. Chapter 4. Georgina sat shivering at the bottom of a stairway that led down to someone's basement. No light penetrated the deep shadows on the last few steps where she hid. The building, whatever it was quiet and dark. Quiet, too, was the street this far away from the tavern. She wasn't exactly cold. It was summer after all, and the weather here was very like that of her own New England. The shivering must be from shock, delayed reaction, a result of too much anger all at once, too much fear, and one too many surprises. But who would have thought the brick wall would have looked like that? She could still see his eyes staring down at her from that patrician face, hard eyes, curious, crystal clear, and the color was green, not dark, not pale, but brilliant all the same, and so. Intimidating was the word that came to mind, though she wasn't sure why. They were the kind of eyes that could strike fear in a man, let alone a woman. Direct, fearless, ruthless. She shivered again. She was letting her imagination run away with her. His eyes had only been curious as he looked at her.
No. Not only that.
There had been something else there that she wasn't familiar with, or experienced enough to name. Something undeniably disturbing.
What? Oh.
What did it matter? What was she doing? Anyway, trying to analyze him? She'd never see him again, and thanked God for that. And as soon as her toes stopped throbbing from that last kick she'd gotten in, she would stop thinking about him.
2.
Was James his first name or last?
She didn't care.
Those shoulders, God, how wide they'd been. Brick wall was apt, a large brick wall, but lovely bricks. Lovely? She giggled. All right, handsome bricks, very handsome bricks. No, what was she thinking? He was a big ape with interesting features, that was all. He was also an Englishman. Too old for her. And one of the hated nobles besides. And probably rich. With the wherewithal to buy whatever he wanted and the temerity to do whatever he wanted. Rules would mean nothing to such a man. Hadn't he abused her outrageously? The rogue.
The wretch.
Georgie. The whisper floated down to her. Not very close. She didn't bother to whisper as she called back. Down here.
Mac.
A few moments passed while she heard Mac's footsteps approaching, then saw his shadow at the top of the stairs. Ye can come up now.
Lass.
The street's empty. I could hear it was empty, Georgina grumbled as she climbed the stairs. What took you so long? Did they detain you?
Nay.
I was waiting aside the tavern to be sure they'd be following ye. I was afeard the yellow-haired one was of a mind tay. But his brother was laughing sae much at his expense. He thought better of it, as if he could have caught me. Great lumbering ox that he was. Georgina snorted. Be glad you didna have to be putting it to the testing, Mac said as he led her off down the street. And maybe next time you'll be listening to me. So help me, Mac. If you say I told you so, I won't speak to you for a week. Well, now, I'm thinking that might just be a blessing. All right. All right. I was wrong. I admit it. You won't catch me within 50 feet of another tavern other than the one we're forced to lodge in. And there I will only use the back stairs as we agreed. Am I forgiven for almost getting you pulverized? You dinna have to apologize fair what wasna your fault.
Lass.
It was me those two lairds were mistaking fair someone else. And that had nothing to do why ye. But they were looking for a Cameron. What if it's Malcolm?
Nay.
How could it be? They thought I was Cameron from the look of me. Now I ask ye, do I look at all like the lad? Georgina grinned, relieved at least on that score. Malcolm had been a skinny 18-year-old when she'd been so thrilled to accept his marriage proposal. Of course he was a man now, had likely filled out some, might even be a little taller. But his coloring would be the same, with black hair and blue eyes very similar to that arrogant Englishman's, and he was still more than 20 years younger than Mac, too. Well, whoever their Cameron is, I have nothing but sympathy for the poor man, Georgina remarked. Mac chuckled. Frightened ye? Did he? He? I recall there were two of them. But I noticed ye only had the one to deal with. She wasn't going to argue about it. What was it about him that was so different, Mac? I mean, they were both the same, and yet not the same. Brothers apparently, though you couldn't prove it by looking at them. And yet there was something else that was different about the one called James.
Oh.
Never mind. I'm not sure what I mean. I'm surprised ye sensed it. Hinny. What? That he was the more dangerous of the two. Ye had only to look at him to ken it, to see the way he looked over that room when they first walked in, staring every mon there right in the eye. He'd have taken on that entire room of cutthroats and laughed while doing it. That one, fair all his fine elegance, felt right at home in that rough crowd. All that from the look of him? She grinned.
Well.
Call it instinct.
Lass.
And experience of his kind. Ye felt it.
Too.
S.E. dinna scoff. And be glad ye're a fast runner. What's that supposed to mean? Don't you think he would have let us go?
Me.
But yourself. No, S.A. sure. The mon held ye.
Lass.
Like he didn't want to be losing ye. Her ribs could attest to that. But Georgina merely clicked her tongue. If he hadn't held me, I'd have broken his nose. Ye tried that. As I recall. Why out much luck? You could humor me a little. Georgina sighed. I've been through a trying time. Max snorted. Ye've been through worse why your own brothers. The sport of children. And years ago. I might point out, she retorted. You were chasing Boyd through the house just last winter Wisconsin murder in your eye. He's still a child. And a terrible prankster. He's older than your Malcolm. That's it. Georgina marched off ahead of him, tossing over her shoulder. You're as bad as the lot of them. Ian MacDonald. Well, if ye'd wanted sympathy. Girl. Why did ye no say so? He called after her before he gave in to the laughter he was holding back.
Chapter 5.
Hendon was a rural village, 7 miles northwest of London town. The ride there on the 2 old nags Mac had rented for the day was a pleasant one, a grand concession for Georgina, who still despised everything English. The wooded countryside they rode through was lovely, with valleys and undulating hills offering splendid views, and many shady lanes with pink and white blossoms on hawthorn hedges, wild roses, honeysuckle, and bluebells by the wayside. Hendon itself was picturesque, with its cluster of cottages, a comparatively new manor house, even a large red brick almshouse. There was a small inn with too much activity in its yard, so Mac elected to avoid it in favor of the old ivy-covered church with its tall stone tower at the north end of the village, where he hoped they could find out where Malcolm's cottage was. It had been a surprise to learn Malcolm wasn't actually living in London. It had taken 3 long weeks to find that out, to finally locate Mr. Wilcox, Malcolm's supposed chum, who turned out not to be a chum of his after all. But he had steered them in another direction, and at last they had some luck, or Mac did, in finding someone who actually knew where Malcolm was. While Mac spent half of each day working to earn their passage money home, and the other half searching for Malcolm, Georgina, by his insistence, had spent the 3 weeks since the night of the tavern fiasco cooped up in her room, reading and rereading the one book she had brought along for the ocean crossing, until she was so sick of it she'd tossed it out her window, hit one of the tavern's clientele with it as he was leaving, and almost lost her room. The landlord had been so upset. It was the only excitement she'd had, mild as it was, and she'd been about ready to climb the walls, or toss something else out the window to see what would happen, when Mac returned last night with the news that Malcolm was living in Hendon. She'd be reunited with him today, within a matter of minutes. She was so excited now she could barely stand it. She had spent more time getting ready this morning than it had taken them to get here, more time actually than she ever had before, her appearance usually not a matter of particular importance to her. Her buttercup yellow gown with its short, matching spencer was the best of the outfits she had brought with her and was only slightly mussed from the ride. Her thick brown curls were tucked securely under her silk bonnet, also yellow, the short wisps of hair across her brow and framing her cheeks the more becoming for being windblown. Her cheeks were blooming with color, her lips chewed a bright pink. She'd been turning heads all morning, perched so prettily on the old nag, intriguing gentlemen in passing carriages and the townsfolk in Hampstead, through which they'd ridden. But only Mac took notice. Georgina was too busy daydreaming, drawing forth her memories of Malcolm. Pitifully few, actually,
But
precious for all that. The day she'd met Malcolm Cameron, she had been dumped over the side of Warren's ship when he'd had enough of her sisterly pestering, and 6 dock hands had jumped into the harbor to save her. Half of them couldn't swim nearly as well as she could, but Malcolm had been on the wharf with his father, and had thought to play the hero, too. As it happened, Georgina pulled herself out of the water, while Malcolm had to be saved. But she had been duly impressed with his intention, and thoroughly infatuated. He was all of 14 and she 12. And she decided then and there that he was the handsomest, most wonderful boy in the world. Those sentiments didn't alter very much in the following years, even though Malcolm had had to be reminded of who she was when next they met, and the time after that, too. Then there had been Mary Ann's party, where Georgina had asked Malcolm to dance, and got her toes stepped on at least a half-dozen times. He was 16 then and more manly, and though he remembered her, he seemed more interested in her friend Mary and who was closer to his age. Of course, she hadn't determined to have him for herself yet, nor had she given him any indication of how certain she was that her infatuation with him had turned into love. Another year went by before she decided to do something about it, and this she did in a wholly logical manner. Malcolm was still the handsomest boy in town, but his prospects were not the best. She knew by then that his ambition was to be captain of his own ship, and that he would have to obtain his goal the hard way, by working his way up. She also was realistic about herself, knowing that she had nothing to recommend her in looks, that she sort of just blended in with the crowd. She had 5 handsome brothers, but something had gone wrong when it came to the only female in the family. But what she did have was a handsome dowry, her own Skylark ship to be hers alone on her 18th birthday, just as her brothers had received theirs. But though she couldn't captain her ship as her brothers did theirs, her future husband could. And she made sure Malcolm was aware of this. It was a calculated plot, to be sure. And she was the tiniest bit ashamed of it, especially when it worked. Malcolm began courting her a few months before her 16th birthday, and on her birthday, he proposed. 16, in love, and deliriously happy. It was no wonder she managed to ignore whatever guilt she was feeling in more or less having bought a husband. After all, no one had twisted Malcolm's arm. He was getting what he wanted just as much as she was. And she was sure that he felt something for her, and that his feelings would grow to match hers eventually. So everything would have worked out fine if the English hadn't interfered. Blast them. But they did. Her brothers had tried to interfere, too. She had discovered that they'd only been indulging her when they allowed her to become engaged at 16, assuming she would change her mind at least a half-dozen times before she reached 18, when they would let her marry. She had fooled them, though, and since the end of the war, each time they came home, they would try to talk her into forgetting about Malcolm and finding another husband. She'd had other offers. After all, her dowry was still a powerful draw. And she wasn't so scatterbrained that she wasn't aware and delighted with the change in her appearance in recent years. But she had remained loyal to her one and only love, even when it got harder and harder to make excuses for why he hadn't returned to marry her in the 4 years since the war ended. But there would be a good reason, and today she would finally learn what it was. And before she left England, she would be married. This be it. Lass. Georgina stared at the lovely little cottage with its whitewashed walls and well-tended rose beds. She rubbed her hands together nervously, but made no move to accept Mac's help to dismount. She couldn't even recall stopping at the church and waiting while Mac got directions. Maybe he isn't home? Mac said nothing, just patiently held up arms to her. They had both seen smoke coming from the single chimney. The cottage was definitely occupied. Georgina chewed her lip a moment longer, then finally squared her shoulders. What was there to be nervous about anyway? She looked her best. She looked far better than Malcolm would remember. He couldn't help but be pleased that she had found him. She let Mac lift her down, then followed him up the red-bricked walkway to the door. She would have paused another few moments just to get her heartbeat under control. But Mac wasn't taking such things into account. He pounded smartly on the door. And then it opened. And Malcolm Cameron stood there. His face might have become vague in memory, but she recalled it now, for it hadn't really changed at all. There were a few squint lines about the eyes, the mark of a sailor, but otherwise, he seemed not to have aged at all, seemed too young to be 24. But he had grown. He was much, much taller, stood 6 feet at least, as tall as that James fellow. For God's sake, what made her think of him? But Malcolm hadn't widened any to compensate for the gained height. He was slim, almost gangly, but that was all right. Broad chests and thickly muscled arms were on her list of dislikes just now. Malcolm looked fine, better than fine. He was still so handsome. She barely noticed the toddler he was holding, a pretty little girl of about 2, with long blonde hair and gray eyes. Georgina had eyes only for Malcolm, who was staring back at her as if, well, frankly, as if he didn't recognize her. But of course he did. She hadn't changed that much. He was only surprised, and with reason. She was likely the last person he would expect to turn up on his doorstep. She should say something. But her mind didn't seem to be working quite properly. And then Malcolm glanced away from her to Mac. And his expression slowly altered. Lit up in recognition. And he grinned in. Welcome. Unaware of what this seeming slight did to the girl who had traveled so far to find him. Ian MacDonald? Is it really you?
Laddie.
In the flesh. In England. Malcolm shook his head incredulously, but chuckled. You've bowled me over.
You have.
But come in, man.
Come in.
We'll have to have a long visit. Damn me. This is a surprise. Fair all of us. I'm thinking, Mac replied gruffly. But he was looking at Georgina as he said it. Have ye nothing to say? Lass. Yes. Georgina stepped into what was a small parlor, gave it a cursory glance, then her eyes came back to her fiancé, and she asked baldly, Whose child is that? Malcolm. Mac coughed and looked up at the ceiling, as if the open-timbered roof was suddenly of great interest. Malcolm frowned at Georgina as he slowly set the little girl on the floor at his feet. Do I know you? Miss. You mean you really don't recognize me? This with a great deal of relief. Malcolm's frown deepened. Should I? Mac coughed again. Or was he choking this time? Georgina spared him a scowl before bestowing one of her brighter smiles on the love of her life. You should. Yes. But I forgive you that you don't. It's been a long while. After all. And they tell me I've changed more than I think. I suppose now I really must believe it. She gave a nervous laugh. This is embarrassing. That I must introduce myself to you. Of all people. I'm Georgina Anderson. Malcolm. Your fiancé. Little Georgie? He started to laugh. But he didn't quite make it. Sounded more like he was strangling. You're not. Georgie. I assure you. But you can't be, he exclaimed now, looking more horrified than doubtful. You're beautiful. She wasn't. I mean, she didn't look. No one can change that much. Obviously. I must beg to differ, Georgina said with some stiffness. It didn't happen overnight. You know. Had you been there to see the change come about gradually? But you weren't there. Were you? Clinton, who was gone for 3 years, was surprised. But he at least still knew it was me. He's your brother, Malcolm protested. And you're my fiancé, she shot back. Oh. Jesus. You can't still be thinking. It's been, what, 5 or 6 years. I never thought you'd wait. What with the war? It changed everything. Don't you see? No. I don't see. You were on an English ship when the war started, but through no fault of your own. You were still an American, but that's just it. Girl. I never felt right calling myself an American. It was my folks wanted to settle there, not me. What exactly are you saying? Malcolm. I'm an Englishman, always have been. I owned up to it when I was impressed, and young as I was, they believed me that I wasn't a deserter. They let me sign on, which I was glad to do. It made no never mind to me who I sailed with, as long as I sailed. And I'm doing right well. I am. I'm second mate now on the... We know your ship, Georgina cut in sharply. That's how we found you, though it's taken a month to do so. An American merchantman wouldn't keep such shoddy records, you can be sure. My brothers know where every one of their crewmen can be found when they're in port. But that's beside the point. Isn't it? You sided with the English. 4 of my brothers volunteered their ships as privateers for that war, and you might have come up against any one of them. Easy. Lass, Mac intervened. Ye knew all along that he had to fight again us. Yes. But not willingly. He's as much as admitted he's a traitor. Nay. He's admitting Taya love fair the country of his birth. Ye canna fault a mon fair that.
No.
She couldn't.
Much as she wanted to.
Rot the English.
God.
How she hated them. They not only stole Malcolm from her, but wooed his sentiments to their cause as well. He was an Englishman now, and obviously proud of it. But he was still her fiancé. And the war was over. After all. Malcolm was red-faced, but whether with embarrassment or chagrin for her condemnation of him, she couldn't tell. She was hot-cheeked herself. This was not how she had imagined their reunion would be. Mac is right. Malcolm. I'm sorry if I got a little upset over something that.
Well.
That no longer matters. Nothing has changed. Really. My feelings certainly haven't. My being here is testimony to that. And just why is it you've come? Georgina stared at him blankly for a moment before her eyes narrowed the tiniest bit.
Why?
The answer to that is obvious. The question is, why was it necessary for me to come here? And only you can answer that. Why didn't you return to Bridgeport after the war? Malcolm. There was no reason to. No reason, she gasped. I beg to differ. There was the little matter of our getting married. Or is that something you chose to forget? He couldn't meet her eyes to answer. I didn't forget. I just didn't think you would still have me. My being an Englishman and all. Or, you no longer wanted me. My being an American, she demanded. It wasn't like that, he protested. I honestly didn't think you'd be waiting for me. My ship went down. I figured you would have taken me for dead. My family is in shipping, Malcolm. The information we get tends to be accurate. Your ship went down, yes, but no man was lost. We knew that. We just didn't know what became of you after that. Until recently when you were seen on the pogrom. But I'll grant you that you might have thought it was pointless to return to a fiancé who only might be waiting for you. But the proper thing to do would have been to find out for certain. If you didn't want to make the voyage, then you could have written. Communications had resumed between our countries. An English ship or two has even been seen in our port. She knew she was being sarcastic, but she couldn't seem to help it. When she thought of how long she might have gone on waiting for this man, how many more years, when he had never intended to return to her. If she hadn't come here herself, she likely would never have seen or heard from him again. She was hurt. She didn't understand his reasoning, and he wouldn't even look at her. I did write you a letter. Georgina knew it for the lie it was, a sop for her pride, the coward's way out for him. Little did he know that her pride had been sacrificed long ago in order for her to have him. It wasn't likely to rear its head now just because he was handing her a passel of excuses that wouldn't hold up under close examination. For God's sake. She had come up with better excuses than this for him. She didn't get angry, though she was very, very disappointed in him. So he wasn't perfect, wasn't considerate, or even totally honest. She'd backed him into a corner, and he was trying not to hurt her feelings with the callous truth. In a roundabout way she could count that in his favor, she supposed. Obviously. Malcolm. Your letter never reached me. She heard Max snort and could have kicked him. I assume you wrote that you had survived the war? And likely you mentioned your newly discovered patriotism for a country other than my own? Indeed I did. And in consideration of that, did you release me from our engagement? Well, She cut in at his hesitation. Or did you express the hope that I would still have you? Well, certainly. And then you assumed I wouldn't when you had no answer for me. Exactly so. Georgina sighed. It's a shame that letter never reached me. So much time wasted. What's that? Don't look so surprised, Malcolm. I'll still marry you. It's why I came here after all. Just don't expect me to live in England. That I won't do even for you. But you can come here as often as you like. As captain of my ship, the Amphitrite, you can solicit English trade exclusively if that is your wont.
I.
Jesus.
Georgie. I.
Malcolm. A young woman appeared to interrupt him. Why didn't you tell me we had callers? And, to Georgina with an open smile.
Ie me Cameron. Ma'am.
Are you from the manor? Then? Having another party? Are they? Georgina stared at the woman in the doorway. Then, at the boy shyly hiding behind her skirt. A boy about 5 years old. With Malcolm's dark hair. Malcolm's blue eyes. And Malcolm's handsome features. She spared another glance for the boy's father, who looked decidedly ill. Your sister, Malcolm? Georgina asked in the most pleasant of tones.
No.
I didn't think so. Chapter 6. No goodbye. No good wishes. Not even a go to hell. Georgina simply turned and walked out of the little white cottage in Hendon, leaving her hopes and girlish dreams behind. She could hear Max saying something, probably making an excuse to Meg Cameron for Georgina's rudeness. Then he was there at her back, and giving her a lift up onto the rented nag. He didn't say a word to her, at least not until they'd left the village behind. She tried to get some speed out of her animal, the urge to be miles away as quickly as possible gnawing at her, but the sorry creature wouldn't oblige. And a fast walk gave Mac plenty of time to study her and see through her calm facade. One thing about Mac. He had an annoying habit of being blunt when you least wanted bluntness. Why are you crying, lass? She thought about ignoring him.
He wouldn't press her if she did.
But what was rolling around inside her needed letting out. I'm too angry right now. That double-damned scoundrel must have married that woman on his very first docking, long before the war ended. No wonder he became pro-British. He was converted through marriage. That's possible.
Possible. 2.
Was he saw what he liked, and had some. And wasna caught ferret until his second docking. What's it matter when or why? All this time Eve been sitting at home pining over him. He's been married and making children. Having just a swell dandy time. Max snorted.
Give us that time.
All right. But you were never pining away. She sniffed at his lack of understanding. I loved him. Mac. Ye loved the idea of having him fare your own. Bonny lad that he was. A child's fancy ye should have outgrown. Were ye less loyal and less stubborn, ye'd have let go of your fool's dream long ago. That's not dash. Dinna interrupt me till I've finished. Did ye love him true? Ye'd be crying now and angry after. No, the other way around. I'm crying inside, she said stiffly. You just can't see it. Well, I think ye fair sparing me. I surely do. Never could abide a female's tears. She gave him a fulminating glare. You men are all alike. You're about as sensitive as a brick wall. If ye're looking fair sympathy, you willna get it from me.
Lass.
If you'll recall, I advised you to forget about that Montmorin 4 years ago. I also recall telling ye that ye'd be regretting coming here. And no, just when your brothers get a hold of ye. So, what has your stubbornness got ye this time? disillusionment, humiliation, heartache, delusion. Why are you determined to make me madder than I am? She snapped hotly. Self-preservation, Hinny. I told ye, I canna abide tears. And as long as ye're yelling at me, you willna be weeping on my shoulder. Och, now, dinna do that, Georgie lass, he said as her face began to crumble. But the tears started in earnest, and all Mac could do was stop their horses and hold out his arms to her. Georgina leaped across the short space and curled into his lap. But she wasn't content to just have a good cry on a caring shoulder. There was still a lot of anger inside that came out in a lot of wailing. Those beautiful children should have been mine.
Mac.
You'll have your own bairns. Lots of them. No, I won't. I'm getting too old. All of 22. He nodded sagely, fighting to keep from snorting. That's mighty old. She paused to scowl at him. You picked a fine time to start agreeing with me. Both red brows went up in feigned surprise. Did I now? Georgina sniffed, and then wailed again.
Oh.
Why couldn't that woman have come in a mere minute sooner? Before I made such a double-damned fool of myself telling that cur I'd still have him. Essie, he's a cur now. Is he? The lowest, vilest. I get your drift, Hinny. But it's glad ye should be ye said all ye did to him. A fine revenge. I'm thinking, if ye wanted revenge, is that some kind of male logic too complicated for the female mind? I didn't get revenge. I got humiliated.
Nay.
Ye showed the mon what he lost in forsaking ye. Alas, he didn't recognize. She's Essie Bonny now, and his own ship take command, which he's long wanted. He's likely kicking his own arse right about now. And it's sure as he did wrong by ye that he'll be regretting what he lost fair many a year. The ship, maybe.
But not me.
He's got a job he's proud of. Beautiful children. A lovely wife. Lovely. But she's no Georgina Anderson. Owner of the Amphitrite. Part owner of the Skylark line. Though the puir lass has nae say in the running of that. Just an equal share in the profits. And they say she's the bonniest lass on the eastern seaboard. Is that all? Ye dinna sound vera impressed. I'm not. That girl might be a bonny lass now. But she wasn't always. And what good are her fair looks when she's wasted the best years of her life? A rude sound interrupted her. But she chose to ignore it. And she might have money of her own. A right comfortable amount. But just now she doesn't even have enough to buy her passage home. Her looks and means don't change the fact that she's a fool. And stupid. And gullible. An ill judge of character. And not very smart. And... Ye're repeating yourself. Stupid and not very smart. Don't interrupt. I will when all ye're doing is blathering. Now your tears have stopped. Start looking on the bright side. There isn't one. There is. You wouldn't have been happy why such a low.
Vile.
Cur. Was it? Her lip trembled a little trying to smile, but not quite making it. I appreciate what you're doing, Mac, but it's not helping with all that I'm feeling right now. I just want to go home, and hope to God I never meet another Englishman with their oh-so-proper speech, their blasted, unshakable composure, their faithless sons. I hate to be the one to enlighten ye, Hinny. But every country has its faithless sons. Every country has its brick walls.
2.
But I wouldn't marry one. Marry a. Now ye're blathering again. And what's this fixation ye're having why brick walls? I'd like to know. Just take me home. Mac. Find us a ship. Any ship. It doesn't have to be an American vessel as long as it's sailing for our part of the world and leaving soon. Today, preferably. You can use my jade ringtoe by the passage. Are ye daft? Lass? Your father gave you that ring. Brought it all the way from. I don't care, Mac, she insisted, and she was now wearing the stubborn look he was beginning to really dread seeing. Unless you're willing to turn thief and steal the money, which I know you're not, it's the only thing we have that will buy us passage. I'm not willing to wait until it's earned, I promise you. And besides, the ring can always be bought back when we get home. It's just this quickly you decided to come here.
Lass.
Yuri suppose te learn from your mistakes. No. Jump right in te making the same ones. If you're preaching patience, you can forget it. I've had 6 years of patience, and that was my biggest mistake. I intend to practice impatience from now on. Georgie, he began warningly. Why are you arguing with me? Until we sail, you're going to have a weeping woman on your hands. I thought you couldn't abide female tears. Female stubbornness was far worse. Mac decided, so he gave up gracefully with a sigh. When you put it that way. Chapter 7. A skyscape of sailless masts didn't guarantee there would be at least one ship, out of so many, sailing for America in the near future. You would think it would. You might even consider it a sure bet. Georgina would have lost the wager if she had thought to make it. Most of the ships that had come in with theirs last month had long since departed for other ports. Discounting those ships that refused to take on passengers, there were several American vessels still remaining, but none anticipated a return to her home port before next year. Too long a voyage for the newly impatient Georgina. And the one ship that was scheduled to sail directly for New York, which was close enough to Bridgeporto be ideal, wasn't sailing anytime soon, according to her first mate. Her captain apparently was courting some English miss and had sworn he wouldn't set sail until he was married. Which was just what Georgina needed to hear to make her rip up 2 dresses and toss the chamber pot out the window. She wanted to leave England so badly, she was already considering an 8 to 10-month voyage on one of the American ships scheduled to depart within the week, and this after only a few days of trying to find passage. When she told Mac that on the 3rd morning, he came back a few hours later with the names of 3 English vessels departing the next week. He had mentioned them sooner because he had figured she would discount them out of hand simply because they were English and crewed entirely by Englishmen, and escaping all things English was just as important to her right now as getting home was. And discount them is exactly what she did. And quite rudely.
2.
It was then that Mac hesitantly mentioned an alternative she hadn't considered. There be a ship sailing by the morning tide. She will not take on passengers, but she's needing a bosun and a cabin boy. Georgina's eyes widened with interest. You mean work our way home? It was a thought. Better than spending half a year or more at sea while last practicing impatience. Georgina chuckled at the emphasis he put on that, accompanied with rolling eyes. It was the first thing she'd found amusing since she discovered Malcolm's betrayal. Maybe I'll do less practicing once I'm on my way home.
Oh.
Mac. I think it's a wonderful idea, she said with sudden enthusiasm. Is it an American ship? Is she big? Where's she bound for? Slow down.
Lass.
She's no what you think. She's the maiden and out of the West Indies. 3-masted and spanking clean. A real beauty. But she has the look of a refitted warship still heavily armed. though she's privately owned. Ost-Indies merchantmen would need to be well armed if she frequents those pirate-infested waters. All of our Skylark ships that sail the Caribbean air. And yet they're still occasionally attacked. True enough, he agreed. But the Maiden and Isna a traitor. At least no this voyage. She will not be carrying cargo. Just ballast. A captain who can sail without making any profit whatsoever? Georgina teased, knowing how that fact alone would annoy a man who had sailed 35 years on merchantmen. He must be a pirate, Max snorted. He's a mon sails on his whims, going wherever the mood takes him. Essay says his crewman. The captain's the owner then. And rich enough to keep a ship just for pleasure. Essay it seems, he said in disgust. Georgina grinned. I know how that concept pains you, but it isn't unique by any means. And what's the difference if she's carrying a cargo or not, as long as she gets us home?
Well,
that's another thing. Itest Jamaica's bound fare. No America. Jamaica. Some of Georgina's pleasure in finding a ship dimmed, but only for a moment. But Skylark has offices in Jamaica. And isn't it the third port on Thomas's schedule? We could conceivably arrive there before he departs again. And if not, Skylark has other ships that put into Jamaica frequently, including Boyd's and Drew's ships, not to mention my own. She was grinning again. At the most, we're talking only a few more weeks' delay in getting home. That's better than half a year, and certainly better than staying here another day. I dinna know.
lass.
The more I think on it, the more I'm thinking I shouldna have mentioned it. And the more I think on it, the more I like the idea. Come on, Mac. It's the perfect solution. But you'll have to work, he reminded her. You'll have to run the captain's messages, bring his meals, clean his cabin, and whatever else he requires. You'll be kept right busy. So, she challenged, are you going to tell me you don't think I'm capable of such simple tasks? When I've scrubbed decks, cleaned cannons, scraped hulls, climbed rigging. That were years ago, lass, afore ye started looking like the wee lady ye are now. Your father and brothers indulged ye, letting ye climb all over their ships when in port, learning things ye had nae business learning. But this be working and living alongside men who dinna know ye, and who canna know ye. The job isna fair, lass, and it isna a lass ye can be if ye take it. I didn't miss that point, Mac. So my dresses will have to be left behind. Certain assumptions are automatic when breeches are worn. As we found out. Put a boy in a dress, and you see an ugly girl. A girl in breeches, and you have a pretty boy. And after all, I did right well that night. Afore he opened your mouth or looked anyone in the eye, he cut in to remind her sternly. Your disguise didn't last beyond that. Because I was trying to pass for a man. Which wasn't very smart now that I think of it. Not with this face. All right. She stopped him from interrupting again. So you tried to tell me, and I wouldn't listen. Don't belabor the point. This is entirely different.
And you know it.
A boy can have delicate features. They often do. And with my height and slimness, timbre of voice and, she looked down at her chest, some tight binding, I can easily pass for a boy of 9 or 10. She got a disgusted look for that assumption. Your intelligence will give ye away. All right. So a brilliant 12-year-old who's slow in maturing. And then quite firmly, I can do it, Mac. If you didn't think I could, You wouldn't have considered it. I might have been daft. I surely was. But we both can who be responsible fair that.
Now,
She chided, grinning. I'm only one wee lass. Soon to be one wee laddie. How difficult can I be? He made a very rude sound. Well, look at it this way. The sooner I get home, the sooner you can wash your hands of me. This time a mere grunt. That's another thing. You'd have to keep up the pretense for a month or more. That's a long time to be finding a private spot to tend nature's calls, when a mon can just stand wide the wind at his back and Mac. She actually blushed, even though with 5 brothers who sometimes forgot she was around, she'd heard and seen just about everything a girl shouldn't. I didn't say there wouldn't be some difficulties, but I'm resourceful enough to overcome them, whatever they are. Unlike most girls, I know a ship inside out, including the area sailors tend to avoid. I'll manage, even if I have to make use of a rat-infested hold. And besides, if I am found out, what's the worst that can happen? Do you honestly think they'll kick me off the ship in the middle of the ocean? Of course they won't. I'll likely just get locked away somewhere until she docks, and then given the boot. And that would be no more than I deserve if I'm careless. Enough to give myself away. It took a bit more arguing back and forth before Mac finally sighed. All right, but I'll be trying first to get ye on why out you're having to work. They might be agreeable to that if I decline any pay. And they think Yuri my brother, who mun come why me. One velvet brow arched, while laughter lit her eyes. Your brother? Without a Scottish burr? Stepbrother then, he allowed. Raised separate. Which willna be questioned considering the age difference. But I thought they need a cabin boy. They're more likely to insist if that's the case. I know my brothers wouldn't sail without one. I said I'd try. They've still the rest of the day to find another lad for the job. Well, I hope they don't, Georgina replied, and meant it. I'd much rather be working on the crossing than doing nothing, especially since I'll have to be in disguise anyway. And don't think to say I'm your sister instead, because if they won't take me on to have you for Bozen, then we've lost the opportunity altogether. So, let's get going before the job is taken. You'll be needing clothes fit for a lad. We can buy some on the way. Ye've your things to dispose of. The landlord can have them. What about your hair? I'll cut it. Ye will na. Your brothers would kill me. If they dinna, anyway. She dug the woolen cap she'd used before out of her trunk and waved it under his nose. There. Now will you quit nitpicking and start moving? Let's go. I thought you were going to stop practicing impatience, he grumbled. She laughed as she pushed him out the door. We haven't sailed yet. Mac. I'll stop tomorrow. I promise. Chapter 8. Sir Anthony Malory signaled to the waiter for another bottle of port before he leaned back in his chair to stare at his older brother. Juno. James. I think I'm actually going to miss you. Damn me if I won't. You should have settled your affairs in the Caribbean before you came home. Then you wouldn't have to return there now. Just when I've gotten used to having you around again. And how was I to know the infamous Hawk's demise could be arranged so easily, so that I could remain here? James replied. You forget, the only reason I came home at all was to settle the score with Eden. I had no idea that he was about to marry into the family at the time, or that the family would decide to reinstate me now that my pirating days are behind me. Presenting the elders with a new nephew in Jeremy helped the matter along. I'd say. They're so bloody sentimental when it comes to family. And you're not. Anthony chuckled. So I am. But you will hurry back. Won't you? It's been like old times, having you around again. We did have some good times in those wild years.
Didn't we?
Chasing the same women. Anthony grinned. Getting the same lectures from the elders. Our brothers mean well. Jason and Eddie Boy just took to this responsibility thing too young. Is all. They never had a chance to kick up their own heels. Too busy keeping the rest of us in line. You don't have to defend them to me, lad, James replied. You don't think I hold a grudge?
Jew?
Truth to tell, I'd have disowned me just as swiftly as you three did. I never disowned you, Anthony protested. Drink up. Dear boy, James replied dryly. It might help to jog your memory. My memory is in perfect working order, I tell you. I might have been furious with you for absconding with Reggie that summer 8 years ago, 3 months on a bloody pirate ship, and the dear girl only 12 years old at the time. But I worked that out of my system back then, giving you the thrashing you so richly deserved when you brought her back. And you took that thrashing. I never understood why. Care to tell me now? James lifted a tawny brow. Do you think I could have prevented it? 3 against 1. As it were? You give me more credit than I'm due. Dear boy. Come off it, brother.
You didn't fight back that day.
You didn't even try. Jason and Edward might not have noticed. But I'd gone too many rounds with you in the ring not to. James shrugged. So, I felt I deserved it. I'd thought it a lark at the time. To take her right out from under Big Brother's nose. I was, shall we say, annoyed enough with Jason to do it, since he'd refused to let me even see Reagan after Reggie, Anthony corrected automatically. Reagan, James repeated with more force, beginning the old argument he'd had with each of his brothers over what nickname to call their niece, Regina, an argument that stemmed from a long-time insistence on James's part to be different, go his own way, and follow his own rules. But they both realized at the same moment what they were doing and grinned. But Anthony went a bit further. He conceded, all right, Reagan for tonight. James hit one ear with the palm of his hand. I think there must be something wrong with my hearing. Bloody hell, Anthony said with a half growl, half chuckle. Just get on with your story before I fall asleep. Wait. Here's our second bottle. You're not thinking of getting me foxed again, are you? Wouldn't dream of it, Anthony said as he filled both their glasses to the brim. I believe that's what you said the last time we were here at White's. But as I recall, your friend Amherst had to carry us both home. In the middle of the afternoon. You never did tell what the little wife had to say about that. Quite a bit. Thank you. None of it worth repeating, Anthony replied sourly. James's hearty laugh brought a number of stares to their table. I honestly don't know what's happened to your finesse, dear boy. You've been in the lady's bad graces ever since the second day of your marriage. Simply because you couldn't convince her that that little barmaid who'd squirmed all over your lap for those few minutes wasn't yours for the evening. It was devilish bad luck that the wench left some yellow hair on your lapel for the wife to find. But didn't you tell Roslyn you were only in that tavern on her behalf, searching for her Cameron cousin? Certainly. Then you still haven't told her the wench was mine. Not yours. Anthony shook his head stubbornly. And I'm not going to either. It should have been enough that I'd told her nothing happened, that the offer was made and I'd refused it. It's still a matter of trust. But I believe we've had this conversation before, and right here, at that. Quit worrying about my love life. Brother, my little Scottish bride will come around. I'm working on it in my own way. So, let's get back to your grand confession, shall we? James reached for his glass first, keeping pace with Anthony. As I'd said, I was annoyed with Jason for refusing to let me even see Reagan. Was he supposed to have allowed it? You'd already been pirating for 2 years. I may have been raising hell on the high seas, Tony, but I hadn't changed personally. He knew bloody well I would have left behind anything to do with the Hawk had he allowed me to see her. But he disowned me for taking to the seas and disgracing the family as it were. Though no one inside England or out knew Captain Hawk and James Malory, Viscount of Riding, were one and the same. Jason had made his stand and wouldn't back down, so what was I to do? Never see her again? Reagan's like a daughter to me. We all raised her. You could have given up pirating, Anthony pointed out reasonably. James grinned slowly. Follow Jason's dictates? When did I ever? Besides, I was having a devilish good time playing the pirate. There was the challenge, the danger, but more I brought discipline back into my life, and for that matter, possibly saved my health. I'd been getting quite dissipated and jaded before I quit London. We'd had our fun. But there was no challenge left save getting in some ladies' skirts, and even that no longer mattered when it came right down to it. Hell and fire. No one would even call me out anymore to alleviate the monotony. I'd gotten such a deadly reputation. Anthony burst out laughing. You're making my heart bleed. Old man. James tipped the bottle this time. Drink up. You ass. You've more sympathy when you're drunk. I don't get drunk. Tried to tell the wife that, but she wouldn't believe me. So you went to sea and lived the clean, healthy life of a pirate. Gentleman pirate, James corrected. Anthony nodded. Quite right. Shouldn't miss the distinction. What is the distinction? By the way, I've never sunk a ship, nor taken one without giving her a sporting chance. I've lost a lot of fat prizes that way, letting them elude me. But I never claimed to be a successful pirate, just a persistent one. Confound you, James. It was only a game to you, wasn't it? And you deliberately let Jason think you were out there raping and pillaging and feeding men to the sharks. Well, why not? He's not altogether happy, unless he's got one of us to condemn. And better me than you, since I don't give a bloody damn. While you, on the other hand, do. Now that's a fine attitude to take, Anthony said sarcastically. You think so? James smiled and downed his drink. Anthony was quick to refill it. But then it's the same one I've always had. I suppose, Anthony conceded reluctantly. You are defying and deliberately provoking Jason for as long as I can remember. James shrugged. So, what is life without its little stimulations? Dear boy, I think you just enjoy seeing Jason fly through the roof. Admit it. Well, he does it so well. Don't you think? Anthony grinned and then chuckled. All right. So the whys and wherefores no longer matter. You've been accepted back into the fold. Forgiven all, as it were. But you still haven't answered my question about the thrashing you took. That golden brow arched again. Haven't I? Must be, because I keep getting interrupted. So I'll shut my trap. An impossibility. James. Come now, Tony, just put yourself in my place, and you'll have your answer. It's not so very complicated, after all. I wanted my equal time with our darling niece, Reagan. I thought she'd enjoy seeing a bit of the world, which she did, by the way. But much as I loved having her with me, I realized the folly of what I'd done before I brought her back. Not that I was an active pirate while I had her, but the sea offers no guarantees. Storms, other pirates, enemies evade-made. Anything is possible. The risk to her was minimal, but it was still there. And had anything happened to Reagan? Good God. The unconscionable James Malory plagued by guilt? No wonder I could never figure it out. I do have my moments, it would seem, James said dryly, giving Anthony a disgusted look for sitting there laughing. What did I say? Anthony asked innocently. Never mind. Here, have another drink. And the bottle was tipped again. You know, he added thoughtfully with a grin. Between me exposing the dear girl to my jaded friends when I had her to myself each year, all on their best behavior, mind you, and you exposing her to a crew of cutthroats, who all adored her and were very polite cutthroats while she was on board. Yes.
Well,
she certainly had a well-rounded education with our help. Hadn't she, though? So how is it she ended up married to a bounder like Eden? The puss loves him. More's the pity. I figured that much out for myself. Come now. James. You just don't like him because he's too much like us, and anyone like us isn't good enough for our Reggie. Beg to differ.
Dear boy.
But that's why you don't like him. I took exception to the bloody insults he threw in my face as he sailed away from the encounter I had with him all those years ago at sea. Insults that came after he'd already disabled my ship. But you attacked him, Anthony pointed out, having heard most of the details of that sea battle already, including the fact that James's son was injured in it, which was why James had given up pirating altogether. Beside the point, James insisted. And anyhow, he added insult to injury when he landed me in jail last year, after you'd thrashed the daylights out of him. And didn't you say Nicholas had also put up the blunt for your escape before he took off for the West Indies? Because of a guilty conscience,
Wasn't it?
to hear him tell it. It was because he would have missed the hanging. Anthony hooted. That sounds like him, the arrogant puppy. But give credit where it's due, brother. If you hadn't been arrested, courtesy of our nephew by marriage, you wouldn't have been able to arrange Hawk's supposed demise so neatly, thereby getting the price off your head and burning your bridges behind you. You can now walk the streets of London again, without looking over your shoulder. That deserved the draining of another glassful. When did you start offending that young cockerel? Good God. Is that what I was doing? Anthony looked utterly horrified. Beg your pardon. Old boy. It won't happen again.
You may depend upon it.
He's a blighter through and through. But Reagan makes him pay for it, James said with a gloating smile. How's that? He ends up sleeping on the sofa each time he crosses words with one of us, and she happens to overhear it. The devil you say. It's true. Told me himself. You'll really have to visit those two more often while I'm gone. I'll drink to that. Anthony laughed. Eden on the sofa.
Gad.
That's rich. No more amusing than the muddle you're in with your own wife. Now don't start in on me again. Wouldn't think of it. But I do hope you'll have smoothed the waters before I return in a few months, since I'll be taking Jeremy off your hands then. And that,
Dear boy,
will leave you no buffer. Just you and the little Scot. Alone. Anthony's smile was quite confident and a little bit wicked. You will hurry back, won't you? Chapter 9. The whole family had turned out to see James off. Jason and Derek, Edward and his whole brood, Anthony and his little Scot, who was looking quite piqued, but understandably so, since Anthony had recently been told he was to be a father. That scamp, Jeremy, was in high spirits, despite the fact this was the first time he would be separated from James since he'd been found 6 years ago. He was probably thinking he'd be getting away with murder now, with only his Uncle Tony to keep him in line. He'd find out soon enough that Jason and Eddie Boy would be keeping an eye on him, too. He'd be reined in as tight, if not tighter than he had been under James and his first mate Conrad's supervision. The tide put an end to the goodbyes. James's hangover, which he could blame Anthony for, wouldn't take much more back-pounding anyway. But it had also almost made him forget the note he had jotted off for the little Scot, explaining to her about the barmaid she had accused her husband of betting. He called Jeremy up the gangplank and handed it to him. "See, your Aunt Roslyn gets this." But not when Tony's around. Jeremy pocketed the note. "It's not a love letter. Is it? A love letter?" James snorted. "Get out of here,
Puppy."
and see you. I know. Jeremy threw up his hands, laughing. "I won't do anything you wouldn't." He ran back down the gangplank before James could take him to task for his impudence. But he was smiling as he turned away and came face to face with Conrad Sharp, his first mate and best friend. What was that about? James shrugged, realizing Connie had seen him pass the note. "I decided to lend a hand after all. At the rate Tony's going, he'd be floundering forever." "I thought you weren't going to interfere," Connie reminded him. "Well, he is my brother, isn't he? Though why I bother after the dirty trick he played on me last night, I don't know." At Connie's raised brow, he grinned, despite the slow throb in his head. "Made sure I'd be feeling miserable today to cast off the bloody sod. But you went along with it. Naturally? Naturally. Couldn't have the lad drinking me under the table. Now, could I? But you'll have to see us off."
Connie.
"I'm afraid I'm done for. Report to me in my cabin after we're underway." An hour later, Connie poured a measure of rye from the well-stocked cabinet in the captain's cabin and joined James at his desk. "You're not going to worry about the boy, are you? That rascal?" James shook his head, wincing slightly when his headache returned, and took another sip of the tonic Connie had sent from the galley. "Tony will see Jeremy doesn't get into any serious scraps. If anyone will worry,
It's you.
you should have had one of your own."
Connie.
"I probably do. I just haven't found him yet like you did the lad. You've probably more yourself that you don't know about." "Good God. One's enough," James replied in mock horror, gaining a chuckle from his friend. "Now what have you to report?" "How many of the old crew were available?"
18.
"And there was no problem filling the ranks, except for the bosun, as I told you before. So we're sailing without one? That'll put a heavy load on you."
Connie.
If I hadn't found a man yesterday, or rather, if he hadn't volunteered, wanted to sign on as passengers, him and his brother. When I told him the maiden and don't carry passengers, he offered to work his way across. A more persistent Scot I've never seen. Another Scot? As if I ain't had enough to do with them lately. I'm bloody well glad your own Scottish ancestors are so far back you don't remember them."
Connie.
Between hunting down Lady Rosalind's cousin and running into that little vixen and her companion, I thought you'd forgotten about that. James's answer was a scowl. "How do you know this Scot knows the first thing about rigging? I put him though the paces. I'd say he's had the job before. And he does claim to have sailed before. As quartermaster, ship's carpenter, and bosun. If that's true, he'll come in right handy." Very well. Is there anything else? Johnny got married.
Johnny?
My cabin boy. Johnny. James's eyes flared. Good God. He's only 15. What the devil does he think he's doing? Connie shrugged. Says he fell in love and can't bear to leave the little woman. Little woman? James sneered. That cocky little twit needs a mother, not a wife. His head was pounding again, and he swillied down the rest of the tonic. I've found you another cabin boy. McDonald's brother. Tonic spewed across James's desk. Who? He choked. Blister it. James. What's got into you? You said McDonald? Would his first name be Ian? Now Connie's eyes flared. Good God. He's not the Scot from the tavern. Is he? James waved away the question. Did you get a good look at the brother? Come to think of it.
No.
He was a little chap.
Though.
Quiet. Hiding behind his brother's coattails. I didn't have much choice in signing him on, what with Johnny only letting me know 2 days ago that he was staying in England. But you can't mean to think. But I do. And suddenly James was laughing.
Oh. God.
Connie. This is priceless. I went back to look for that little wench. You know. But she and her Scot had disappeared from the area. Now here she's fallen right into my lap. Connie grunted. Well, I can see you're going to have a pleasant crossing. You may depend upon it. James's grin was decidedly wolfish. But we shan't unmask her disguise just yet. I've a mind to play with her first. You could be wrong.
You know.
She might be a boy after all. I doubt it, James replied. But I'll find out when she begins her duties. He slumped back in his comfortably padded chair when Connie left him. He was still grinning, still marveling at the incredible piece of chance that had led the little wench and her Scot to pick his ship out of all those available, especially when it made no sense at all. Connie said they'd tried to buy passage first, so they must have money. Why not just find another ship? James knew of at least 2 English vessels that would soon be departing for the West Indies, and one of them had ample accommodations for passengers. Why go to the trouble of disguising the girl and taking the risk she'd be discovered? Or was it a disguise? Hell and fire. The last time he'd seen her, she'd been done up the same. It could be her normal way of dress. No, he was forgetting her upset when Tony had announced that she was a woman, not a man. She'd been hiding her sex then, was hiding it now, or hoped to do so. His cabin boy. What nerve she had. James shook his head, chuckling. It was going to be interesting indeed to see how she planned to get away with it. A poorly lit tavern was one thing, but on a ship, in the bright light of day? And yet she'd obviously fooled Connie. Maybe she could have gotten away with it if James hadn't met her once before. But he had, and he hadn't forgotten the meeting, remembered it quite well, in fact. Her cute little backside that had so intrigued him, a tender breast that had fit so nicely in his hand. Her features had been exquisitely delicate, the perfectly molded cheekbones, the pert little nose, the wide, sensual lips. He hadn't seen her brows, nor a bit of her hair, but for those few moments when she'd finally looked up at him outside that tavern, he had become lost in velvety brown eyes. He'd gone back not once but half a dozen times trying to find her in the last month. He realized now why he'd had no luck. No one knew anything of the pair because they'd never been in that area before, likely never even been to London before. It would be a safe bet to assume they were from the West Indies and now returning home, rather than the other way around. MacDonald might be a Scot, but the wench wasn't. James hadn't been able to place her distinctive accent, but English it wasn't. Of that he was certain. She was a mystery, all right, and one he meant to solve. But first, he was going to amuse himself with her charade by installing her in his cabin and letting her think his cabin boy always slept there. He would have to pretend he didn't recognize her, or let her assume he simply didn't remember their encounter. Of course, there was the possibility that she might not remember it, but no matter. Before the voyage was over, she'd share more than his cabin. She'd share his bed. Chapter 10. The galley was not exactly the most brilliant place to hide, not with summer still hanging on and the ocean breezes still a far way off. Once they were out to sea, it wouldn't be so bad, but now, with the huge brick ovens radiating heat since before the dawn, and steam rolling out of cauldrons on the stove for what promised to be a tasty evening meal, it was hot as the devil's welcome. The cook and his 2 helpers had discarded most of their clothes by the time the crew started wandering in for a quick breakfast, a man or 2 at a time as could be spared, since the hours before cast-off were the busiest time aboard. Georgina had watched the activity dockside for a while as the last of the ship's supplies and equipment were delivered and carried to the hold and galley. But it was a familiar sight and so didn't hold her interest very long. And besides, she'd seen enough of Inglando last her a lifetime. So she stayed in the galley, out of the way and out of notice. Perched on a stool in the opposite corner from where the food supplies were being stacked. Barrels and casks and sacks of grain and flour. So much that there was finally no room for any more, and the rest had to be stored in the hold. If it weren't for the heat, Georgina would really have liked it there, for it was certainly the cleanest galley she'd ever seen. But then the whole ship had a spanking new look to it. And, in fact, she'd been told it had just undergone refurbishing from top to bottom. Between the ovens and stove was a deep coal bin, full to the brim just now. A long table in the center of the room was barely scarred, with a butcher's cleaving block at the end of it waiting to drip blood from one of the many live animals penned in the hold, a great many animals actually, just about guaranteeing fresh meat for the whole voyage. The room was as cluttered as any galley, with its hung spices and pots, chests and utensils, and everything was carefully secured to the floor, walls, or ceiling. The lord of all this was a black-haired Irishman by the doubtful name of Sean O'Shawn, who didn't suspect Georgie MacDonald was other than what he seemed to be. Sean was a friendly fellow of about 25, with merry green eyes that were constantly surveying his domain. He'd given Georgina permission to stay, though with the warning she might be put to work if she did. She didn't mind that, and every so often she was given a task to do when his helpers were both busy. He was a talkative sort and didn't mind answering questions, but he was a new man himself, and so there wasn't much he could tell her about the ship or her captain. She hadn't met too many others of the crew yet, even though she and Mac had slept aboard the ship last night, or tried to. What with being wakened repeatedly as the men drifted into the forecastle at all hours from their last night in port, and drunkenly tried to find their hammocks in the dark, sleep wasn't part of the agenda unless you were topside with drink. The men were a motley bunch of different nationalities, from what she had seen so far, which wasn't unusual for a ship that traveled far and wide, losing and picking up new men in ports all over the world. Of course, that meant there would be a few Englishmen included in the motley, and there were. The first mate was one, Conrad Sharp, known affectionately as Connie, though she'd heard only one man so far dare to call him so. He spoke with a precise accent, almost like a blasted aristocrat, and there was no nonsense about the man. Quite tall and narrow of frame, with red hair shades darker than Mac's and a host of freckles on both arms and hands, suggesting he had them all over. Yet his face was deeply tanned, without a freckle in sight. And his hazel eyes were so direct, there'd been several heart-stopping moments when Georgina had thought she wasn't fooling anyone with her disguise. Yet she was signed on. He had taken her at face value. In fact, there'd been no bargaining with the man, as Mac had found out. Either they worked or they didn't sail with the maiden, and which suited Georgina. But Mac had given in only grudgingly. She could find no fault with Mr. Sharp, at least not yet. It was on principle alone that she didn't like him. Which wasn't fair by any means, but Georgina didn't care to be fair just now where Englishmen were concerned, placing them all into the categories shared with rats and snakes and other detestable creatures. She'd have to keep those feelings to herself.
Though
it wouldn't do to make an enemy of the man. One tended to watch one's enemies too closely. She'd just avoid him as best she could. Him and any other Englishman aboard. She hadn't met Captain Malory yet, since he still hadn't arrived before she came down to the galley. She knew she ought to go and find him, introduce herself, discover if there were to be any duties above those she anticipated. All captains were different, after all. Drew demanded a bath be waiting for him in his cabin every day, even if it had to be salt water. Clinton liked warm milk before he retired, and it was his cabin boy's duty to bring it and also tend the cow that produced it. Warren's cabin boy had to do no more than keep his cabin neat, since he liked to fetch his own food and eat with his crew. Mr. Sharp had named all the normal duties expected of her, but only the captain could tell her what else he would require. Just now he'd be busy, getting them underway, but that would be to her advantage. Yet she kept dilly-dallying. He was, after all, the one she had to worry most about fooling, since she would be in his company more than that of any of the other men. And first impressions were the most important, since they tended to stick and affect all other judgments. So if she got through their first meeting without his finding anything amiss, she could pretty much relax. But she didn't get up to go search him out. There was that very great if that kept her in the hot galley long after her clothes began to cling and her hair became a wet mat under the tight-knit stocking and woolen cap that concealed it. If the captain saw nothing unusual about her, she'd be fine. But what if he was the one discerning eye aboard that she couldn't fool? And if he unmasked her before they reached the channel, she could well find herself put ashore rather than locked up for the duration of the voyage. A worse possibility, she could be put off ship alone. Mac, after all, was needed a lot more than a cabin boy. And if the captain refused to let Mac go with her, actually detained him until it would be too late for him to follow, there wasn't anything they could do about it. So Georgina stayed in the galley, where she was already accepted as Georgie MacDonald. But she stayed too long, as she realized when Sean dropped a heavy tray of food on her lap. Seeing all the silver domes and fine cutlery on the tray, she knew it wasn't for her. He'd be in his cabin then? Already. Lord love ye. Where have ye been, laddie? Words gone, round hisself has a head poundin' worse than the rest of us. It's in his cabin he's been since he came aboard. Mr. Sharp's cast us off.
Oh.
Double damn. Why hadn't someone told her? What if she'd been needed? Looked for? What if he was angry because no one was there to tend him? That would certainly get them off to a fine start. I guess I'd better. Yes. I'd better. And quickly. Jesus. Careful with that now. Is it too heavy for ye? Then? No?
Well.
Never ye mind.
Boyo.
Just remember to duck if it comes back at ye. The dishes clattered again as Georgina stopped on her way out the door. Why would it? For God's sake. He wouldn't throw it at me, would he? Sean shrugged, grinning widely. Now how would I be knowin' that? I've yet to clap eyes on the cap'n myself. But when a man's got hisself an atchin head, ye never know what to expect. Do you now? Anticipate, laddie. That's me advice. And good advice it be. Wonderful. get the green lad even more nervous than he already was. She hadn't realized Mr. Sean Ashan had such a fine sense of humor. Rot him. It was a long walk to the stern castle, where the captain's cabin and those of his officers were located, especially long with England still visible off port and starboard. Georgina tried not to look at the riverbanks and how really close they were, tried to look for Mac instead, needing a boost in confidence that a few words with him would give her. But he was nowhere in sight, and the heavy tray was beginning to drag at her arms, so she couldn't delay to look for him. A delay wouldn't be wise anyway. Cold food would not appease a surly, pain-ridden man. And yet, when she stood outside the captain's door, precariously balancing the tray with one hand so she could knock with the other, she couldn't do it, couldn't make the tiny sound that would gain her entry. She stood rooted, paralyzed except for the trembling in her hands and knees. The tray slowly rocking side to side. All those what-ifs converging in her mind. She shouldn't be this nervous. If the worst happened, it wouldn't be the end of the world. She was resourceful enough to find another way home. Alone. Eventually. Devil take it, why hadn't she found out something about this captain other than his name? She didn't know if he was young or old, mean or kind, liked or merely respected, or hated. She'd known some captains who were real tyrants, the godlike authority they had over their crews going to their heads. She should have asked someone else when Mr. Ashan hadn't been able to answer her questions. But it wasn't too late. A few more minutes delay, a few words with whomever was nearest on deck, and she might learn that Captain Malory was the nicest old softy you could ever hope to sail under. Then her palms would stop sweating and she could forget those what-ifs. But the door opened just as she turned to leave. Chapter 11. Georgina's heart plummeted. The food she was carrying almost did the same as she swung back around to face the captain of the Maiden Anne. But it was the first mate who stood there filling the doorway, his hazel eyes moving over her in what seemed close scrutiny, yet it was no more than a brief glance.
Why?
You're just a little squirt, aren't you? Surprised I didn't notice that when I signed you on. Perhaps because you were sit. The word was choked off when he took her chin between thumb and finger and slowly turned her face this way and that. Georgina blanched, though he didn't seem to notice. Not a single whisker, he remarked in what was clearing a disparaging tone. She started breathing again, and only just managed to tamp down the indignation she felt on Georgie's behalf. I'm only 12, sir, she pointed out reasonably. But a small 12. Damn me. That tray's as big as you are. His fingers wrapped around her upper arm. Where's your muscle? I'm still growing, Georgina gritted out, getting mad under so much examination. Her nervousness was forgotten for the moment. In 6 months you won't recognize me, which was perfectly true, since she would have cast off her disguise by then. Runs in your family, does it? Her eyes turned wary. What? The height?
Lad.
What the devil did you think I meant? Certainly not your looks. Since you and your brother don't take after each other at all. And then he laughed suddenly. A deeply resounding sound. I don't see what you find amusing in that. We merely have different mothers.
Oh.
I gathered something was different. All right. Mothers.
Is it?
And would that explain your lack of a Scottish burr? I didn't realize I had to give my life's history for this job. Why so defensive? Squirt. Give over. Connie. Another deep voice was heard, with very clear warning in it. We don't want to scare the lad off. Now do we, Off to where? The first mate chuckled. Georgina's eyes narrowed. Had she thought she didn't like this red-headed Englishman on principle alone? This food is getting cold. Mr. Sharp, she said pointedly, her tone stiffly indignant. Then by all means take it in, though I seriously doubt it's food he's in a mood for. Back came the nervousness, in spades. It had been the captain's voice that had interrupted. How had she been able to forget, even for a minute, that he was waiting inside? Worse, he had likely heard everything just said, including her impertinence with his first officer, provoked, but still inexcusable. She was a lowly cabin boy, for God's sake, yet she'd answered Conrad Sharp as if she were his equal. As if she were Georgina Anderson rather than Georgie MacDonald. Any more mistakes like that, and she might as well take off her cap and unbind her breasts. After those last cryptic words, the first mate waved her inside, and then left the cabin. It took a concerted effort to get her feet to move, but when they did, she nearly flew through the door to the dining table of Tudor oak in the center of the room, a heavy piece of furniture long enough to accommodate more than a half-dozen officers comfortably. Georgina's eyes fixed on the tray of food and stayed there, even after she set it down. There was a large shape beyond the table, standing in front of the wall of mullioned windows that were beautifully framed in stained glass and filled the room with light. She was just barely aware of the large shape blocking some of the light, but it told her where the captain was. She had admired the windows yesterday when she had been allowed to familiarize herself with the cabin and make certain it was ready for occupancy. It was that. And fit for a king. She'd never seen anything quite like it. Certainly not on any Skylark ship. The furnishings were all extravagant pieces. At the long dining table sat a single armchair in the newest French Empire style, with bronze mounts on mahogany and bouquets of colorful flowers embroidered on an ivory background on the thickly cushioned seat, back, and sides. 5 more of these chairs were about the cabin, 2 before the windows, 2 in front on a desk, 1 other behind it. The desk was another heavy piece of finery, with large oval pedestals rather than legs, painted in classical scrollwork.
The bed,
however, was truly a piece of art, an antique of the Italian Renaissance, with tall, deeply carved posts and an even taller headboard in an arched column effect. The mattress covered in white quilted silk. Instead of a sea chest, there was a tall teakwood Chinese cabinet similar to the one her father had given her mother on his first return from the Far East after their marriage, this one decorated with jade, mother of pearl, and lapis lazuli. There was also a queen and highboy in burl walnut. Between them and standing just as tall was an ebony and brass clock in the modern style. Instead of shelves built on the wall, there was an actual mahogany bookcase with gilded and carved decorations and glass doors revealing 8 shelves completely filled with books. She recognized the Richelieu style in the commode, with marquee, floral decorations, and ormolu moldings. And behind the folding screen, with its painted English countryside on supple leather, that concealed one corner of the room was a porcelain tub that had to be special made. It was so long and wide, but thankfully not very deep, since she would probably be lugging water to it. The clutter, what there was of it, consisted of nautical instruments mostly, scattered on or near the desk, a 2-foot-tall nude statue in bronze sitting on the floor, and a copper kettle near the washstand behind the screen. Lamps, no 2 alike, were permanently affixed to the furniture or hung from hooks on the walls and ceilings. With large and small paintings, thick carpeting from wall to wall, it was a room you might find in a governor's palace, but certainly not on a ship. And it had told her nothing about Captain Malory except that he might be eccentric, or that he liked fine things around him, even if in a hodgepodge order. Georgina didn't know if the captain was facing her or looking out the windows. She hadn't looked yet, still didn't want to, but the silence was lengthening and stretching her nerves to the breaking point. She wished she could just leave without drawing his attention to her, if his attention wasn't already on her. Why didn't he say something? He had to know she was still there, waiting to serve him in whatever capacity he required. Your food, Captain, sir. Why are you whispering? The voice came to her in a whisper as soft as her own. I was told you. That is, there was mention that you might be suffering the effects of overindul. She cleared her throat and raised her pitch to amend briskly. A headache?
Sir.
My brother Drew always complains about loud noises whenever he has headaches. I thought your brother's name was Ian. I have other brothers. Don't we all? More's the pity, he remarked dryly. One of mine tried to drink me under the table last night. Thought it would be amusing if I wasn't fit to sail. Georgina almost smiled. How many times had her brothers done the same thing, not to her, but to each other? And she did get her fair share of pranks, rum in her hot chocolate, bonnet strings tied in knots, her drawers flying from the weather vane. Or, worse, strung up the mainmast of another brother's ship, so the guilty one wouldn't get blamed. Obviously, rascally brothers were universal, not confined to Connecticut. I sympathize. Captain, she thought to offer. They can be quite tedious. Quite so. She heard the humor in his tone, as if he found her remark pretentious, and so it was, for a 12-year-old boy. She really was going to have to weigh her words more carefully before she let them out. She couldn't forget for a single minute that she was supposed to be a boy, and a very young one. But it was extremely hard to remember just at that moment, especially since she had finally noted his accent was decidedly British-sounding. It would be the worst luck imaginable if he was an Englishman, too. She would have been able to avoid the others on the ship, but she couldn't very well avoid the captain. As she was contemplating swimming for the riverbanks herself, she heard a brisk, "Present yourself,
lad.
and let's have a look at you." All right, one thing at a time. The accent could be an affectation. He'd just spent time in England, after all. So she got her feet moving, came around the table, approached the dark shape until a pair of gleaming Hessian boots were clearly in her line of vision. Above them were dove-gray breeches molded to a pair of thickly muscled legs. Without raising her bowed head, she stole a quick look higher to see a white lawn shirt with billowing sleeves, cuffed tight at wrists that rested rather arrogantly on narrow hips. But her eyes went no farther than the patch of dark skin visible at mid-chest through the deep V opening of the shirt. And she got that far without abandoning her meek posture only because he was so tall.
And wide.
Not in my shadow, he continued to direct her. To the left. In the light. That's better. And then he remarked the obvious. You're nervous. Are you? This is my first job. And, understandably, you don't want to muck it up. Relax.
Dear boy.
I don't bite off the heads of babes. Just grown men. Was that supposed to be an attempt at levity for her benefit? Glad to hear it.
Oh. God.
That was too flip-sounding by half. Watch your blasted mouth. Georgie. Is my carpet so fascinating? Then, sir, you can't seem to take your eyes off it. Or have you heard I'm so ugly you'll turn into pea soup if you clap eyes on me? She started to grin at what was obviously gentle teasing meant to put her at ease, but thought better of it. It did relieve the worst of her anxiety. He was staring at her in full light, and she hadn't been denounced. But the interview wasn't over yet. And, until it was, it would be better if he still thought her nervous and attributed any more mistakes to that nervousness. Georgina shook her head in answer to his question, and as a boy of her supposed age might do, she raised her chin very slowly. She was going to execute a quick peek at him, all of him this time, and then duck her head again, a shy, childish action that she hoped might amuse him and fix in his mind her immaturity. It didn't quite work out that way. She got her sneak peek in, dropped her head again as planned, but that was as far as the planning went. Involuntarily, her head snapped back up and her eyes locked on green ones that she remembered as clearly as if they'd been haunting her dreams, and on a few nights they had. This wasn't possible. The brick wall? Here? The arrogant manhandler she was never supposed to cross paths with again? Here? This couldn't be the man she had committed herself to serve. No one could be that unlucky. She watched in fascinated horror as one tawny brow quirked curiously. Something wrong.
Lad.
No, she squeaked and dropped her eyes to the floor so fast that a pain streaked through her temples. You're not going to dissolve into pea soup after all, are you? She choked out a negative sound to that droll inquiry. Splendid. Don't think my constitution could bear it just now. The mess. You know. What was he rattling on about? He should be pointing a ringer and condemning her with an appalled. You. Didn't he recognize her? And then it registered. Even after seeing her face clearly, he'd still called her lad. That brought her head back up for closer scrutiny, and in his eyes and expression there was no surprise, no suspicion or doubt. The eyes were still intimidating in their directness, but they merely showed amusement at her nervous behavior. He didn't remember her at all. Not even Mac's name had jarred his memory. Incredible. Of course, she looked quite different from that night in the tavern when she had been done up in oversized and undersized clothing. Her clothes fit her perfectly now, not too tight or loose, and all new, right down to her shoes. Only her cap was the same. The tight bindings about her breasts and the loose ones around her waist gave her the straight lines of a boy. And then, too, the lighting hadn't been the best that night. Maybe he hadn't gotten as good a look at her as she had of him. Besides, why should he remember the incident? Considering the rough way he had handled her in the tavern, it was possible he had been as drunk as a loon. James Malory was aware of the exact moment that she relaxed and accepted his pretense of not knowing her. There had been the chance that she might bring up their original meeting, and he had held his breath when she first recognized him, afraid she might give up the game then, and there with a return of the temper he had been treated to that night at the tavern. But in not suspecting that he was on to her, she had obviously decided to hold her tongue and stick to her disguise, which was exactly what he had hoped she would do. He could have relaxed himself, except for the sexual tension that had taken hold of him the moment she walked through the door, something he hadn't felt so keenly in the presence of a woman in. Good God, it had been so long he couldn't remember the last time. Women had simply become too easily obtainable. Even competing with Anthony for the ladies' most fair had lost its challenge long before he had quit England 10 years ago. The competition had become the sport, not the prize. The winning of one particular lady simply hadn't mattered when there were so many to choose from. But here is something altogether different, a true challenge, a conquest that mattered. Why it mattered was disconcerting to a man of his jaded experience. For once, just any woman wouldn't do. He wanted this one. It could be because he'd lost her once and been more than a little disappointed over it. Disappointment in itself was unusual for him. It could be simply the mystery she represented. Or it could be no more than that cute little backside he remembered so well. Whatever the reason, having her was now all-important, yet in no way a foregone conclusion, which was why his shell of boredom had been cracked, and why he was rife with a tension that wouldn't let him relax with her standing so near. In fact, he was just short of actual arousal, which he found utterly preposterous, considering he hadn't even touched her yet, nor could he, at least not as he would like, if he was going to play this game through. And the game presented too many delightful possibilities to abandon just yet. So he put some space between himself and temptation, moving to the table to examine the contents under the silver domes. The expected knock at the door came before he finished. Georgie. Is it, Captain? He glanced over his shoulder at her. Your name?
Oh.
Yes. It's Georgie. He nodded. That will be Artie with my trunks. You can empty them while I pick through this cold fare. Would you like me to have it heated, Captain? He heard the hopeful note which betrayed her eagerness to leave the room, but he wasn't letting her out of his sight until the maiden and left England's shores behind. If she had any degree of intelligence at all, she had to know her risk of discovery was increased by their previous meeting, that even though he didn't appear to remember her now, he could at any time. In light of that, she was likely considering the alternative of abandoning ship before it was too late to do so, even if she had to swim to shore. If she could swim, he wasn't going to give her that option. The food will suffice. I haven't much appetite yet. At any rate. And when she continued to just stand where he'd left her, he added, the door.
Dear boy.
It won't open by itself. He noted the pursed lips as she marched to the door. She didn't like being prodded. Or was it his dry tone she objected to? He also noted the authoritative way she directed the cantankerous Artie in the placing of the trunks, earning a sour look from the sailor that abruptly changed her manner back to the meekness of a young lad. James almost laughed aloud, until he realized the wench was going to have a problem with her temper if she forgot who she was supposed to be each time it sparked. The crew wouldn't put up with such haughty airs from a supposed young gun. But short of announcing that the boy was under his personal protection, which would have the new members of his crew snickering behind his back, the old ones looking at the lad more closely, and Connie rolling on the deck in laughter, James would just have to keep a close eye on Georgie MacDonald himself. But that would be no hardship. She really was quite adorable in her lad's togs. The woolen cap, he remembered, still hid all her hair from him, though the sable brows indicated her hair would be dark, perhaps the rich brown of her eyes. There were no suspicious lumps under the cap, so either her hair had not been very long to begin with, or she had sheared it off for her disguise, which he sincerely hoped not. The white tunic was long-sleeved and high-necked, and fell nearly mid-thigh, which effectively hid her cute derriere. He tried to figure out what she'd done with her breasts, and, for that matter, the tiny waist he remembered holding. The tunic wasn't bulky, but fit narrowly on her frame, giving her straight lines that a wide belt bore testimony to. If there were bumps to be seen, they remained concealed under the short vest worn over the tunic. Now that was a piece of ingenious clothing ideal for her purposes. Thick with fleece on one side, hard leather on the other, the vest lay on her like a steel cage, so stiff it wouldn't flap open even in a strong wind. Untied, it showed only about 3 inches of her tunic down the front, 3 inches of flat chest and flat belly. The tunic hid the rest until her buff-colored knee breeches began. They ended just below the knee, where thick woolen stockings disguised the slimness of her calves. Being neither too loose nor too tight, they made shapely limbs look like perfectly normal boys' legs instead. He watched her silently as she meticulously went through each item in his trunks and found a place for it either in the highboy or in the cabinet-converted wardrobe. Johnny, his previous cabin boy, would have taken armfuls of clothing and just dumped them in the nearest drawer. James had yelled at him enough times for doing just that. But his little Georgie gave herself away with her feminine neatness. He doubted. She realized that. Doubted she knew any other way to do it. But how long would her disguise last with little blunders like that? He tried to see her as anyone unaware of her secret would see her. It wasn't easy because he didn't know what was under those clothes. But if he didn't know, by God, it wouldn't be that easy to guess. It was her size really that pulled it off. Connie was right. She really was a tiny thing, no bigger than a 10-year-old, though she had given her age as 12. Hell and fire. She wasn't too young for him, was she? He couldn't very well ask her. No, he couldn't believe that she was, not with what he had felt that night in the tavern, not with that luscious mouth and those soul-sucking eyes. She might be young, but not too young. She dropped the lid on the second empty trunk and glanced his way. Should I cart these out, Captain? The grin came despite himself. I doubt you can.
Dear boy.
So don't bother to strain those meager muscles. Artie will return for them later. I'm stronger than I look, she insisted stubbornly. Are you indeed? That's good to know, since you'll have to be lugging one of those heavy chairs about daily. I usually dine with my first mate in the evenings. Only him. Her eyes darted to the 5 chairs about the room, not counting the one he was now sitting in. Not your other officers? This is not a military ship, he pointed out. And I do like my privacy. She brightened immediately. Then I'll leave you, Dash. Not so fast. Young gun. He stopped her on the way to the door. Where'd you think you're off to when your duties are only in this cabin?
Well.
Assumed. That is. You mentioned privacy. My tone of voice.
Was it?
Too sharp for you.
Lad.
Sir, you're stuttering. Her head bowed. I'm sorry, Captain. None of that.
Now.
You'll look me in the eye if you've something to apologize for. Which you don't.
Yet.
I'm not your father to box your ears, or take a strap to you. I'm your captain. So don't cringe every time I raise my voice, or if I'm in a bloody rotten mood and I look at you crossly. Do as you're told. Without question or argument. And you and I will get along just fine. Is that understood? Clearly. Splendid. Then get your arse over here and finish this food for me. Can't have Mr. Ashan thinking I don't appreciate his efforts, or there's no telling what I'll find on my plate next time. When she started to protest, he forestalled it with, You look half-starved. Damn me if you don't. But we'll put some meat on those bones before we reach Jamaica. You've my word on it. Georgina had to fight to keep the frown off her face as she grabbed a chair and dragged it to the table, especially when she saw that he'd barely touched his food. Not that she wasn't hungry.
She was.
But how could she eat with him sitting there staring at her? And she had to find Mac, not waste precious time here doing nothing more than eating. She had to tell him the startling news of who the captain actually was, before it was too late to do anything about it. By the by, young gun. My privacy doesn't apply to you, the captain said as he pushed the tray of cold food across the table to her. How can it, when your duties require constant attendance on me? And besides, in a few days' time, I won't even notice you underfoot. That was heartening, but didn't change the fact that he was noticing her right now and waiting for her to begin eating. Surprisingly, she noted there was no congealing grease on the poached fish, crisply steamed vegetables, and fresh fruits. Cold. It still looked delicious. All right, the sooner done, the sooner gone. She began shoveling the food down in appalling haste, but after only a few minutes realized her mistake. It was coming right back up. Her eyes widened in horror and flew to the commode, followed by her feet as she ran to get at the chamber pot within, only one thought in her mind. Please, God, let it be empty. It was, and she yanked it out just in time, only vaguely hearing the captain's droll, "Good God, you're not going to." Well, I see that you are. She didn't care what he thought just then as her stomach heaved every bite she had just forced down, and then some. Before it was over, she felt a cold, wet cloth on her forehead and a heavy, sympathetic hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry,
lad.
I should have realized you were still too nervous to stomach food. Come on then. Let me help you to the bed.
No.
Don't argue. You'll probably never be offered the use of it again. And it's a bloody comfortable bed. Take advantage of my remorse and use it. But I don't want. I thought we agreed you'd take your orders as they came? I'm ordering you to lay yourself on that bed and rest a while. So do you need carrying? Or can you get your arse over there by yourself? From gentleness to briskness to downright impatience, Georgina didn't answer him. She just ran to the large bed and threw herself on it. He was going to be an autocrat, she could see, one of those who believed that the captain of a ship at sea was God Almighty. But she did feel wretched just now, did need to lie down, only not in his blasted bed. And there he was standing over her, now bending over her. She gasped, then prayed he hadn't heard it, for all he did was place the cold cloth back on her forehead. You ought to remove that cap and vest, the shoes.
2.
You'll be more comfortable. Georgina blanched. Was she going to have to start disobeying him already? She tried not to sound sarcastic, but put it plainly, much as you might think otherwise. Captain, I do know how to take care of myself. I'm fine the way I am. Suit yourself, he replied with a shrug and, to her relief, turned away. But a moment later she heard from across the room, by the by, Georgie, remember to fetch your hammock and belongings from the FOCSLE later, when you're feeling better. My cabin boy sleeps where he's needed. Chapter 12. Needed, Georgina croaked as she sat up in the big bed. Then her eyes narrowed suspiciously on the captain, who was slouching languidly back in the chair she had vacated, so that he was facing her and watching her. Needed for what in the middle of the night? I'm a light sleeper. Don't you know? The sounds of the ship frequently wake me. But what has that to do with me? Well, Georgie boy, he said in a tone that implied he was patiently addressing a child. What if I should need something? She started to say he could very well get it himself, when he added, that is your duty. After all, since her services had yet to be spelled out in their entirety, she couldn't very well deny it. But to have to lose sleep just because he did? And she had actually wanted this job? Not anymore. Not when it meant having to serve an autocratic brick wall. She would allow him his point for now, but wanted clarification. I suppose you mean duties like fetching you something to eat from the galley? That.
Certainly, he answered.
But sometimes I merely need to hear a soothing voice to lull me back to sleep. You do read, don't you? Of course, she replied indignantly. Too late. She realized she could have saved herself one chore at least if she had denied it. That was allowing if she'd still be here, which she was now fervently hoping she would not be. She pictured herself reading to him in the middle of the night, he lying in this bed, she sitting in a chair by it, or even on the edge of it. If he complained, he couldn't hear her. Only one lamp would be burning for her to read by, and he would be sleepy-eyed and tousled, the dim light softening his features, making him less intimidating more. Devil take it, she had to find Mac and quick. She threw her legs over the side of the bed, only to hear a sharp lie down. Georgie. She glanced his way to see he had sat forward in his chair and was frowning at her, giving every indication that if she stood up, so would he, and he happened to be between her and the door. And, blast it all, she didn't have enough nerve just then to put it to the test, not with him looking so formidable. For God's sake. This is ridiculous. But she lay back down as she thought it. Only she turned on her side to face him, and was just short of glowering back at him. She did grind her teeth for a moment in frustration before insisting. This isn't necessary.
Captain.
I'm feeling much better. I'll determine when you're better. Lad, he said arbitrarily, leaning back in his chair again now that she'd done as she was told. You're still as pale as that quilt under you. So you'll stay put until I tell you otherwise. Anger brought color to her cheeks, though she wasn't aware of it. Look at him, sitting there like a pampered lord, and in fact he was pampered, that is, and probably a lord, too. More than likely, he had never lifted a finger to do a single thing for himself in his entire life. If she ended up stuck on this ship for the next several weeks because of this unwanted concern he was forcing on her, she'd quickly become worn to a frazzle serving the likes of him and hating every moment of it. The thought was unbearable. But short of outright defiance, which she wasn't equipped to back up any more than a 12-year-old boy would be, there was no way to leave the cabin just now. Accepting that conclusion, Georgina went back to the subject of where he intended her to sleep if she was still on the ship tonight. I had assumed, Captain, that all available cabins were occupied. So they are. What's your point?
Lad.
I'm just wondering where that's going to put me and my hammock. If I'm to be near enough to hear if you summon me in the night. That got her a laugh. Where the deuce do you think it's going to put you? His amusement at her expense was as infuriating as his unwanted concern. In the drafty hall, she retorted. Which I have to tell you doesn't suit me at dash. Give over, young gun, before you have me in tears. What bloody nonsense. You'll sleep right here. Of course. Just as my previous cabin boy did. And everyone before him. She'd been afraid that was what he had in mind. Fortunately, it wasn't unheard of to her, which saved her from making a maidenly display of outrage that would have been quite inappropriate. She knew of several captains who shared their quarters with the youngest members of their crews, simply for the boys' protection. Her brother Clinton was one. Ever since a cabin boy of his had been set upon by 3 crewmen and seriously injured. She had never learned the particulars of what happened, only that Clinton had been furious enough to have the 3 attackers severely whipped. This captain, however, knew she had a brother on board who could see to her protection, so his insistence that she move in here with him was for his convenience, not any concern for her welfare. But she wasn't going to argue about it, not that he'd listen to arguments after warning her against making any. It would simply be foolish to protest if this was an established policy of his. And apparently it was if his other cabin boys had shared the room with him. So she had only one question for him. Right here where? He tilted his head to indicate the one empty corner in the room. The one to the right of the door. That will suffice. I'm sure. There's plenty of room for your sea chest and whatever else you've brought along with you. Supports are already in the walls for your hammock. She saw the hooks he was talking about, spaced just wide enough to accommodate a hammock to cross the space of the corner. Strange. She didn't remember seeing them yesterday, when she'd been in the cabin. The corner was at least a long distance from the bed, but that was the best she could say for it, since there wasn't a single piece of furniture between the 2 areas high enough to give her even a modicum of privacy. The only thing on that side of the room was the screened-off tub in the other corner near the windows, and the low commode between the corner and the door. The dining table was more in the center of the room, with everything else to the left of the door, the bed behind it, the cabinet and highboy on the far left wall, the bookcase on the same wall but by the windows again. In the corner where the desk was located in front of the windows to take advantage of the light. Will it do? Young gun. As if he would put her somewhere else if she said no. When she knew very well he wouldn't go to any trouble for the benefit of a mere cabin boy. I suppose. But would it be all right to make use of the screen? Whatever for? For privacy. You dolt, but he was looking so amused by her question. She merely replied, It was just a thought. Then don't think.
Dear boy.
Use common sense instead. That screen's bolted to the floor. Everything is, except for the chairs. And it's your duty to secure them at the first sign of bad weather. Georgina had no trouble feeling the color flood her cheeks this time. That was something she'd known about all her life. On ship, everything had to be bolted, strapped, or otherwise tacked down, or it ended up someplace other than where it belonged, usually causing a great deal of damage in the process. Where was her mind to forget such a common piece of knowledge as that? I never said I'd sailed before, she replied in defense of that bit of stupidity. From England,
Then.
are you? No, she said, too quickly and too sharply. I mean, I sailed to get here. Yes. But as a passenger. And then peevishly, since she'd only made herself sound even more ignorant, I just never took note of such things. No matter. You'll learn all you need to know. Now you're a working member of the crew. Don't be afraid to ask questions,
Lad.
Then while you have the time, Captain, would you be so good as to explain my duties to me? Other than those you've already met. She stopped when one of his golden brows rose in amusement. What the devil had she said this time to have him grinning like a loon? He didn't keep her in suspense. Be so good.
He was now laughing.
Good God.
Lad.
I should hope not. I haven't been good since I was your age. But so good. Never. It was merely a figure of speech, she replied in exasperation. What it was an indication of your upbringing.
Lad.
Manners too fine for a cabin boy. Lack of manners were a prerequisite for the job? Someone should have told me. Don't get lippy with me, brat. Or I'll pin your ears back. That's if they can be found under that bloody cap.
Oh.
They're there. Captain. Just pointy and twice the size they should be. Why else would I keep them hidden? You disappoint me.
Dear boy.
I thought surely premature baldness. Only big pointy ears. She smiled despite herself. His droll wit was really quite amusing. And who would have thought him capable of being amusing, autocratic brick wall that he was otherwise? If that wasn't surprising enough, where had she gotten the nerve to banter with him? Even more surprising was she hadn't taken him seriously, his calling her brat and threatening to pin her ears back, even though he looked quite serious when he'd said it. He said now, taking in her smile and giving one in return. The boy's got teeth after all. I was beginning to wonder. And pearly white.
2.
Course. You're young. They'll rot soon enough. Yours haven't, meaning I'm so old that I should have lost 'em all by now. I didn't, she stopped. Flustered. About my duties. Captain? Wasn't Connie specific enough for you when he signed you on? He said, I only had to serve you, not the other officers.
But no.
He wasn't specific, stating only that I would have to do whatever you required of me. But that's all there is to it. Don't you know? She gritted her teeth until the exasperation passed. Enough to get out. Captain Malory, I've heard of cabin boys having to milk cows. Good God. They've my complete sympathy, he said in mock horror. But only a moment passed before his grin came back. I haven't a fondness for milk myself.
Lad.
So rest easy. That's one task that won't be yours. Then what will be mine? She persisted. A catch-all of numerous services, you could say. You'll act as footman at table, butler when you're in the cabin, servant in general. And since I've left my valet behind this voyage, that job will also be yours. Nothing too strenuous. You see. No, just waiting on him hand and foot. Exactly what she had figured. It was on the tip of her tongue to ask if she had to scrub his back and wipe his arse, too. But although he'd said she wouldn't get her ears boxed, she didn't care to tempt him to change his mind. It was almost laughable. For God's sake, Drew's cabin boy had to do no more than bring him his meals. Yet out of all the captains to choose from in London Harbor, hers had to be a blasted Englishman, and not just English, but a useless aristocrat. If he'd ever done a lick of work in his life, she'd eat her cap. None of which, she said to the arrogant man. She was annoyed. Not crazy. James had to bite back his laughter. The wench was making such a valiant effort not to complain of the load he'd just heaped on her. He had to make up half of it. Particularly the valet part. Since he hadn't had one for more than 10 years. But the more she had to do to keep her busy in his cabin, the less she would see of his crew. More in point, the less they would see of her. He didn't want anyone else discovering her secret until he was ready to discover it himself. Then, too, the more she was in his cabin, the more he would have her to himself.
Right now.
However, he needed to put more distance than the space of the room between them. Seeing her curled up in his bed this long was giving him ideas that were not for the immediate future. Self-discipline. Old boy. He admonished himself. If you ain't got it, who does? That was a bloody good joke at the moment. It had been too long since he'd faced an actual temptation of any kind. Self-control was a simple matter when the emotions were deadened with boredom. Something else again when they were hopping around alert. Georgina had decided conversation with Captain Malory wasn't worth the aggravation it was turning out to be. Besides, silence might prompt him to seek some other diversion, like maybe captaining the ship. It might get him to leave the cabin at any rate, and the moment he did, she could, too. She hadn't thought it would bring him to the bed to check on her, but alas, she wasn't having much luck with impromptu plans today. She opened her eyes and found him looming over her. Still pale.
I see, he said.
And here I thought I'd done a commendable job of putting you at ease to remedy that nervous stomach.
Oh.
You did. Captain, she assured him. Not nervous anymore? Not even a little. Splendid. Then you shouldn't have to lie abed much longer. But there's no rush. Is there? Come to think of it, there's nothing more for you to do until you serve the next meal. A nap might be just the thing to get the color back in your cheeks. But I'm not the least bit. You aren't going to argue with every suggestion I make. Are you? Georgie. Did he have to look like a yes would get her clobbered? He'd lulled her with his affable chit-chat into forgetting that he was, after all, a dangerous man. Now that you mention it, I didn't get much sleep last night. Apparently that was the right answer, for his expression altered again. It wasn't quite friendly. Well, he never really looked all that friendly, but certainly it was less severe and once again, tinged with amusement. You're too young to have been doing what the rest of my crew was doing last night, so what kept you awake? Your crew, she answered. Returning from whatever they'd been doing.
He laughed.
Give it a few years.
Dear boy.
And you'll have more tolerance. I'm not ignorant.
Captain.
I know what sailors usually do on their last night in port. Oh? Familiar with that side of life. Are you? Remember you're a boy. Remember you're a boy. And for God's sake, don't blush again. Certainly, Georgina answered. She saw it coming. That devilish crook of brow. laughter gleaming in his so-green eyes. But even being braced for it didn't help when she heard the next question. Is that from hearsay? Or experience? Georgina choked on her gasp and coughed for a good 10 seconds, during which time the helpful captain pounded on her back. When she could finally breathe again, she figured she probably had a few broken vertebrae, thanks to the brick wall's brick-like fists. I don't believe, Captain Malory, that my experience, or lack of it, has any bearing whatsoever on this job. She had a lot more to say about his unorthodox questioning, but his quite right took the wind out of her sails. Which was fortunate, since she wasn't thinking like a 12-year-old just then.
And he had more to say anyway.
You'll have to forgive me,
Georgie.
It's my habit to be derogatory, don't you know? And indignation only invites further abuse in my book. So, do try not to take it so personally. Because to be perfectly honest with you, your displays of chagrin merely amuse me. She'd never heard anything so preposterous. And he had said it without a morsel of contrition. Deliberate goading. Deliberate teasing. Deliberate insults. Devil take him. He was a worse scoundrel than she'd first thought. Couldn't you just refrain from such provocation? Sir, she gritted out. He gave a short bark of laughter. And miss little gems of wisdom like that one?
No. Dear boy.
I don't give up my amusements. Not for man, woman, or child. I have so few of them. After all, mercy for no one. Is that it? Not even sick children get excluded? Or do you finally deem me recovered enough to get up? Captain, you had it right the first go-round. Unless, of course, you're crying pity. I might take that into consideration. Are you? Am I what? Crying pity? Wrought the man. He was challenging her by bringing pride into it. And boys at the awkward age of 12 had a great deal of pride, which he was undoubtedly counting on. A girl at that age wouldn't only cry pity, she'd be streaming tears along with it. But a boy would rather die than admit he couldn't take a bit of ribbing, even if it was unmerciful ribbing. But devil take it, where did that leave her? A woman who wanted nothing more than to slap his arrogant face, but couldn't because the masquerading Georgie wouldn't do something like that? And look at him, with features gone blank, and a tenseness in those wide shoulders and chest, as if her answer actually held some significance for him. More than likely, he had some brilliant piece of sarcasm ready and waiting for her yes that he would be disappointed to waste. I have brothers, Captain, all older than myself, she told him in a tight, frosty voice. So being baited, badgered, and teased is nothing new to me. My brothers delight in it. Though surely not as much as you do. Well said, lad. To her chagrin, he looked as pleased as he sounded.
Oh.
If only she could slap him just once before she deserted the maiden Anne. But then a whole new set of emotions rose up to choke her as the man bent forward to grasp her chin. Just as Mr. Sharp had done, for a side-to-side examination of her face. Only unlike Mr. Sharp's, the captain's touch was very gentle, with 2 fingers spread over her left cheek. All that courage. And as Connie said, not a whisker in sight. The fingers trailed down her smooth cheek to her jaw. Very very slowly, or so it seemed to her rioting senses. "You'll do, brat." Georgina was going to be sick again. If the funny queasiness now stirring in her lower belly was any indication. But her nervous stomach quieted again as soon as the captain took his hand away. And all she could do was stare at his back as he walked out of the cabin. Chapter 13. The flare-up of Georgina's queasiness might have passed for the moment, but it was still a good 5 minutes before her tumultuous thoughts quieted down enough for her to realize she was finally alone in the cabin. When she did realize it, her sound of disgust was loud enough to be heard outside the door, if anyone happened to be there. No one was, as she discovered a moment later when she yanked the door open. Mumbling to herself about brick walls and arrogant English lords, she marched to the stairs and was halfway up them before she happened to remember that she'd been more or less ordered to take a nap. She paused, worrying at her lower lip with the pulley whites Captain Malory had remarked on.
What to do then?
Well, she certainly wasn't going back to bed, regardless of that silly order. Her priorities were straight, and finding Mac and somehow getting off the Maiden, and before it was too late, came first. Yet disobeying a captain's orders was no minor thing. No matter in what terms the order had been couched, or for what reason it was given.
So,
she just had to make sure the captain didn't notice her ignoring his order. Simple. But what if he hadn't gone far? With her luck today. No, she had to think positively. If he was in sight, she could wait a minute or two for him to leave or to become distracted, but no longer than that. She was going on deck, whether he was there or not. She could always plead wanting a last look at England if she did get caught by him, though the lie would likely stick in her craw. As it happened, she was annoyed with herself for wasting precious time worrying about it when she stuck her head cautiously through the open hatch and could find no trace of the captain in the immediate vicinity. Unfortunately, there was no sign of Mac either, not even aloft, where he might be checking the rigging. Climbing the rest of the companionway, she set off in a hurry toward the bow, not daring to look behind her at the quarterdeck and who might be up there with a clear view of the lower decks. She was just short of running, hoping she wouldn't have to search from stem to stern before finding Mac. But she stopped short amidship in the narrow passage between gunwale and deck housing when her eyes happened to glance starboard. There, as far as the eye could see, was nothing but ocean. Her head snapped around to stern, and there was the land she had expected to see passing to port and starboard. Not the riverbanks she desperately needed close to hand, but the great bulk of England getting smaller and smaller in the wake of the ship. Georgina simply stared, watching her chance to abandon ship receding rapidly in the distance. How was it possible? Her eyes shot up to a sky too overcast for her to even hazard a guess at the time of day. Could it have been so late when she had carried that tray of food to the captain? A look at the bowed sails told her the ship was making better than excellent time with storm winds pushing them out to sea, but still, to have left England behind already? They had been navigating the river when she had gone below decks to meet the captain. Anger hit her swift and hard. Double damn him, if he hadn't been so bent on entertaining himself at her expense with his provoking banter and his unnecessary concern, which she saw now as no more than an opportunity to force his arbitrary will on her. She could have seen the last of him. Now. Devil take it, she was trapped on his ship, subject to his nasty whims, and likely could expect a great deal more of the aggravation she had experienced at his hands this afternoon. Hadn't he admitted that he enjoyed pushing a person to the ends of his temper? As sweet-tempered as she was, and she assured herself that she was, even she couldn't be expected to last long under such deliberate goading. She'd be provoked and provoked until she ended up slapping him, or putting up some other such female defense that would give her away. And then what? With his cruel sense of humor, she couldn't even begin to guess. Madam Luck had truly deserted her today. So had caution for the moment. When her panicky thoughts were interrupted by a sharp nudge to her shoulder. She came around snapping what? In a voice loaded with haughty exasperation. Such an impudent response naturally enough got her cuffed instantly. The blow to the side of her head slammed her into the gunnel, where her feet slowly slipped forward until her backside hit the deck. She was surprised more than dazed, though her throbbing ear hurt. And she didn't have to be told what she'd done wrong, though the belligerent sailor standing over her was quick to tell her anyway. "Sass off to me, Ag. You cheeky little bugger. And I'll toss you o'er sooner'n you can spit. And don't let me catch you blockin' the bleedin' way, Agin." Neither. The area wasn't so narrow that he couldn't have gone around her. He wasn't very big, and was skinny besides. But Georgina didn't point that out. She was too busy getting her sprawled legs out of his way, since he was about to kick them aside rather than step over them to go about his business. Meanwhile, on the quarterdeck, Conrad Sharp was having a devil of a time keeping the captain from vaulting over the railing to the deck below, as he had started to do the instant the girl had been cuffed. And to restrain him without appearing to do so was no easy task, either. "Blister it, Hawk. The worst is over. Interfere now and you." "Interfere? I'm going to break the man's bones." "Well, there's a brilliant notion," Connie tossed back sarcastically. "How better to show the crew that Georgie boy is not to be treated like a cabin boy at all, but as your own personal property. You might as well yank off that silly cap and fetch up a gown. Either way, you'll have the men's interest centered on your little friend until they find out what is so special about him that had you committing murder. And don't raise that brow at me, you bloody fool. Your fists would be lethal on someone that size, and you know it." "Very well. I'll just have the chap keel-hauled." Hearing the dry tone that signaled James had come to his senses, Connie grinned and stepped back. "No, you won't. What reason would you give?" The wench got lippy. "We heard her from here. There isn't a man aboard who wouldn't have done exactly as Tittles did with such provocation coming from such a little squirt. Besides, looks like the brother's going to take care of it. And no one will wonder about him coming to the brat's defense." They both watched as Ian MacDonald bore down on Tittles, yanking him around just as he'd been about to kick the girl. Up went the shorter man to dangle from the Scots fists, each fastened on his checkered shirt front. And although MacDonald didn't raise his voice, the warning he issued carried across the deck. "Touch the laddie again, mon. And I'm thinking I'll have to kill ye." "He puts it rather well, don't he?" James commented. "At least no one will remark on it. Coming from him. That is. You made your bloody point."
"Connie."
"You don't have to belabor it." "Now what the deuce is she saying to the Scot?" The girl had gotten up and was speaking earnestly but quietly to her brother, who still held Tittles aloft. Appears she might be trying to defuse the matter. Smart girl. She knows where the blame belongs. If she hadn't been standing about gawking. "I'm partly to blame for that," James cut in. "Oh? Did I miss something? Like seeing you down there nailing her feet to the deck. In high form, aren't we? But notice, old friend, that I'm not amused. Pity, since I am." Connie grinned unrepentantly. "But I can see you're perishing to do the noble. So go ahead. Confess why you think you're responsible for the brat's impudence." "I don't think I know," James retorted, all but glowering at his friend. "As soon as she recognized me, she decided to jump ship." "She told you that, did she?" "She didn't have to," James replied. "It was written all over her face. I hate to point out little details, old man, but she's still here." "Course she is," James snapped. but only because I detained her in my cabin until it was too late for her to do anything foolish. She wasn't on the deck gawking. She was watching her only opportunity to escape recede into the distance. And probably cursing me to everlasting hell. Well, she isn't likely to make the mistake again of getting in the way. That is. A clout on the ear usually serves as a good lesson, but it set Tittles against her.
Artie, too,
was ready to kick her arse a good one, and would have if I hadn't been there. You should have heard the imperious way she was ordering him about. You don't suppose the brat's a lady?
Do you?
James shrugged. She's an old hand at directing underlings. Whatever she is. Educated.
Too.
Or else a great mimicker of her betters. Connie's humor deserted him. Damn me. That puts a different light on this. Hawk. The devil it does. I didn't put her in those britches. And what the deuce did you think she was? A dockside whore? Connie's silence was answer enough, and drew a short bark of laughter from James. Well, you can stow the chivalry, Connie. It don't sit well on your shoulders any more than it does on mine. The cunning little baggage can be a bloody princess for all I care, but for the time being, she's a cabin boy until I say otherwise. It's a role she gave herself to play, and I mean to let her play it out. For how long? For as long as I can bear it. And then, watching the Scot release his victim, he added, hell and fire. Not even a bloody blow. I would've broken his bones. I know, Connie sighed. Appears to me you're taking this a little too personally. Not at all. No one can hit a woman while I'm around and hope to get away with it. Is that some new sentiment you've adopted since we set sail? Now, Jamie lad, he added placatingly when James turned on him. Why don't you save those killing looks for the crew, where they might do some? All right, he amended with ill grace as James took a step toward him. I take back every word. So you're a bloody champion of all womankind. I wouldn't go that far. Connie's humor returned instantly at the appalled look that came over his friend's face. Neither would I if you weren't so blasted touchy today. Touchy?
Me?
Just because I want to see that woman beater trounced on. I see I must point out the little details again. Such as Tittles ain't even aware that he hit a woman. Irrelevant, but point taken. Child beater then. Can't stomach either one. And before you open up that yapping trap to defend the little twit again, tell me if he would have been so quick to clout MacDonald out of his way. Connie was forced to concede. I dare say he would have gone around him. Quite so.
Now,
since you've ruled out all the more preferable forms of reprisal for his bullying tendencies.
And the Scot has disappointed me.
Indeed he has. In merely giving him a warning. I believe the wench saw to that. Again, irrelevant. Her wishes don't come into this. So the next time I see Mr. Tittles, it had better be with a prayer book in his hand. James wasn't referring to a religious book, but the soft stone used on the hands and knees to renew the deck surfaces that were too small for the larger holy stone to get at. After the deck was wetted down, preferably in rainy weather so water didn't have to be hauled up, sand would be sprinkled over the entire surface, then the large holy stone with its smooth underside would be dragged fore and aft by means of long ropes attached to the ends. Having to go through the same process on your hands and knees was one of the more unpleasant deck chores. You want him sanding decks that are perfectly spotless? Connie asked for clarification. For no less than 4 watches. 4 consecutive watches. Damn me. Hawk. 16 hours on his knees won't leave much skin on them. He'll be bleeding all over the deck. Pointing that out did not change James's mind as he'd hoped. Quite so. But at least his bones will be intact. I hope you know this will only make him resent your lad the more. Not at all. I'm sure you can find something about the chap to warrant such a mild punishment. Even the cut of his clothes or their condition will do. His shirt front ought to be nicely wrinkled from MacDonald's fists, don't you think? But whatever you find fault with, you're the dear fellow who'll be resented, not Georgie. Thanks much, Connie sneered. You could just let it go.
You know. They have.
James watched as the two MacDonalds headed toward the forecastle. Georgie had her hand pressed to the ear that had been clout. I doubt they have, but under no circumstances will I. So don't quibble any more about my means of retribution.
Connie.
It's either that or the Cat-O' Nine-Tails. And if you want to talk about blood getting all over the deck. Chapter 14. Blathering about brick walls again. Are ye? Did that mon hit ye sae hard then? Ye should be let me do some damage tay. I meant the captain, Georgina hissed as she hurried Mac along in search of a private spot where they could talk. He's the same two-ton ox who carted me out of the tavern that night I had hoped to forget. Mac stopped in his tracks. Ye canna mean that yellow-haired laird? He's your brick wall? He's our captain.
Oh.
Now, that isna good news. She blinked at that calm reply. Didn't you hear me? Captain Malory is the same man. I heard ye aright. But ye're no locked up in the hold. Or hasna he seen ye yet? He didn't recognize me. Mac's brows shot up. Not because he was surprised at that answer, but because Georgina sounded piqued that it was so. Are ye sure he got a good look at ye? From top to bottom, she insisted. He simply doesn't remember me.
Well.
Dinna take it personally.
Georgie.
They had other things on their minds that night. The both of them. They'd been drinking as well. And some men can forget their own names after a bad night. I thought of that. And I'm not taking it personally. She sniffed indignantly at the very thought. I was nothing but relieved. After I got over my shock of seeing him here. But that's not to say something might stir his memory yet. Like seeing you. You've a point there, Mac said thoughtfully. He glanced over his shoulder to where England was no more than a speck on the horizon. It's too late for that, she said, reading his mind correctly. So it is, he agreed.
Then. Come.
There's ta'e many ears here. He led her not to the forecastle, but below decks to the boatswain's domain. Now a room where the extra rigging was stored. Georgina plopped down on a fat coil of rope while Mac went through the motions of thinking, a bit of pacing, a bit of sighing, and tongue-clicking. Georgina practiced patience as long as she could, all of 5 minutes, before demanding, well? What are we going to do now? I can avoid them on as long as possible. And when it's no longer possible, I hope I'll have grown some hair on my face by then, he said, offering her a grin. A red bush to cover this old leather will be as good a disguise as your own. I'm thinking. It will. Won't it, she said, brightening. But only for a moment. But that only solves one problem. I thought we only had the one. She shook her head before slouching back against the bulkhead. We also have to figure out a way for me to avoid the man. Ye know that isna possible.
Lass.
Unless ye take sick. He beamed, thinking he'd just solved the matter. Ye wouldna be feeling poorly, would ye? That won't work. Mac. It will. She shook her head again. It would if I was to sleep in the FOCSLE as we assumed. But I've already been informed otherwise. And then she sneered. The captain's magnanimously offered to share his own cabin with me. What? My sentiments exactly. But the blasted man insisted. He wants me close to hand in case he needs something in the middle of the night. The lazy cur. But what can you expect of a pampered English lord? Then he'll have to be told. It was her turn to gasp as she shot to her feet.
What?
You can't be serious. Ye better believe I am. Lass. Mac nodded resolutely. Ye'll no be sharing a cabin why, a mon husne friend or kin to ye. But he thinks I'm a boy. That doesna matter. You're brothers. We'll never know, she cut in angrily. For God's sake. If you tell Malory, I could end up sharing his cabin anyway, but in a manner even less to my liking.
Did you think of that?
He wouldna dare, Mac growled.
Oh.
Wouldn't he? She demanded. Are you forgetting so soon who's captain around here? He can do anything he blasted well pleases, and protesting on your part will only get you clapped in irons. Only the blackest scoundrel would be taking such advantage.
True.
But what makes you think he isn't just that? Are you willing to risk my virtue on the thin likelihood that the man has a scrap of honor? I'm not. But, lassie, I mean it. Mac, she insisted stubbornly. Not a word to him. If I'm found out some other way it will be soon enough to learn if the Englishman has any decency, but I tell you true, I doubt it. And sleeping in his cabin is the least of my worries. It's being around him otherwise that will be a test of my fortitude. You would not believe how despicable he is, how he takes pleasure in being downright nasty. He actually admitted to me it's one of the few enjoyments he has. What is? Putting people on the defensive. Making them squirm. He treats them like butterflies. His barbs the pins that nail them to the spot. Are you exaggerating a wee bit?
Lass.
Disliking them on as you do. She was, but she didn't care to admit it to him. If she really was the boy the captain thought her to be, she wouldn't have taken offense at what was merely an older man ribbing a younger one about his lack of experience, something males invariably tended to do. And the topic of sex was a natural one between men when women weren't around. Hadn't she overheard enough conversations among her brothers, when they weren't aware that she was about, to know that? Fortunately, the door opening just then kept her from having to answer Mac. A young sailor rushed in and showed relief at finding the boatswain there. The topsail halyard is fraying under these winds.
Sir.
Mr. Sharp sent me for a new one when he couldn't find you. I'll see to it. Mon, Mac said curtly, already turning to locate the proper rope. The inexperienced sailor left gratefully. Georgina sighed, aware that Mac had no more time for her right now. But she didn't want to leave their conversation on such a bad note, or have him worrying about her. The only way to do that was to give in and admit, you were right, Mac. I've been letting my dislike of the man persuade me he's worse than he is. He said himself that he probably won't even notice me underfoot in a few days. Which means he's tested my mettle and now won't bother himself with me anymore. And you'll do your best to stay unnoticed. I won't even spit in his soup before I serve it up to the great ox. She grinned to show she was only teasing. He looked horrified to show he knew it. They both laughed before Mac headed toward the door. Are ye coming then? No, she said, rubbing her ear under her cap. I've decided the deck is more hazardous than I remember it being. This wasn't a good idea. Lass, he said regretfully, referring to their working their way home. It had been his idea, even if he had tried to talk her out of it afterward. If anything happened, she smiled, not blaming him in the least for the way it had turned out. It was no more than bad luck that had made an Englishman, and that particular one, owner and captain of this ship.
Now,
none of that. We're on our way home, and that's all that matters. There's nothing else to do but grin and bear it for a month. I can do it, Mac. I promise. I'm practicing patience. Remember? You just remember to practice around him, he replied gruffly. Him most of all. Now go on before someone else comes down for that halyard. I think I'll just stay in here for the time being, until duty calls again. He nodded and left her. Georgina wedged herself between two fat bundles of rope and rested her head back against the bulkhead. She sighed, thinking the day couldn't get any worse. Malory.
No. He had a
first name. James Malory. She decided she didn't like the name any more than she did the man. Be honest, Georgina. You can't stand the sight of him. For God's sake. His touch even made you sick. All right. So she disliked him a lot. A whole lot. And not even just because he was English. There still wasn't anything to be done about it. In fact, she'd have to pretend otherwise. Or, at least pretend indifference. She yawned and rubbed at the binding cutting into the skin around her breasts. She wished she could take the thing off for a few hours, but she knew she didn't dare. Getting discovered now would be worse than she had counted on because he would be the one to decide her fate. But as she started to nod off, her lips tilted up into a smug little smile. The man was as stupid as he was obnoxious. He'd been so easy to fool, seeing only what she wanted him to see, and that was worth gloating over. Chapter 15. Georgie. Her head had rolled forward in sleep, but now it slammed back against the bulkhead as she was startled awake. Fortunately, the bulk of her hair and the cap cushioned the blow, but she still glared up at Mac, who continued to shake her shoulder. She opened her mouth to snap at him, but he got his say in first. What the devil are you still doing down here? He's got men searching the whole ship, fair ye.
What?
Who? And then it came rushing at her. Where she was, and who else was on this ship.
Oh.
Him. She snorted. Well. He can.
No.
Wrong attitude. What time is it? Am I late serving his dinner? More'n an hour late. I'd say. She swore under her breath as she scrambled to her feet and headed directly for the door. Should I go straight to him? Do you think? Or get his dinner first? She asked him over her shoulder. Food first. If he's hungry, it might help. She swung around to face him. Help what? He's not angry. Is he? I haven't seen him. But use your head. Lass, Mac admonished. This is your first day serving under him. And already you've neglected. I can't help it if I fell asleep, she cut in, her tone a bit too defensive. Besides, he as much as ordered me to take a nap. Well, then, I would no worry about it. Just get yourself going afore any more time's wasted. She did, but she worried too. The captain might have told her to sleep, but in his cabin, where he could have awakened her when it was time to fetch his food. Wasn't that why he wanted her near? So she'd be there for whatever he needed doing? And here he'd had to send people looking for her.
Damn, double damn.
And she had thought she was through with anxious moments for this day at least. She rushed into the galley so quickly. The three men there stopped what they were doing to gawk at her. "The captain's tray? Is it ready, Mr. Ashan?" He pointed a flour-coated finger. "Been ready. But is it hot?" He drew himself up to his medium height in an affronted manner. "Sure, and why wouldn't it be, when I've just now filled it for the third time? I was going to send Hogan. Here." His words trailed off as she left as quickly as she'd entered, the heavy tray, much larger than the one she delivered earlier, weighing down her arms, but not slowing her down. Three men called to her on the way that the captain was looking for her. She didn't stop to answer. She just got more anxious. "He said he won't box your ears." He said he won't, but she had to keep reminding herself of that all the way to his door. Once again before she knocked and heard the curt command to enter. And still one more time before she did. And the first thing she heard as she stepped inside was the first mate's voice saying, "Ought to box his ears."
Oh.
She did hate that man. She truly did. But instead of revealing to him the flash of heat in her eyes, she bowed her head, waiting to hear James Malory's opinion, which was the one that counted. She heard only silence. However, tortuous silence, since it told her nothing of the captain's mood. And she refused to look at him, imagining his expression to be at its most intimidating, which would only increase her trepidation. She jumped when he finally asked, "Well, what have you to say, young gun?" Reasonable. He was going to be reasonable and listen to whatever excuse she had to offer. She hadn't expected that, but it brought her head up to meet those bright green eyes. He was sitting at his table, his empty table, with Conrad Sharp, and she realized suddenly that because of her tardiness, both men had had to wait for their dinner. And yet she was feeling relief because the captain wasn't looking like thunder held over. He was still intimidating, but then he always would be, big ox that he was. But there was no hint of anger about him. Of course, she had to remind herself, she didn't know how this man would look when he got angry. He might look just as he did now. Maybe a flogging, too, Conrad suggested into the continuing silence. To teach the brat to answer when he's asked a question. Georgina didn't hesitate to blast him this time with a fulminating glare. But all it got her was a chuckle from the tall redhead. A glance back at the captain showed he was still waiting, his expression still inscrutable. "I'm sorry, sir," she said at last, putting as much contrition into her tone as she could manage. "I was sleeping, as you told me to do." One golden brow crooked in what she decided was a very irritating affectation. "Imagine that, Connie," the captain said, though his eyes never left her. "He was only doing what I told him to do. Of course, as I recall, I told him to sleep here, in that bed yonder." Georgina winced. "I know, and I tried. Really I did. I was just too uncomfortable in. What I mean is, devil take it, your bed was too soft. There. Better that lie than admitting the only reason she couldn't sleep there was because it was his bed." "So, you don't like my bed?" The first mate was laughing, though she couldn't imagine why. And the captain's irritating brow actually rose up a bit higher. And was that amusement in his eyes now? She should be relieved. Instead, she felt she was the butt of some joke that had no punchline, and she was really getting tired of being a source of entertainment without knowing why. Patience. Georgina. Indifference. You're the only Anderson besides Thomas who doesn't have a temper. Everyone says so. I'm sure your bed is nice, sir. The best there is, if you like things soft and cushiony to sleep on. I prefer firmer stuff myself. So. She broke off, frowning, as the first mate burst into another round of hearty laughter. James Malory had apparently choked on something, for he was bent over in his chair, coughing. She almost demanded to know what Sharp found so funny this time, but the tray was getting heavier to hold up. And since they were thoughtlessly forcing her to stand there with it while she explained her late arrival, she would rather get it over with. So, she continued, throwing the word out sharply to regain their attention, I thought to collect my hammock, as you also told me to do. But on the way to the FOCSLE, I saw my brother who wanted a word with me, so I followed him below for just a minute, but then, my stomach acted up again suddenly. I was only going to lie down for a second or two until it passed. But the next thing I knew, Mac was waking me up and giving me a blistering scolding for falling asleep and neglecting my duties. A blistering scolding. Is that all? What did he want? Blood? Actually, I got my ears boxed. They're likely twice as big now. Are they? Saves me the trouble.
Then. Don't it?
But then he added in a softer tone. Did it hurt? Georgie. Well, of course it hurt, she retorted. Do you want to see the damage? You'd show me your pointy ears.
Lad?
I'm flattered. Indeed, I am. She was glowering by now. Well, don't be. Because I won't. You'll just have to take my word for it. And I know you think this is highly amusing, Captain. But you wouldn't if you'd ever had your own ears boxed.
Oh.
But I have. Innumerable times. Until I began boxing back. I'd be pleased to show you how. How what? To defend yourself. Dear boy. Defend. Against my own brother? Her tone implied she wouldn't even consider it. Your brother. Or anyone else who bothers you. Her eyes narrowed then. Suspiciously. You saw what happened, didn't you? I haven't the faintest notion what you seem to be accusing me of.
Now.
Do you want lessons at fisticuffs or not? She almost laughed at the absurdity of it. She almost said yes. For it might be a useful thing to know. At least while she was on this ship. But lessons from him would only mean more time spent with him.
No.
Thank you, sir. I'll manage on my own. He shrugged. Suit yourself.
But,
Georgie, the next time I tell you to do something, see that you do it as I tell you, not as you might prefer. And if I ever find myself put to the inconvenience of worrying again that you might have fallen overboard, I'll bloody well confine you to this cabin. She blinked at him. He said it without the slightest raised inflection, but that was a dire warning if she'd ever heard one, and she didn't doubt for a moment that he meant it. But it was ridiculous. It was on the tip of her tongue to tell him she likely knew her way around a ship better than half his crew, that the chances of her falling overboard were nil. But she couldn't say that when she'd pretended ignorance of ships previously. Of course, his having worried over her she didn't believe at all. Inconvenience, said Idle, no worry but an empty belly, which he meant to see never happened again. He was a blasted autocrat, was all, but she'd already known that. Into the silence came Mr. Sharp's dry inquiry. if we're not going to have the cat o' nine sent for. James. Do you mind terribly if we have our dinner instead? You always were ruled by your gut. Connie, the captain retorted dryly. So some of us are easy to please.
Well.
What are you waiting for? Brat. Georgina thought how nice the tray of food would look dumped in the first mate's lap. She wondered if she dared pretend to trip.
No.
Better not. Or he'd fetch that cat o' nine tails himself. We'll serve ourselves. Georgie. Since you're running late tonight in your duties, the captain said as she shoved the tray on the table between them. She looked at him in mild inquiry. She wasn't about to feel guilty about forgetting to do something she hadn't been told about. But he got a rise out of her anyway when he wasn't forthcoming with an explanation, wasn't even paying attention to her now as he examined the meal that was quickly being revealed by his loathsome friend. What duty have I overlooked? Captain?
What? Oh.
My bath. Of course. I like it directly after dinner. With fresh water or sea. Fresh. Always. There's more than enough. Hot. But not scalding. It usually requires about 8 buckets full.
8.
She dropped her head quickly, hoping he hadn't noticed her dismay. Yes. Sir.
8.
And will that be once a week or every other? Very amusing. Dear boy, he said with a chuckle. That's every day. Of course. She groaned. She couldn't help it. And she didn't care if he heard her or not. The big ox would have to be fastidious. She would love a bath every day.
2.
But not when it meant lugging heavy buckets all the way from the galley. She turned to leave, but was arrested by the first mate's comment. There's a bucket rail housed on the poop deck, squirt. You can try it, but I doubt you've the muscle to tote 4 buckets at a crack. So use the water cask at the top of the stairs for the cold fill. It'll save you a bit of time, and I'll see it's replenished for you each evening. She nodded her thanks. The best she could do at the moment. So, what if he was actually being nice? In making the suggestion. She still didn't like him or his clean captain. Once the door closed behind her, Connie wanted to know, since when do you bathe every evening when you're aboard ship? Hawk. Since I acquired that darling girl to assist me. I should have known. Connie snorted. But she won't thank you for it when she counts all the blisters on her hands. You don't think I mean to have her tote all those buckets?
Jew?
Heaven forbid she should develop muscle where she doesn't need it.
No.
I've already arranged for Henry to show what a kind-hearted chap he is. Henry? Connie grinned. Kind-hearted, and then, you didn't tell him? Course I didn't. And he didn't ask you why? James chuckled. Connie. Old man. You're so accustomed to questioning every bloody thing I do that you forget no one else dares. Chapter 16. Georgina's hands were trembling a bit as she piled the dishes back onto the tray and cleaned up the captain's table, and not because they'd been put to heavy use. No, she'd had to do no more than carry all those buckets from the door to the tub, thanks to a blustery Frenchman who'd gotten all upset when she sloshed water on the deck. His name was Henry, and he wouldn't listen to her protests when he ordered 2 crewmen, not much older than Georgie was supposed to be, to carry the buckets for her. Of course, the boys were a lot bigger than she was, and certainly stronger, and she had only protested because she felt she ought to, and because she figured they would grumble at having to do her job for her. But they didn't protest. And Henry's last testy word on the subject was that she should grow a little before she attempted to do a man's job. She almost took offense at that, but wisely held her tongue. The man was helping her. After all, even if he didn't see it that way. She'd still had to do some carrying, since her helpers dropped their load outside the door, refusing to enter the captain's cabin. She didn't blame them at all. She wouldn't enter his domain, either, if she didn't have to. But the little bit of carrying she did wasn't responsible for her trembling hands. No, they trembled because James Malory was behind the bath screen taking his clothes off, and just knowing that was making her more nervous than she had been at any other time today. Fortunately, she didn't have to stay in the cabin. She had the dishes to return to the galley, and she still had her hammock to collect from the crew's quarters in the forecastle. But she wasn't out of the room yet. And she was still there when she heard the water splash. She tried to force it away, but an image came to her mind of that big body easing into the hot water, steam coming up to surround him and wilt that thick mass of golden hair. Beads of moisture would form across his massive chest until his skin reflected the light of the lantern hanging over him. He would lean back and close his eyes for a moment as his body relaxed in the soothing heat. And there the image ended. Georgina simply couldn't picture that man relaxed. Her eyes flared wide when she realized what she'd been doing. Was she crazy?
No.
It was the stress and strain of a perfectly horrid day. And the day wasn't even over yet. Angrily, she tossed the last dish on the tray and swiped it up, heading for the door. But she didn't quite reach it before the captain's deep voice floated out to her. "I need my robe. Georgie." His robe? Where had she put it? Oh, yes, she'd hung it in the cabinet, a thin piece of emerald silk that likely wouldn't fall past his knees. It certainly wouldn't offer any warmth. She'd wondered when she'd seen it earlier what it was even used for. But when she couldn't find any nightshirts in the captain's belongings, she decided he must sleep in it. She returned the tray to the table, quickly grabbed the robe out of the cabinet, and nearly ran across the room to toss it over the screen. But she'd no sooner pivoted back toward the table when she heard from him again. "Come around here, lad."
Oh. No.
No, and no again. She didn't want to see him relaxed. She didn't want to see the glistening skin she had just pictured in her mind. "I have to fetch my hammock, sir." "It can wait, but I don't want to disturb you setting it up." "You won't, but come here, Georgie." She heard the impatience in his voice. "This will only take a minute." She glanced wistfully at the door. Her only escape. Even a knock just then would save her from having to go behind that screen. But there was no knock. No escape. He'd made it in order. She gave herself a mental shake and stiffened her spine. What was she afraid of anyway? She'd seen her brothers at their baths, and at all ages, too. She'd fetched towels for them, washed their hair for them, even washed Boyd entirely that time he burned both hands. Of course, he'd only been 10 and she 6, but it wasn't as if she'd never seen a man unclothed. With 5 brothers under her roof, it was a wonder she hadn't had more than just 1 or 2 embarrassing glimpses in all these years. "Georgie, I'm coming. For God's." I mean, she came around the screen. "What can I do?"
"For
you." Oh, God, it just wasn't the same. He wasn't her brother. He was a big, handsome man who was no relation to her at all. And his skin was glistening wet bronze and stretched so tautly over those brick-like muscles, bulging muscles. His hair hadn't wilted, either. It was too thick to wilt, except for a few strands that curled damply over his forehead. She might think of him as an ox, but only because he was so big and broad. He was indeed broad, but solid. She doubted there was a soft part on his whole body, except maybe one. She flamed at the thought, and prayed fervently he didn't notice. What the devil is wrong with you? Young gun. She'd annoyed him, obviously, in not coming immediately. She lowered her eyes to the floor, a safe place at the moment, and hoped she looked suitably contrite. I'm sorry,
Sir.
I'll learn to move quicker. See that you do. Here. The wash rag with the soap inside it hit her square in the chest. The soap dropped to the floor. She caught the rag. Her eyes were now huge circles of dread. You want a new one? She asked hopefully. She heard a snort. That one'll do just fine. Come and wash my back with it. She'd been afraid he was going to say something like that. She couldn't do it. Get close to that naked skin?
Touch it?
How could she? But you're a boy, Georgie, and he's a man. He sees nothing wrong in asking you to wash his back, and there wouldn't be if you were a boy. Getting your ears boxed affected your hearing, did it?
Yes.
I mean, no, she sighed. It's been a long day, Captain, and nervous tension can wear a boy out. I understand perfectly.
Lad.
You can turn in early, since I've nothing more for you to do tonight. After you do my back. She stiffened. She'd thought for a second there that she was getting a reprieve, but she should have known better. All right. She'd wash his blasted back. What choice did she have? And maybe she could take some skin off while doing it. She swiped up the soap and came around the end of the tub. He leaned forward as she did, so when she got there, his entire back was presented to her, so long, so wide, so masculine. The water, as much as she'd poured in, still only rose up a few inches above his hips. The tub was so big.
And it wasn't murky.
The man had nice buttocks. She caught herself staring. Just staring. And wondered for how long. Not long. Or he would have said something. Impatient devil that he was. Annoyed with herself. Furious with him for making her do this. She slammed the wash rag into the water. Then mutilated the soap with it until she had enough suds to wash 10 bodies. This she slapped against his back. Then began to rub with all her might. He didn't say a word. And she began to feel guilty after a moment, seeing the red marks she was leaving behind. She eased the pressure, and her anger eased with it. She was staring again, fascinated at the goose flesh that appeared if she touched a sensitive spot, watching the dark bronze skin disappear under bubbles, then reappear as they popped. The cloth was so thin, it was almost as if it weren't there, as if there was nothing between her hand and his slick skin. Her movements became slower. She was washing areas she'd already washed. And then it happened. The food she'd gulped down while waiting for the bathwater to boil in the galley was starting to churn in her stomach. It was the weirdest feeling, but she didn't doubt for a moment that it was going to be full-fledged nausea. And she'd be mortified if she threw up again in his presence. Can I help it if it makes me sick to get near you, Captain? That would really go over well, wouldn't it? I'm finished, sir. She handed the wash rag over his shoulder. He didn't take it. Not quite.
Lad.
My lower back. Her eyes dropped to that area, streaked with suds that had dribbled down. But she couldn't actually remember if she'd washed there or not. She attacked it swiftly, relieved that enough suds floated in the water now that she could no longer see through it. She even plunged the cloth a few inches below the water to the very base of his spine, giving him no excuse to say she hadn't done a thorough job. But she had to bend way down to reach it, bringing her closer to him. So close she could smell his hair. She could smell his clean body, too. And she had no trouble hearing his groan. She jerked back so fast. She hit the wall behind her. He jerked around just as fast to stare up at her. The heat in his eyes impaled her where she was. "I'm sorry," she gasped. "I didn't mean to hurt you. I swear I didn't. Be easy. Georgie." He turned back around, dropping his head onto his raised knees. "It's just a minor stiffness. Nothing you could have known about. Go on. I can finish easily enough now." She bit her lip. The man sounded as if he were in pain. She ought to be glad. But for some reason she wasn't. For some reason she had an urge to. To what? Soothe his hurt? Had she gone absolutely mad? She got out of there as fast as she could. Chapter 17. James was on his second glass of brandy by the time Georgie returned to the cabin. He had himself in hand again, but was still smarting over how easily the girl's innocent touch had aroused him. Talk about well-laid plans gone down the bloody drain. He'd meant to have her rinse him, to hand him his towel, to help him into his robe. He meant to see those pretty cheeks blush with color. Instead, he would have been the one with the hot cheeks if he'd stood up at that point. He'd never in his life suffered an embarrassment over an honest reaction of his body, and he wouldn't have this time, except that to her mind, his reaction would have been caused by a boy. Damnation! What a coil, when the game was to have been so simple. The advantage was to be his, while she was between wind and water, as they say, which was a vulnerable position. He'd envisioned seducing her with his manly form, until she would be so overcome with lust that she would toss off her cap and implore him to take her. A splendid fantasy, where he would play the innocent, unsuspecting male attacked by his wanton cabin boy. He would protest. She would beg sweetly for his body. He would then do the gentlemanly thing and give in. But how was any of that to come about if the old John Henry raised his head every time she got near? And if she happened to notice? The darling chit would think he had a fondness for boys. And that wouldn't inspire anything in her but disgust. Bloody hell. He'd have her confessing who she was just so he wouldn't get any ideas. His eyes followed her as she crossed over to the corner he'd assigned her. She carried a canvas bag tucked under her arm, a hammock slung over her shoulder. The bag was fat enough to contain more than a few articles of boys' attire. There was likely a dress or two inside, and maybe something that would shed some light on the mystery surrounding her. He'd picked up a few more pieces of the puzzle tonight. Connie had pointed out the very natural way she'd said FOCSLE instead of forecastle. Only someone familiar with ships would use the abbreviated term. Yet she'd claimed an ignorance of all things nautical. And she called her brother Mac. Now there was a telling little tidbit, leading him to believe the Scot was no relation to her at all. Friends and acquaintances might call MacDonald Mac, but family would use his given name or some other nickname, not one that each family member could equally claim for himself, all being MacDonalds. Yet she did have a brother or two. She'd mention them without having to think about it. So, who was the Scot to her? Friend, lover, a husband? By God, she'd better not have a lover. She could have all the bloody husbands she liked. Dozens for all he cared. But a lover was serious business. What he intended to be himself. Georgina could feel his eyes on her as she hooked her hammock to the wall. She'd located him sitting behind his desk when she came in. But as he hadn't said anything to her, she didn't speak either, nor had she looked his way again. But that one glance. He was wearing that emerald robe. She'd never realized what a splendid color emerald could be on the right person. On him, it darkened the green of his eyes, highlighted the fairness of his blonde locks, mellowed the deep bronze of his skin. And so much skin was visible. The closing V of the robe was so wide and deep, it barely covered his chest. A mat of golden hair sheened in the lamplight, from nipple to nipple, from above his chest to below. Georgina pulled the high neckline of her shirt away from her skin. This blasted cabin seemed awfully hot this evening. Her clothes felt more weighty, her bindings more uncomfortable. But the most she dared remove for sleeping was her boots. She did that now, sitting on the floor to pull them off and set them neatly up against the wall. And she could still feel James Malory's eyes, watching her every movement. Of course, she had to be imagining it. What reason would he have to watch her, unless... She glanced at her hammock and grinned. The captain was probably waiting to see her climb into her swinging bed and fall flat on her arse. He probably even had some droll comment ready to toss at her about clumsiness or inexperience, something really nasty and guaranteed to embarrass her. Well, not this time. She'd been in and out of hammocks since she could walk, had played in them as a child, napped in them when she was older, and spent whole days on whatever Skylark ship was in port. There was less likelihood of her falling out of one than out of a normal bed. The captain would just have to swallow his ridicule this time. And she hoped he'd choke doing it. She settled into her swinging bunk with the ease of an old salt, then glanced quickly toward the desk in the opposite corner of the room, hoping to catch the captain's surprise. He was looking her way, but to her chagrin, his expression gave nothing away. "You're not actually going to sleep in those clothes, are you, young gun?" "Actually, Captain, I am." She must have scored with that, for he was frowning now. "I didn't mean to give the impression you'd be in and out of bed all night long."
You know.
"Did you assume so?" "I didn't." She did, but everything he knew about her was a lie anyway, so what was one more? "I always sleep with my clothes on. I can't remember why I started doing so. It's been so long, but it's a habit now." And for good measure, just in case he had the audacity to suggest she change her habits, she added, I doubt I could get to sleep without being fully clothed." "Suit yourself." "I have my sleeping habits,
too.
Though I dare say they're quite the opposite of yours." What was that supposed to mean? Georgina wondered, but didn't have long to find out. The man stood up, came around his desk heading for his bed, and stripped out of his robe on the way.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
This isn't happening to me. He's not strutting across the room naked and giving me a full frontal view of him doing it. But he was, and her female sensibilities were outraged. Yet she didn't squeeze her eyes shut, not immediately anyway. After all, this was not something she saw every day, not something she would likely have ever seen, for he was truly a splendid specimen of manhood right down to his toes. She couldn't deny it, no matter how much she wished he had some fleshy sides, or a pot belly, or a tiny. "Don't blush, you ninny. No one heard you think it but yourself. And you didn't even complete the thought. So he's extra fine-looking in every respect. It's nothing to you." Her eyes closed tight finally, but she'd already seen more than was good for her. His naked image was not something she was likely to forget anytime soon. Devil take him. The man simply had no shame. No, that wasn't fair. She was supposed to be a boy. What was a little nakedness between males? An eye-popping experience for her, that's what. "Would you put out the lamps, Georgie?" She groaned, and was afraid he'd heard her when he sighed and added, "Never mind. You're already abed. And we wouldn't want to test the fates that put you there on your first try." Her teeth gnashed together. So he'd gotten the blasted jibe in anyway. The man was a devil clear to the core. She almost said she'd see to the lanterns anyway. She'd show him that the fates had nothing to do with her and her hammock. But she'd have to open her eyes to do it, and he wasn't in bed yet, and covered up, and coming face to face with him undressed. Well, she'd be smart not to. But her eyes cracked open anyway. The temptation was just too great to resist. And besides, if the man was going to put on a show, she reasoned, he ought to have an audience to appreciate it. Not that she did. Certainly not. It was just curious fascination, not to mention self-preservation. She'd keep her eye on a snake if it was this close to her, wouldn't she? But as interesting as she found this unusual experience, she wished he'd hurry up. She was starting to feel nauseous again, and this time, he wasn't even close to her. Lord, but he had nice buttocks. Was the room getting hotter? And such long legs, such firm flanks. His masculinity was overwhelming, blatant, intimidating. Oh, God, was he coming toward her?
He was. Why?
Oh, the lantern over the tub. Double damn him for frightening her like that. When he doused it, her end of the room darkened. Only one light remained by the bed. She closed her eyes and kept them closed. She would not watch him getting into that heavenly soft bed. What if he didn't use a cover? The moon had already risen, had lit the deck above quite brightly, and was bound to light the cabin through that wall of windows. She wouldn't open her eyes again to save her soul. Well, that was a bit extreme. Maybe just to save her soul. Where was he now? She hadn't heard his feet padding back toward his bed. By the by,
lad,
is Georgie your given name? Or just a pet name your family has burdened you with? He's not standing right next to me. Stark naked. He's not. I'm imagining it. Imagining the whole thing. He never dropped his robe. We're both sleeping already. What's that? I didn't hear you.
Lad.
Didn't hear what? She hadn't said a word. She wasn't going to either. Let him think she was asleep. But what if he touched her to wake her, just for her answer to his stupid question? As tense as she was right now, she'd probably scream her head off, and that just wouldn't do. Answer him, you ninny, and he'll go away. It's my given name. Sir. I was afraid you'd say that. It really won't do.
You know. Why?
I've known females to call themselves that. Short for Georgette or Georgiana. Or some other god-awful long name. And you wouldn't care to be likened to a female, would you? I never gave it much thought one way or the other, she replied in a fluctuating tone. Half growl. Half squeak. Well,
don't worry about it, lad.
It might be the name you're stuck with, but I've decided to call you George. Much more manly, don't you think? He didn't give a fig what she thought, and she cared even less what he thought. But she wasn't going to argue with a naked man standing only inches away from her. Whatever pleases you, Captain. Whatever pleases me. I like your attitude, George. Indeed, I do. She sighed as he walked away. She didn't even wonder why he was chuckling to himself. And despite her firm resolve, after a moment her eyes cracked open again. But she'd waited too long this time. He was in bed and decently covered. But moonlight did indeed flood the room, so she had a clear view of him stretched out on his bed, his arms crossed behind his head, and smiling. Smiling? It had to be a trick of the light. And what difference did it make anyway? Disgusted with herself, she turned over to face the corner, so she wouldn't be tempted to look at him anymore. And she sighed again, unaware that this time it was a purely deflated sound. Chapter 18. Georgina had had the worst time getting to sleep that night, but the next thing she knew, the captain's voice was calling, "Show a leg, George," the age-old sailor's adage that meant shed the covers quick and get moving. She blinked, and sure enough, daylight filled the cabin. bright enough for her to suppose she'd overslept. She located the reason behind her lack of sleep and found him dressed, thank God, or at least partially so. Breeches and stockings were better than nothing. And even as she watched, he slipped into a black silk shirt similar in style to the white one he'd worn yesterday, though he didn't lace up the front closing. The breeches were black, too. Give him an earring, and the cursed man would look like a pirate in that billowing shirt and tight pants, she thought uncharitably, and then sucked in her breath as she noticed he was wearing an earring today. A small golden one just barely visible under the blonde locks, still disarrayed from sleep, and not combed back yet. "You're wearing an earring." That brought those bright green eyes to her. And the affectation she considered his most arrogant and irritating habit. The raising of just one golden brow. "Noticed.
Did you?
And what'd you think of it?" She wasn't awake enough yet to think of being flattering instead of truthful. "Baldly," she said. "It makes you look piratical." His grin was positively wicked. "Do you think so?" "I would have said rakish myself." She caught herself about to snort. She managed to just sound curious instead. "Why would you want to wear an earring?" "Why not?"
Well,
he was a fount of information this morning, wasn't he? And what did she care if he wanted to look like a pirate, as long as he wasn't one in actuality? "Well, come along, George," he said briskly now. "The morning's half gone." She gritted her teeth as she sat up, swung with the hammock a few times, then dropped to the floor. He called her George with a good deal of relish. It seemed as if he knew how it would irritate her. More manly sounding indeed. She knew of a number of Georges called Georgie, but not another female other than herself with that shortened name. "Not used to sleeping in a hammock, are you?" She glared at him, really fed up with his inaccurate assumptions. "Actually, I could hear you tossing about all night long. All that squeaking rope woke me a number of times. I don't mind telling you. I trust that's not going to be a nightly occurrence."
George.
"I suppose I'd have to offer to share my bed with you just so I won't be disturbed." She blanched,
Even though he sounded as if he'd hate doing it.
She had little doubt he'd do it anyway, and insist, no matter her protests. Over her dead body. "It won't happen again, Captain. See that it don't.
Now.
I hope you've a steady hand." "Why?" "Because you'll be scraping the whiskers from my cheeks." She would?
No. How could she?
She might get sick again. And she could just see herself puking in his lap. She'd have to tell him about this propensity she had for getting nauseous when she got too close to him. She groaned inwardly. How could she tell him something like that? He'd be so insulted. There was no telling what he'd do to her. He could, after all, make her life utterly miserable. Much worse than it already was. "I've never shaved anyone,
Captain.
I'd likely nick you to pieces." "I sincerely hope not,
Dear boy.
since this is one of your duties. And as a valet, you'll have to improve. Notice I've had to dress myself this morning."
She was going to cry.
There was just no way she would be able to avoid getting close to him. And he'd eventually notice that she had a serious aversion to him. How could he not if she ran for the chamber pot several times a day? But maybe it wasn't him. Maybe she was seasick. When she'd sailed the eastern coast with her brothers on short runs and never suffered it. When she'd crossed the ocean to England without the tiniest upset. It was him. But she could tell him she was seasick. Couldn't she? She felt much better suddenly, and even smiled as she promised. I'll do better tomorrow, Captain. Why, he just stared at her for a long moment before answering curtly. She didn't know. Very well. I have to confer with Connie. So you've about 10 minutes to fetch some warm water and dig out my razors. Don't keep me waiting, George.
Well,
he was certainly put out that he'd had to dress himself. Wasn't he? She thought as he slammed the door behind him. He hadn't even bothered to put on boots. She hoped he got splinters in his feet.
No.
He'd probably make her pick them out. She sighed, then realized she had the cabin to herself for a few minutes. She didn't hesitate to head straight for the commode. If it weren't for Malory's blasted time schedule, she wouldn't chance it. But she'd never make it down to the hold to the chamber pot she'd hidden away there, not in the 10 minutes allotted her to fetch the water for his shaving. Nor could she wait until she was finished shaving him. But after this, she was going to have to work on getting up before he did, so she had more time. James slammed back into the cabin the same way he'd left, with a lot of noise, the door hitting the wall this time. He expected to startle Georgie and meant to, her with her unexpected smile that he'd felt clear to his gut. Well, he'd startled her all right. If the color of her cheeks was any indication, she was going up in flames of mortification, too. But he was still the more startled. What a bloody dense ass he was, not to have considered how a female pretending not to be a female would manage such things as bathing and nature's calls, even changing her clothes, on a ship full of men. By moving her into his cabin, he'd given her more privacy than she would have had otherwise, but that was for his sake, not hers, part of his game. There was still no lock on the door, no place where she could be assured of a little privacy. With his mind centered on getting her pants off, he really should have considered these things. She must have before she decided on this pretense. And it would be a safe bet that his cabin was not the place she had determined would offer the least risk of discovery. He'd more or less forced her to take this chance by rousing her from sleep and ordering her immediately to her duties. It was his fault she was now hiding her face against her pretty bare knees. And there wasn't a bloody thing he could do about her embarrassment and still keep up the pretense. If she really were a George, he wouldn't back out of the room making apologies, would he? He'd treat the matter as nothing out of the ordinary, and it wouldn't be, if she were a George. But she wasn't. And by God, there was nothing ordinary about this situation. The darling girl did have her pants down, and his senses had been relishing that fact since he'd stormed into the room. James rolled his eyes ceilingward and stomped around the bed to find his boots. This is too much, he thought. She smiles at me and I get aroused. She sits on a bloody chamber pot, and I get aroused. Don't mind me, George, he snapped out more sharply than he meant to. I forgot my boots, Captain. Please. Now, don't get missish. Do you think the rest of us never have to use that thing? Her groan told him plain enough he wasn't helping. So he simply got out of there, slamming the door once again, and carrying his boots out with him. He was afraid the incident was going to be a setback for him. Some women could be peculiar about such things, like never wanting to set eyes again on a man who'd witnessed their embarrassment, or caused it. And a man didn't have a prayer if he happened to do both. Bloody everlasting hell. He had no idea how this girl would react. Whether she'd laugh it off, blush for a few days, or dive under the nearest bed and refuse to come out. He hoped she was made of sterner stuff. Her masquerade suggested she had courage and a good deal of audacity. But he just didn't know. And his mood took a swing for the worse that he was having any kind of setback at all, especially after the progress he had made last night. Georgina wasn't thinking about hiding under any beds. Her options were quite clear. She could jump ship, keep company with the rats in the hold for the rest of the voyage, or murder James Malory. And the last had the most appeal no matter how she looked at it. But when she got up on deck, she heard that the captain was passing out punishments left and right, and for no good reasons, or, as one sailor put it, because he had a barnacle up his arse. And that, translated simply, meant he was displeased about something and taking it out on anyone foolish enough to cross his path this morning. Some of the color that had still been riding her cheeks receded immediately. By the time she got back to the cabin with the warm water for his lordship's shaving, she decided that he just might be more embarrassed than she was.
Well,
not more. No one in the entire world could ever have been more
mortified than she.
But if he had felt even a tiny bit of that, then she could live with it, she supposed, especially if it had so upset him as to put him in a black mood. Of course, that reasoning gave him a sensitivity she wouldn't have thought him capable of. His reaction was directly related to hers. If she hadn't behaved like such a ninny, Mrs. He'd called her, then he would have thought nothing of it. But he knew he'd embarrassed her worse than any of his taunts could ever do, and so he was ashamed to have done it. The door opened hesitantly a few minutes later, and Georgina almost laughed when the captain of the Maiden and actually stuck his head around the door to see if it was safe to come in this time. "Well, are you ready to cut my throat with my own razors, young gun? I hope I'm not that unskilled." "I sincerely share that hope." He shed his uncertainty, which had been comical, it was so unsuited to the man, and sauntered toward the table where she had set the basin of water. His razors were spread out on a towel, next to which more towels were stacked, and she had already whipped up a lather in the cup she found for that use. He had been gone much longer than 10 minutes, so she had also set the room to rights, making his bed, stowing her own, picking up his discarded clothes to wash later. The only thing she hadn't done was fetch his breakfast, but Sean Ashan was cooking that now. Looking over the setup, he remarked, "So, you have done this before?"
"No."
"I've watched my brothers do it. Better than total ignorance, I suppose."
"Well,
have at it then." He peeled his shirt off and tossed it farther down the table, then turned his chair sideways and sat down facing her. Georgina just stared. She hadn't expected to work on him while he was half-dressed. It wasn't necessary. She had extra towels, big ones, to wrap around his shoulders to protect his shirt. Devil take him. She'd use them anyway. But when she tried to, he pushed them away. "If I want you to smother me, George, I'll let you know." The idea of cutting his throat appealed to her more and more. If it wouldn't be so messy, and if she wouldn't have to clean up the blood, she'd give in to the impulse. With all that skin to distract her, it just might happen anyway, accidentally. Of course, she could shave him. She had to do it. And best do it quickly, before that wretched nausea flared up to make it an even more difficult task. Just don't look down, Georgie, or up, or anywhere but at his very ordinary whiskers. How disturbing can whiskers be? At arm's length, she spread the lather on thickly, but she had to get closer to do the actual scraping. She was looking at his cheeks, concentrating on her task, or trying to. He was staring up at her eyes. When her gaze happened to collide with his, her pulse picked up its beat. And he didn't look away. She did, but she could still feel his eyes on her and the sudden heat they were causing. "Stop those blushes now," he chided. "What's a little bare arse between men?" She hadn't even been thinking of that. Curse and rot him. But now her face was twice as hot, and got hotter. for he wasn't going to let the subject pass. I don't know why I should, since it's my cabin, he said testily. But I'm going to apologize, George, for what happened earlier. You'd think I walked in on a bloody girl, the way you carried on. I'm sorry, sir. Never mind that. Just put a damn sign on the door next time if your privacy means so much to you. I'll honor the bloody thing. And no one else comes in here without permission. A lock on the door would be even better. But she didn't suggest it. She hadn't expected this much. Was amazed that the man could be so considerate. Generous even when he didn't have to be. She might even be able to take a real bath now, instead of a quick sponge off down in the hold. Blister it, George. I'm rather fond of this face. Leave me some skin on it, will you? He startled her so. She thoughtlessly snapped. Then do it yourself, and threw the razor down on the table. She was stalking away from him when his dry tone hit her in the back.
Oh, my.
The brat has a temper. Does he? She stopped, her eyes widening with the realization of what she'd just done. Her groan was quite loud, and when she turned about, she looked as apprehensive as she felt. I'm sorry,
Captain.
I don't know what came over me. A bit of everything, maybe. But honestly, I don't have a temper. You can ask Mac. But I asked you.
Now.
You aren't afraid to be truthful with me, are you, George? That was worth another groan, though she kept this one to herself. Not at all. Should I be? I don't see why. Your size gives you an advantage.
You know.
You're too small to cuff or flog, and I wouldn't inconvenience myself by assigning you extra duty as punishment. Now would I? So you can feel free to speak your mind to me.
George.
Ours is a close relationship, after all. And if I should cross the line into being disrespectful, she couldn't resist asking.
Why?
I'd blister your backside. Of course. That is about the only recourse I have for a lad your age. But that isn't going to be necessary, is it, George?
No.
Sir. It most certainly isn't, she gritted out, horrified and enraged at once. Then come along and finish my shave. And do try and be a little more careful this time. If you would not talk, I might be able to concentrate better. She couched it as a suggestion. Her tone was utterly respectful, but his despised brow still shot upward. Well, you said I could speak my mind, she mumbled angrily as she stepped forward and picked up the razor again. And as long as I'm at it, I hate it when you do that. The other brow rose to join the first, but now in surprise. Do what? She waved the hand that held the razor toward his face. That supercilious lifting of the eyebrows. Good God. Brat. You bowl me over with your diction? Indeed you do. So, now you think it's funny? What I think,
dear boy,
is that you took me much too literally. When I said you could speak your mind, it was not with the thought that you would be foolish enough to criticize your captain. In that you crossed the line. As I believe you well know. She did know it, and had only been combing the waters.
So, to speak.
To see just how far she would sink before drowning. Not far at all. Obviously. I'm sorry, Captain. I thought we agreed yesterday that you'd look me in the eye if you were going to apologize. That's better. So you hate it?
Jew.
Devil take it. Now he was amused. And she hated that even more than his brow raising. Especially since he never bothered to share the joke with her. I feel it's in my best interest not to answer that, Captain. He burst into laughter at that. Well said.
George.
You're learning. Indeed you are. His pleasure with her included a clap on the shoulder. Unfortunately, this sent her careening into his open thigh, which precipitated his having to grab her to keep her from tumbling over his leg. She'd grabbed him, too, to stop the fall herself. When they both realized they were holding onto each other, the ship could have sunk and they wouldn't have noticed. But the electrifying moment was come and gone in a matter of seconds, for he released her as fast as she did him. As if fire hadn't leaped between them in that brief span of time. The captain said, albeit unsteadily, "My whiskers have likely grown an inch since you got started."
George.
I do hope you'll get the hang of this before we reach Jamaica. Georgina was too flustered to answer. So she just brought the razor up to his face and began working on the side she'd yet to scrape. Her heart was fluttering wildly. But why shouldn't it? She'd thought she was going over his leg head first. It had nothing to do with touching him. But when she turned his face to finish up the other side, she saw the dots of blood where she'd nicked him. Without thinking about it, her fingers gently wiped the spots. I didn't mean to hurt you. If her voice had been soft in saying it. His was much softer in his reply. I know.
Oh. God.
Here comes the nausea, she thought. Chapter 19. Are ye ailing? Georgie lad. Just Georgie will do. Mac.
Nay.
It willna. He glanced around the poop deck to make sure they were alone before adding. I've caught myself nearly calling ye lass when I shouldna. I need the reminding. Suit yourself. Georgina reached listlessly into the basket sitting between them for another rope to splice to the one in her lap, which she'd already joined to 3 others by interweaving the rope ends together. She'd offered to help Mac with the mundane chore just to pass the time, but wasn't paying much attention to what she was doing. Already he'd had to open one of her splices with a marlin spike and have her start over. She hadn't said a word or noticed the mistake herself. Mac, watching her, shook his head.
Oh.
Ye are ailing. Yuri being much too agreeable. That got a rise out of her. But only just barely. I'm always agreeable. No, since ye got it into ye we head to sail off to England. Ye havena been. Ye've been a prime pain in the arse since that notion took ye. He had her full attention now. Well, I like that, she huffed. You didn't have to come along.
You know.
I could have reached England perfectly well without you. Ye knew vera well I'd never let ye sail alone. Short of locking ye up. I had nae choice. But I'm thinking I should have locked ye up. Maybe you should have. He heard her sigh and snorted. There you go agreeing why me again. And ye've been acting passing strange all week. Is the mon working ye tae hard? Hard? She couldn't say that he was. In fact, half the things the captain had told her she'd have to do, she'd never gotten around to doing. He was usually up and partially dressed before her in the morning. The one time she beat him out of bed, he behaved as if she'd done something wrong rather than right. She was learning to distinguish his moods, from his customary drollery to his really nasty taunts when he was annoyed about something, and that morning he'd been seriously annoyed. He'd made it seem like a punishment, her having to dress him that day. His comments, his manner, everything made it seem so, and had her swearing she'd be a slug abed the rest of the voyage. She hoped she'd never have to experience anything so nerve-wracking again. Having to get close to him was bad enough. But to do it when she knew him to be angry.
Well,
so far it hadn't happened again. Nor had he ever asked her to help him undress for his bath in the evening. Even that hadn't turned out to be an everyday occurrence, as he had implied it would. He still wanted his back scrubbed when he did bathe, but 2 nights out of the last 7, he'd told her not to bother with the bath at all, had even offered her the use of his tub instead. She declined, of course. She hadn't been ready to risk a total strip-down yet. Even if he had been honoring the sign, she sat outside his door several times each day. Then there was the shaving of him. That first time, she didn't know why she hadn't been sick. It had felt like all hell had broken loose in her belly. If she had had to stand there much longer, the morning would likely have had a different ending. Instead, she'd finished his chin with a few strokes, tossed a towel at him, and run out of the cabin before he could stop her, yelling that she'd be back in a trice with his breakfast. He'd only asked her to shave him once more, and that time she'd nicked him in so many places. He'd told her sarcastically that he'd be wise to grow a beard. But he didn't. Most of the crew did, including the first mate, but the captain continued to shave each day, either in the morning or in the late afternoon.
He just did it himself now.
Not once had she had to play footman for him. He either ate right from the tray she brought in or waved her away when she tried to place the dishes before him. And not once had he disturbed her sleep to ask for something in the middle of the night, as he'd assured her he would. All in all, she had very little to do and a lot of free time on her hands. This she spent in the cabin when it was vacant, or on deck with Mac when it wasn't, trying to limit her times with the captain to only what was necessary. But if she was acting strange, enough for Mac to notice, it was entirely James Malory's fault. The scant week she had been on his ship seemed more like forever. She was constantly tense, had lost her appetite, was losing sleep, too. And she still got nauseous if he came too close to her, when he looked at her in a certain way, sometimes even when she stared at him too long, and every time she was treated to the flagrant flaunting of his naked body, which was every blasted night. It was no wonder she wasn't sleeping well, no wonder she was a bundle of nerves, and it was no wonder Mac noticed. She would have preferred not to discuss it at all. She was so confused over what she was feeling. But Mac was sitting there staring at her, awaiting some kind of answer. Maybe some common-sense advice from him was just what she needed to put a new perspective on what was bothering her. The work isn't hard physically, Georgina allowed, staring down at the rope in her lap. What's hard is having to serve an Englishman. If he were anyone else. I ken your meaning. Here ye were in a snit to leave. Her head snapped up.
A snit?
A snit. Practicing impatience then. But the point is you were in a hurry to leave England and all things English behind. And it was that vera impatience that has ye stuck now. Why, just what you were trying to get away from. Him being a laird only makes it worse. He acts like one. I agree, she said disdainfully. But I doubt he actually is. Don't they have some cardinal rule about aristocrats and trade not mixing? Something of the like. But they didn't all follow it.
Besides,
there's nae cargo. If ye recall, I say he isna in trade. At least no this voyage. But he is a laird. A viscount, as I heard it. How splendid for him, she sneered. Then sighed heavily. You were right. That actually does make it worse. A blasted aristocrat. I don't know why I doubted it. Look on this experience as atoning for your impulsiveness and hope your brothers take that into account before they drop the roof on your head. She grinned slightly. I knew I could count on you to cheer me up. He snorted and went back to splicing. She did,
too.
but she was soon brooding again over what was really bothering her. She finally decided to broach it. Have you ever heard of a person getting sick when they get too close to something? Mac. His light gray eyes pinned her with a curious frown. Sick how?
Sick.
You know, nauseous. His brow cleared instantly.
Oh.
Lots of foods will do that. When a man's already feeling poorly from drink. Or a woman's going to have a bairn.
No.
Not when something is already wrong with you. I meant when you're feeling perfectly fine. Until you get close to a certain thing. He was frowning again. A certain thing.
Is it?
And will you be telling me what this thing is that's making you sick? I didn't say it was me, Georgie.
Oh. All right, she snapped.
So it's the captain. Half the time I get near him, my stomach reacts horribly. Only half.
Yes.
It doesn't happen every time. And you've actually been sick? Actually vomited. Once. Yes.
But. Well.
That was the first day. When I just found out who he was. He forced me to eat. And I was just too nervous and upset to hold anything down. Since then, it's just been the nausea. Sometimes worse than other times. But I haven't vomited again yet. Mac pulled at the red whiskers now covering his chin, mulling over what she'd said. What he suspected, he discounted, and so didn't even mention it to her. She disliked the captain too much to be attracted to him, much less to be experiencing any sort of sexual desire that she might be mistaking for nausea. Finally, he said, could it be the scent he wears?
Lass.
Or the soap he uses? Or maybe even something he puts on his hair? Her eyes widened just before she laughed. Now, why didn't I think of that? She jumped up, dropping her pile of rope into his lap. And where are ye off to? It's not his soap. I use it myself to sponge off. And he doesn't use anything on his hair. Just lets it fly any which way. But he's got a bottle of something he uses after he shaves. I'm going to go smell it now. And if that's it, you can guess where it's going. He was pleased to see her smiling again, but reminded her, he'll miss it if you just toss it over the side. She almost said she'd worry about that later, but there was no point in courting trouble with that attitude. So I'll tell him the truth. He's an arrogant beast.
But. Well.
He's not so insensitive that he'd continue to use something if he knew it made me ill. I'll see you later, Mac. Or tomorrow, at any rate, she amended, noting the sun was on its downward swing. Ye promise you will na do anything to get yourself punished? If he knew what punishment she'd been warned of, he wouldn't have to ask that. I promise. And she meant it. If it was the captain's cologne that had been causing her such distress, there was no reason not to tell him about it. She should have mentioned it sooner. She was thinking, just before she ran right into him on the lower deck. Her stomach flipped over, which brought a grimace to her face that she wasn't quick enough to hide. James Malory remarked, seeing it. You must have read my mind, George. Captain, your expression. You've divined that I have a bone to pick with you about your bathing habits. Or should I say, your lack thereof. Her face turned pink, then almost purple with indignation. How dare?
Oh. Come now, George.
Do you think I don't know lads your age look on bathing as some kind of heinous torture?
I was a lad, once myself. You know.
But you're sharing my cabin. Not by choice, she got in. Regardless, I have certain standards I adhere to. Cleanliness among them. Or at the very least, the smell of cleanliness. He twitched his nose just for good measure. She was sure. And if she weren't so furiously affronted, she might have burst into laughter, considering what she and Mac had just been discussing. He found her smell offensive?
God.
How ironic. And what poetic justice if it also made him ill. He was continuing. And since you haven't made the slightest effort to rise to my standards, I'll have you know. Do not interrupt me again, George, he cut in his most autocratic tone. The matter has already been decided. Henceforth, you will make use of my tub for a thorough scrubbing no less than once a week, more often if you like, and you will begin today. And that, dear boy, is an order. So, I suggest you get busy if you're still missish in desiring privacy for such things. You will have until the dinner hour. She opened her mouth to protest this new high-handedness of his, but the raising of that detestable golden brow reminded her that she didn't dare. Not when he'd made it a blasted order. Yes. Sir, she said, infusing the sir with as much contempt as she could manage without getting cuffed for it. James frowned as he watched her stomp away, wondering if he hadn't just made a colossal mistake. He had thought he'd be doing her a favor by ordering her to take a bath, at the same time assuring her she'd have the privacy to do it. As closely as he kept tabs on her, he knew she hadn't had a decent one since she'd come aboard. But he also knew that most women, ladies in particular, cherished their baths. He was sure that Georgie was simply still too fearful of discovery to chance it. Ergo, he would take the matter into his hands and force her to do what she would be most grateful for. What he had not expected was that she would get indignant about it, though if he had been thinking clearly, which he couldn't quite seem to manage lately, he would have. You do not tell a lady she stinks. You bloody ass. Chapter 20. Georgina's anger dissolved in the warm water the very moment she lay back in the long tub. It was heavenly, almost as good as her own tub at home. Hers conformed more to her size, but having the extra room was nice, really nice. The only thing she lacked were her scented oils and her maid to help rinse her long hair, and the confidence that she wouldn't be disturbed. But the tub was long enough to submerge completely, hair and all. The chafed and deeply grooved skin around her breasts burned when the water first covered it. But even that was minor compared to the joy of being totally clean, totally unbound. If only the captain hadn't insisted. Oh, devil take it, she was glad he had. It would have taken her at least another week to get up the nerve to do it on her own. And she'd been feeling very sticky lately from the salt air, the heat in the galley, not to mention how hot this cabin got every time the captain took off his clothes. A hurried sponge bath just wasn't enough. But as much as she wanted to, she still couldn't linger in the tub. She had to be back in disguise before the dinner hour, hair dried and stuffed away, breasts flattened again. And there was always the possibility that the captain might actually need something from the cabin, and in that case, he wasn't likely to honor her privacy sign. The screen was there to hide her, but still, just the thought of being completely naked with him in the same room was enough to make her blush. But he was true to his word and didn't come below until much later. By then she'd had her dinner, had his waiting for him. Enough for two, though Conrad Sharp didn't join him that evening. It wasn't until she left to fetch the water for his bath that she remembered that bottle of sweet water he used. She decided she'd have a sniff of it the moment he stepped behind the screen, but as it happened, He sent her off for extra water tonight to wash and rinse his hair with, and by the time she got back with it, he was ready to have his back scrubbed. Annoyed now, mostly with herself for having missed the opportunity to get to that bottle when he wasn't around, she made short work of washing his back. She would still have the few moments while he dried himself, and thinking of that rather than what she was doing helped to keep the nausea down, though she didn't even notice its absence this once. Since she always kept his towels near enough for him to reach, she left him as soon as she sluiced the last bucket of water over his back and headed straight for his highboy. But as her luck had been running lately, it wasn't surprising that he came around the screen while she was still standing there with the bottle in her hand. And the only reason she was caught was that she'd been so disappointed after taking a whiff of the cologne. She didn't put it away immediately. The scent was spicy, a little musky, but it didn't bring on her nausea, as she'd been so sure it would. No, it was the captain who made her sick, not the smell of him. I hope you haven't disobeyed a direct order. George, his voice came at her sharply. Sir, what do you think you're doing with that bottle? She realized then what he was implying and quickly corked the bottle and put it back. It's not what you think,
Captain.
I wasn't going to use it, even if there was a need to, which there isn't.
I did bathe, I
promise you I did. I'm not so foolish as to think I could mask an offensive smell with a little sweet scent from a bottle. I know some people do,
but I'd rather be.
That is, I wouldn't. Glad to know it. But that does not answer my question.
Lad. Oh.
Your question. I just wanted to sniff it when he wears it all the time. He'll never buy that.
Georgie.
And what's wrong with the truth? After all, he wasn't a bit hesitant in telling you that he found your scent offensive. Actually, Captain, present yourself.
George.
I'll see for myself if you're telling the truth. She gritted her teeth in exasperation. The blasted man wanted to smell her, and it wouldn't do a bit of good to protest. He'd just make it an order, and get annoyed himself because he had to. But he was only wearing that indecently thin robe. She was beginning to feel the heat already. She came around the bed slowly. She was wringing her hands by the time she stood before him. And he made no pretense about it. He bent, stuck his nose by her neck, and sniffed. She might have gotten through it without incident if his cheek hadn't rubbed against hers. What the deuce are you groaning about? He said it as if he should be the one groaning. And he sounded quite put out. But she couldn't help it. She felt as if everything inside her was clamoring to get out. She stepped back quickly, far back, so she could breathe again. She couldn't meet his eyes. I'm sorry, Captain, but there's no delicate way to put this. You make me ill. She wouldn't have been surprised if he came forward and clobbered her. But he didn't move an inch. He simply said in the most indignant tone she'd ever heard from him, I beg your pardon. She would have preferred to be clout than try to explain this. What had made her think she could tell him the truth, when the truth was so horribly embarrassing for her, not him? Obviously, this was her problem. There was something wrong with her, since no one else got sick around him. And he might not even believe her, might think she was merely trying to get back at him for implying that she smelled bad, when she knew very well she didn't. In fact, he was more than likely going to think just that and get mad. The devil take it. Why hadn't she just kept her mouth shut? But it was too late now, and quickly, before he decided to stomp all over her, she explained, I'm not trying to insult you, Captain. I swear I'm not. I don't know what the problem is. I asked Mac, and he thought maybe your scent was doing it. That's what I was doing with your bottle. Smelling it.
But it's not that.
I wish it was, but it's not. It could be only coincidence. She brightened with that thought, which just might save her neck, and even dared to glance up at him to expound on it. Yes, I'm sure it's just a coincidence. What is? Thank God. He sounded calm. Looked it.
2.
She'd been afraid he would be mottled with rage by now. That I only get sick when you're around. Mostly when I get too near you. Best not to mention the times when just looking at him did it, or his looking at her. In fact, she'd be smart to end this subject and fast. But it's my problem,
Sir.
and I won't let it interfere with my duties. Please, just forget I mentioned it. Forget. He sounded as if he were choking. She squirmed, wishing she could drop through the floor. He wasn't calm as she'd thought. Maybe he was in shock over her audacity, or so angry that words failed him.
What kind
Of sick. Worse and worse. He wanted details. Did he believe her? Or was he hoping to prove she was just being spiteful, so he could feel justified in clobbering her? And if she tried to pass it off as nothing now, he really would think she'd only been trying to get back at him, but was now regretting it. She was indeed regretting opening her big mouth. But as long as she'd gone this far, she'd better stick with the truth. But she braced herself before saying, I'm sorry, Captain, but the closest comparison I can think of is nausea. Have you actually?
No.
It's just this real funny queasiness I feel. And shortness of breath. And I get so warm.
Well.
Actually hot. But I'm almost positive it's not fever. And this weakness comes over me. Like my strength is just draining away. James just stared, unable to believe what he was hearing. Didn't the wench know what she was describing? She couldn't be that innocent. And then it hit him, where it hurt the most, and he felt every one of her symptoms himself. She wanted him. His unorthodox seduction had worked, and he hadn't even known it. And he hadn't known it because she didn't know it. Bloody hell. Ignorance was supposedly bliss, but in this case hers had caused him pure hell. He had to rethink his strategy. If she didn't know what she was feeling, then she wouldn't be attacking him and begging him to take her, would she? So much for that splendid fantasy. But he still wanted her confession first. It would give him the upper hand in dealing with her if she didn't know he'd seen through her disguise. These symptoms, are they terribly unpleasant? He asked carefully. Georgina frowned. Unpleasant? They were frightening because she'd never experienced anything like it before. But unpleasant? Not terribly, she admitted. Well, I wouldn't worry about it any longer.
George.
I've heard of this problem before. She blinked in surprise. You have? Most definitely. I also know the cure. You do? Absolutely. So you may go on to bed.
Dear boy.
And leave the matter to me. I'll take care of it.
Personally.
You may depend upon it. His grin was so wicked. She had the feeling he was funning with her. Maybe he hadn't believed her after all. Chapter 21. Are you asleep yet? George. She ought to be. She turned in more than an hour ago. But she was still wide awake. And she didn't have the captain's nakedness to blame for it tonight, for she'd kept her eyes firmly closed this time from the moment she climbed into her hammock. No, Tonight it was just plain old curiosity keeping her awake, wondering if the captain really did know what was ailing her, and if there really was a cure for it. If there was a cure, what could it possibly be? It was probably some vile concoction that would taste horrible. If it didn't, he would probably make sure it did. George? She considered feigning sleep. But why bother? A trip to the galley to fetch him something might tire her out. If that was what he wanted. Yes. I can't sleep. She rolled her eyes, already having figured that out. Can I get you something?
No.
I need something to soothe me. Perhaps if you read to me for a while. Yes. That ought to do it. Light a lamp. Will you? As if she had any choice. She thought as she rolled out of her hammock. He'd warned her she might be called upon to do this. But she hadn't been sleeping either, so it made no difference tonight. She knew why she wasn't sleeping, but she wondered what was keeping him awake. She lit the lantern hanging by her bed and took it with her to the bookcase. Is there anything in particular you'd like to hear, Captain? There's a thin volume. Bottom shelf. Far right. That should do the trick. And pull up a chair. It's a quiet, soothing voice I need. Not shouting across the room. She paused. But only for a second. She really hated the idea of getting near his bed while he was in it. But she reminded herself that he was decently covered. Nor did she have to look at him. He only wanted her to read. And maybe the book would be boring enough to put her to sleep.
2.
She did as he'd instructed, dragging a chair over near the foot of his bed and setting the lantern on the dining table behind her. I believe there's a page marked, he said as she settled in the chair. You may begin there. She found the page, cleared her throat, and began to read. There was nary a doubt that I had ever seen such big ones, round and ripe. My teeth ached to bite them. God, what tripe! This would have them both asleep in minutes. I pinched one and heard her gasp of delight. The other beckoned my mouth, which was panting to oblige. Oh, heaven! Oh, sweet bliss, the taste of those succulent breasts. Georgina slammed the book closed with a horrified gasp. This. Yes. I know. It's called erotica.
Dear boy.
Don't tell me you've never read such garbage before. All boys your age do. Those that can read. That is. She knew she ought to be one of all those boys. But she was too embarrassed to care. Well, I haven't. Are we being missish again? George?
Well.
Read on.
Anyway.
You'll find it educational. If nothing else. It was times like this that she hated the pretense of her disguise the most. Georgina wanted to blister his ears about corrupting the morals of young boys. But Georgie would likely welcome the corruption. Do you actually like this garbage? I believe you called it. Good God.
No.
If I liked it, it wouldn't put me to sleep. Now would it? That he sounded so appalled lessened some of her embarrassment. But not even the threat of torture could get her to open that disgusting book again, at least not while he was around. If you don't mind, Captain, I'd rather find some other book to bore you with. Something less.
Less.
Priggish as well as missish. Are you? A long sigh came from the bed. I can see I'm not going to mock ya. Man of you, in just a few weeks.
Well.
Never mind.
George.
It's a bloody headache that's keeping me awake. Anyway, but your fingers can take care of it just as well. Come and massage my temples, and I'll be asleep before you know it. Massage. As in touching and getting closer? She didn't budge from her chair. I wouldn't know how. Course you wouldn't. Not until I show you. So give us your hands. She groaned inwardly. Captain. Damnation, George. He cut in sharply. Don't argue with a man who's in pain. Or, do you mean for me to suffer all night? When she still didn't move, he lowered his voice, though its tone was still brusque. If it's that ailment you're worried about, lad, putting it from your mind will help. But whether it takes you or not, my malady takes precedence over yours just now. He was right. Of course. The captain was all-important, while she was just his lowly cabin boy. To try and put herself before him would come across as the actions of a spoiled, thoughtless child. She changed position slowly, sitting down very gingerly beside him on the bed. Put it from your mind, as he said, and whatever you do, don't look at him. She kept her eyes trained on the arched columns in the headboard behind him, so she started when his fingers closed over hers and drew them to his face. Pretend he's Mac. You'd do this willingly for Mac or any one of your brothers. Her fingertips were pressed to his temples, then moved in very small circles. Relax.
George.
This isn't going to kill you. That was going to be her own next thought. But Georgina wouldn't have put it quite as dryly as he did. What must he be thinking? That you're afraid of him.
Well.
She was, though she couldn't say exactly why anymore. Living so closely with him this week. She honestly didn't think he would hurt her.
But.
Then what? You're on your own now.
George.
Just keep up the same motion. The warmth of his hands holding hers was gone, but it made her notice the warmth of his skin beneath her fingertips. She was actually touching him. It wasn't so bad, until he moved slightly, and his hair fell over the backs of her fingers. How soft his hair was and cool. Such contrast. But there was more heat. She could feel it coming off his body near her hip. It made her realize he didn't have the thick, quilted cover drawn up. Only the silk sheet. The thin silk sheet that would do no more than cling to him. There was no reason for her to look, no reason at all. But what if he fell asleep? Was she supposed to just go on massaging when it was no longer necessary? But he'd snore once he was asleep. That would let her know. But she had yet to hear the man snore a single time. Maybe he never did. And maybe he was asleep already. Look. Just do it, and get it over with. She did, and her instincts had been right. She shouldn't have. The man looked positively blissful, eyes closed, lips curved in a sensual smile, and so handsome it was sinful. He wasn't asleep. He was just enjoying her touch. Oh God. It came on her in waves, the heat, the weakness, a tempest set loose inside her. Her hands fell away from him. He caught them so quickly she gasped, and slowly he returned them, not to his temples, but to his cheeks. She was cupping his cheeks and staring into his eyes. Piercing eyes. Hot green. Mesmerizing green. And then it happened. Lips to lips. His to hers. Covering. Opening. Flaming hot. She was sucked into the vortex. Sinking. A whirlpool of sensation taking her deeper and deeper. How much time passed she'd never know, but gradually Georgina became aware of what was happening. James Malory was kissing her with all the passion a man could put into a kiss, and she was kissing him back, as if her very life depended on it. It felt as if it did, but it felt right. Her nausea had returned worse than ever before, but it felt wonderful now and right, too.
Right?
No, something wasn't right. He was kissing her. No, he was kissing Georgie. She went hot, then cold with shock. She pushed away from him frantically, but he held her fast. She only managed to break the kiss, but that was enough. Captain. Stop. Are you mad? Let me. Shut up. You darling girl. I can't play this game anymore. What game? You are mad.
No. Wait.
She was drawn over him, then under him, his weight pinning her down in the soft bed. For a moment, she couldn't think again. The familiar nausea.
Not so familiar now.
Much too pleasant now. Was spreading. And then it clicked. You darling girl? You know, she gasped, shoving his shoulders back so she could see his face and accuse him properly. You've known all along, haven't you? James was in the throes of the most powerful lust he had ever experienced in his life. But he still wasn't so far gone that he was going to make the mistake of fessing up to that one. Not when it looked as if what promised to be a prime temper was gathering steam. I wish to bloody hell I had known, he growled low as he shoved the vest off her shoulders. And I'll have an accounting from you later. You may depend upon it. Then how? Oh. She clung to him as his mouth seared her neck to her ear. When his tongue swirled about her earlobe, she shivered deliciously. They're not pointy at all. You little liar. She heard his deep chuckle and felt an urge to smile in answer, and that surprised her. She should be apprehensive over her unmasking, but with his mouth on her, she wasn't. She should be stopping what he was doing, but with his mouth on her, she couldn't. She hadn't an ounce of strength or will to even try. She did hold her breath when a single tug took away her cap and stocking both, spilling the dark mass of her hair out on the pillow and unmasking her in truth. The apprehension she felt now, however, was wholly female in nature, in hoping he wouldn't be disappointed with what he saw. And he was most thorough in his examination, and very still as he looked her over. When his green eyes finally met hers, they were blazing with intensity again. I ought to thrash you for hiding all this from me. The words didn't frighten her. The way he was looking at her belied any serious intent toward thrashing. On the contrary, the meaning behind the words sent a pleasant thrill right down to her toes. The voracious kiss that followed sent the thrill rushing everywhere else. It was quite some time before she could breathe again. Who needed to breathe? She didn't. And she still wasn't doing it right. Was gasping really as those experienced lips moved around her face and neck. When her shirt was removed with such subtle finesse, she barely noticed. But she did notice the teeth at her breast bindings that started to tear his hands quickly ripped apart. She hadn't been expecting that, but then everything that was happening was so far out of her experience, there was no hope of anticipating anything. Somewhere in the muddle of her mind was the thought that disrobing her was a consequence of her deceit, that he was doing it only to make absolutely sure there would be no more surprises for him. Then why all the kisses? But she couldn't hold on to that thought, not when he was staring at her breasts. Now, this was a crime.
Love.
What you did to these poor beauties. The man could make her blush with a look, but his words. It was a wonder her skin tone wasn't permanently pink. It was a wonder, too, that she had any thoughts left, for no sooner had he made the remark than his tongue was tracing the red lines and grooves left from the bindings. And his hands, They had each covered a breast and were gently massaging, soothing, as if he were merely trying to offer commiseration for their long imprisonment. She would have done the same thing had she removed the tight bindings herself, so she didn't even think to suggest he not do that. And then his hand plumped up one breast to offer to his mouth, and she had no more thoughts for a while, just feelings. Unlike Georgina's. All of James's faculties were working perfectly. They just weren't very manageable. But then it wasn't necessary to concentrate as he would with any other seduction. Not with the darling girl cooperating so enthusiastically. In fact, he had to wonder who was seducing whom. Not that it made the least bit of difference at this point. By God, she was exquisite, much more than he had supposed. The delicate features he had come to know were incredibly enhanced by the wealth of dark hair now framing her small face. And even in all his imaginings, he hadn't guessed how luscious her little body would be. There had been no indication that her breasts would be so bountiful, her waist so narrow. But he'd known all along that the cute little derriere that had so intrigued him in that tavern would be perfect in shape and resiliency, and he wasn't disappointed. He kissed each cheek as he bared it, and promised himself he'd devote more time to that adorable area later. But right now, Georgina wasn't ignorant of lovemaking. She'd overheard her brothers too many times discussing such things in plain, and sometimes crude terms not to have gathered a general idea about how it was done. But she hadn't associated that with what was happening to her until now, when she felt his body with all of hers. Skin to skin. Heat feeding heat. She didn't even wonder how, or when he'd finished her disrobing. She realized she was now as naked as he, but she was feeling too many other things to be embarrassed. He was on top of her, pressing her down, surrounding her in a purely dominant way. Vaguely, she thought she ought to be crushed, brick wall that he was, but she wasn't, not at all. His large hands were holding her face while he kissed her, slowly, tenderly, then with scorching intensity. His tongue delved, tasted her, let her know the taste of him. She didn't want any of this to stop. What he was doing, what she was feeling. And yet, shouldn't she stop it? At least make an effort to? To succumb knowingly. And she was reasonably certain now where this was leading. Was to agree and accept. But did she? Really and truly? How could she know for sure when she could barely put two thoughts together? Set her 10 feet away from him. No, make that 20, and she'd know. But right now, she liked the fact that there wasn't even an inch separating them. Oh, God, she must have succumbed already. She just didn't know it.
No.
She had to make an effort to be sure for the sake of the conscience that was going to ask, what happened? Tomorrow. Captain, she got out between kisses. You're making love to me?
Oh.
Yes. My darling girl. Do you really think you should? Absolutely. It's the cure. After all, for what's been ailing you. You can't be serious. But I am. Your nausea, dear girl, was nothing more than a healthy desire. For me. She wanted him, but she didn't even like him. Yet that would explain perfectly why she was enjoying this so much. Obviously, one didn't have to like the object of one's passion. And she had her answer. Talking. Concentrating. Getting her mind off what she was feeling, if only for a minute, hadn't made any of it go away. It was all still there, and wildly exciting. Yes. She wanted him. At least this one time. You have my permission to proceed, Captain. She didn't say it aloud, for he would only be amused. And she didn't want to amuse him just now. The thought had been for her conscience anyway. She communicated the same thing. However, subtly, by wrapping her arms around him. And he took the hint, quite swiftly. In fact, exciting? Not nearly explicit enough. He settled between her legs, and everything inside her seemed to roll over to make room for him. His lips returned to hers, then moved down her neck, down to her breasts. He raised himself. She regretted that. She liked his weight. But there was compensation, more pressure below, and God, the heat there. And she could feel him, thick and hard, pressing into the heat, so tight, filling her, thrilling her. She knew his body, knew just what was entering hers. She wasn't afraid. But then, no one had ever told her it would be painful. She gasped, mostly in surprise. But there was no denying it. That had hurt. Captain, did I mention that I've never done this before? His weight had returned to her, had more or less collapsed on her. His face was turned toward her neck, his lips hot on her skin there. I believe I've just discovered that on my own, she just barely heard him say. And I think it would be permissible for you to call me James now. I'll consider it. But would you mind terribly if I asked you to stop now? Yes. Was he laughing? His body was certainly shaking. Was I too polite? She wanted to know. There was no doubt that he was laughing now, loudly and clearly. I'm sorry,
Love.
I swear I am.
But.
Good God. The shock. You weren't supposed to be. That is, you were too passionate.
Oh.
Bloody hell. Stuttering. Captain? So it seems. He raised up to lightly brush his lips across hers before he grinned down at her. My dear, there's no need to stop now. Even if I could. But the damage is done, and your virgin's pain is over. He moved in her to prove it, and her eyes flared, for the movement was nothing but sensually pleasant. So, do you still want me to stop? This is for you. Conscience.
No.
Thank God. His obvious relief made her smile. The kiss he treated her to then made her groan. Accompanied by slow movement of his hips, the sensations built again gradually, but escalated and surpassed anything she'd felt before, until the crowning glory was upon her, exploding in tiny shocks that left her dazed. She'd cried out, but the sound had gone from her mouth to his. And as his own climax was reached, was given right back to her. Still dazed, Georgina was having difficulty believing she'd felt what she did, that anything could feel like that. But she held fast to the man who had shown her what her body was capable of. Feelings of gratitude and tenderness mixed with something else that made her want to thank him, kiss him, tell him how magnificent he'd been, how euphoric she felt now. She didn't, of course. She just continued to hold him. Occasionally she caressed him. Finally she kissed his shoulder so softly he couldn't possibly have noticed. But he did notice. James Malory, connoisseur of women, jaded aristocrat, was in such a state of heightened awareness, he felt each and every little movement the girl made, and was touched by her tenderness more than he cared to admit. He'd never felt anything like it, and it was bloody well frightening. Chapter 22. I understand now why people do this sort of thing. James sighed in relief. That was just what he needed to hear, some silly bit of nonsense to put things in their proper perspective. She was just a wench, albeit a prime piece. But she was no different from any other woman he'd set out to seduce. With the challenge gone, there was nothing left to hold his interest. So, why didn't he get off her and send her back to her own bed? Because he bloody well didn't want to yet. He rose up to his elbows to gaze down at her. Her skin was still flushed, Her lips appeared well-ravaged. With his finger, he gently tried to soothe them, and there was a soft look in her velvety brown eyes that for some reason delighted him. It certainly wasn't a look he was accustomed to from her. Usually her eyes expressed her nervousness, or frustration, or outright irritation, so amusing in her lad's disguise. By God, he'd forgotten about that, her masquerade, her reasons for it. There was still the mystery of her to hold his interest, wasn't there? This sort of thing. George. The fact that his brow went up told her more plainly than words that she'd amused him.
Well. So what?
The mannerism wasn't quite so annoying just now.
Either.
That wasn't very romantic sounding. Weighs it? She inquired softly, feeling incredibly shy all of a sudden. Not very lover-like. Either. But I didn't miss the point. Dear girl. You enjoyed yourself. Did you? She couldn't quite manage to say the word. So she nodded, then felt a delicious thrill at the smile he bestowed on her. Did you, Georgie? Are you mad to ask him that? I mean, he threw back his head in laughter, rolled to the side, but brought her with him. She was now looking down at him, a bit more in control in this new position, until he opened his legs and she slid between them. What am I going to do with you, George? He was still laughing and hugging her to him. She didn't really mind his amusement, except, as usual, she'd missed the joke. You could stop calling me George, to begin with. As soon as she said it, she wished she hadn't. She went very still, hoping she hadn't brought her deception to mind with that remark. But he became just as still. The smile was still there, but the change in him was almost palpable. The sardonic autocrat was back. And what, pray tell, should I call you? By your true name, perhaps? Georgie is my true name. Try again.
Sweet.
And this time make me believe you. No answer. In fact, her expression became quite mulish.
Ah.
So I'm going to have to drag it out of you. Am I? Shall I bring on the instruments of the Inquisition? Whips and racks and all that? That isn't funny, she retorted. I dare say you wouldn't think so, but I might find it entertaining.
No.
Don't squirm.
Love.
It feels delightful, but I'm in the mood for explanations just now. And why don't we begin with the reason for your charade? She sighed and laid her head on his chest. I had to leave England. Were you in trouble?
No.
I just couldn't stand it there another day. Then why didn't you leave in the customary fashion? By purchasing passage. Because the only ships crossing the Atlantic were English. I imagine that's supposed to make sense. Give me a moment, and I might figure it out. Then again, I might not. What the deuce is wrong with English ships? She leaned up to frown at him. You wouldn't find anything wrong with them. But I happen to despise all things English. Do you indeed? And am I included in that package? When his brow went up this time, she had the greatest urge to yank it back down. You were. I haven't made up my mind whether you still are. He grinned, then chuckled. I'm beginning to see the light.
George.
You wouldn't happen to be one of those hot-headed Americans, would you? That would certainly account for the accent I haven't been able to place. And what if I am? She demanded defensively.
Why?
I'd consider locking you up.
Of course.
Safest place for people who like to start wars so much. We didn't start. He kissed her silent.
Then,
Holding her head in both hands, he kissed her thoroughly, until she was breathless enough for him to announce, I'm not going to argue dead issues with you, dear girl. So, you're an American. I can't forgive you for that. Why you? What works is worth repeating. James had always found. So he silenced her with another kiss, and kept this one up until she was quite dazed. By then he was aroused himself, and sorry he'd teased her. I don't give a bloody damn what nationality you are, he said against her lips. I wasn't involved in that ridiculous war. Didn't support it or the policies that led to it. I was, in fact, living in the West Indies at the time. You're still English, she said, but with very little heat now. Quite true. But we're not going to let that matter. Are we?
love.
Because he asked while he was nibbling on her lips, she couldn't think of a single reason that it should matter. She gave him a whispered no, and began some nibbling of her own. She'd felt the change in his body when it occurred, and had an idea now what it meant. And in the back of her mind came the thought that the questioning might end if they made love again. Of course, the fact that those marvelous feelings were stirring inside her again had nothing to do with it. But a while later, after the bedsheets were a bit more rumpled, and she was once again rolled on top of him, though only partially this time, he said, Now, shall we discuss how I felt upon discovering that you're a wench rather than the lad I took under my wing? My mortification in recalling the times you'd assisted me at my bath, the times that I disrobed in your presence. With it put that way, Georgina felt absolutely terrible. Her deception alone was bad enough, but much worse was allowing the captain to put himself unknowingly into positions that he now found embarrassing. She should have confessed the truth that very first day when he called her into the area of his bath. Instead, she had foolishly thought she could make it through the whole voyage without being found out. He had every right to be furious with her. And so it was with a good deal of hesitancy that she asked, Are you very angry? Not very. Not anymore. I'd say you've been adequately compensated for all embarrassments. In fact, you've just paid for your passage and anything else you'd like. Georgina drew in her breath sharply in disbelief. How could he say something like that after the intimacy they'd just shared? Easily. You ninny. He's an Englishman. Isn't he an arrogant, blasted lord? And what did he call you? A wench. Which says plain enough how lowly he thinks you. She sat up slowly. By the time she looked down at him, her features set in lines of fury. There wasn't a single doubt in James's mind that she felt insulted. You could have waited until morning before you got nasty again. You son of a bitch. I beg your pardon? As well you should. James reached for her, but she bounded off the bed. He tried to explain. I didn't mean that the way it sounded. George. She whirled around to glare down at him. Don't call me that. He was beginning to see the absurdity in what was happening, which kept his voice calm as he pointed out. Well, you haven't given me your name yet. You know. It's Georgina. Good Lord. You've my utter sympathy. I'll stick with George. Thank you. Was that supposed to coax a smile from her? With the expression of feigned horror that accompanied it, it almost did. But not quite. That crack about having paid for her passage hurt. I'm going to bed.
Captain.
My bed, she said with stiff hauteur. and she pulled it off superbly, even standing there naked. I would appreciate it if you would arrange other quarters for me in the morning. So we're seeing the true George at last. Are we? Complete with a formidable temper? Go to the devil, she mumbled as she came around the bed, swiping up her clothes as she went. All this huffiness. And all I did was pay you a compliment. In my fashion. Well, your fashion stinks, she said, then added as an afterthought that was laced with contempt. Sir. James sighed. But after a moment, as he watched her march across the room, her dark brown hair swishing about that cute little backside of hers, he was grinning, almost laughing. What a delightful surprise she was turning out to be. However did you manage a full week of meekness, George? By biting holes in my tongue. How else? She called back at him. He did laugh this time, but softly, so she wouldn't hear. He turned on his side to watch her antics as she threw her clothes down in her corner in a demonstration of feminine pique. But almost immediately she realized what she'd done and retrieved her shirt to put on. That done, she started to get into her hammock, but hesitated, and after a moment, retrieved her breeches and yanked them on.
2.
Apparently satisfied that she was properly covered for the moment, she rolled into her hammock. Her ease with which she did so, however, recalled to James's mind that she'd never really had any difficulty with that precarious bed. You've sailed before, haven't you, George? In addition to your jaunt to England, I think I have proven, quite adequately, as you put it, that I'm not a George. So humor me, dear girl. I rather like you as a George. And you have sailed. Certainly, she cut in, then turned over to face the wall, hoping he'd take the hint. But she couldn't resist adding, I own my own ship. After all. Of course you do. Dear girl, he humored her. I really do, Captain.
Oh.
I believe you. Indeed I do. So what took you to England? Hating it as you do. She was still gritting her teeth over being humored. That is none of your business. I'll get it out of you eventually, George. So you might as well tell me now. Good night,
Captain.
On second thought, I hope your headache returns. If you even had one, which I'm beginning to doubt.
She heard his laughter this time.
He simply couldn't prevent it when it occurred to him that her display of temper tonight would be as nothing in comparison to how she would feel if she ever learned that he'd known she was a female from the start. The next time he got bored, he might just tell her, merely to see what would happen. Chapter 23. James stood next to the hammock along while the next morning, watching the girl sleep. The moment he had awakened, he had regretted not bringing her back to his bed last night. A man of strong drives, he very frequently woke in an amorous mood, and any female found snuggling at his side was treated to more of what she experienced in the night. It was for that reason, several days ago, that he'd been so sharp with Georgina for being up and about before him. For he then had no excuse not to have her dress him, as was her supposed duty. He'd had one hell of a difficult time getting his body under control at first, but somehow he'd managed. He smiled at the thought that that problem would no longer be a problem. He no longer had to hide the fact that he found the wench extremely desirable. Yes, he most definitely regretted his decision last night to give up sleeping beside that soft little body, to allow her one night of pique. There'd be no more of that. Tonight she'd share his bed again and stay there. Show a leg, George. He need her hammock. setting it ass-wing. I've decided not to announce to our little world at sea that you're other than you've been appearing to be. So get those lovely breasts tucked away again, and go fetch my breakfast. She merely stared at him, eyes only partly open. She yawned, blinked up at him, then came fully awake with a widening of those velvety brown eyes. I'm still to act as your cabin boy, she asked him incredulously. Excellent conclusion, George, James replied in his most obnoxious, dry voice. But she paused as the idea of going on as she had been really set in. She wouldn't have to tell Mac, then, that she'd been discovered. She wouldn't have to explain what had happened, as if she could. Even she wasn't sure what had happened, but she was positively sure she didn't want anyone else to know about it. Very well, Captain. But I want my own quarters. Out of the question. He held up his hand when she started to argue. You've been sleeping in here for a week, dear girl. To move now will give rise to entirely too much speculation. Besides, there are no other quarters, as you well know. And don't think to mention the FOCSLE, because I'd put you under lock and key before I'd allow you to return there. She frowned at him. But what difference can it make? If I'm still thought to be a boy, I deduced the truth easily enough. Because of that silly confession of mine that was so embarrassingly naive, she said with half disgust. The smile he gave her then was one of the tenderest she'd ever seen. It made her catch her breath. It was so heartwarming. I thought that confession of yours was rather sweet. My darling girl. The back of his fingers brushed her cheek. You wouldn't happen to be feeling nauseous now, would you? His touch had a powerful effect on her. Well, that smile had really done it. But she wasn't going to make another mistake like the one she'd made last night, to leave herself wide open for his derision again. Besides, what had happened last night couldn't happen again. This man was not for her. Even if he did, make her pulses race and her insides quiver. He was an Englishman, for God's sake, and worse, a despised aristocrat. Hadn't his country just put hers through 4 years of hell? And even before the war, her brothers had been railing against England's high-handedness. That couldn't be ignored, no matter how much she might wish it could be. Why, her brothers wouldn't even let the man in the house. No, James Malory, Lord of the Realm, was definitely not for her. She had to keep that in mind at all times from now on and make sure he knew it, even if she had to lie through her teeth. No. Captain. I'm not feeling a bit nauseous. You promised a cure, and it apparently worked. For which I thank you. I won't need any more doses. That he was still smiling told her he wasn't buying her attempt to put him off even a little. A pity, was all he said, but that was enough to make her blush. About those quarters, she prompted as she crawled out of the hammock and put a little distance between them. No longer under discussion. George. You'll stay here, and that's the end of it. Her mouth opened to argue again, but she closed it just as quickly. She could give ground on that, as long as he understood she wasn't his to command in every way. Actually, if she couldn't have a room to herself, then his cabin was preferable to any other quarters. At least here she would be able to remove her bindings and sleep more comfortably for the duration of the voyage. Very well. As long as the sleeping arrangements remain the same. That was putting it plainly enough. And I don't think I should be scrubbing your back anymore. Sir. James almost laughed. How prim the little wench was sounding this morning. And entirely too demanding. He wondered again what kind of life she led when she wasn't sporting breeches. He supposed he had to rule out dockside doxy after last night. Need I remind you, George, that you're the only cabin boy I've got? You put yourself in that position, so you'll stay in it until I tell you otherwise. Or have you also forgotten that I'm captain around here? And you intend to be difficult? I see. Not at all. I'm merely pointing out that you yourself give me no choice but to insist. But you aren't by any chance thinking I mean to take advantage of you just because you were so accommodating last night? She eyed him narrowly, but his expression gave away nothing. Finally, she sighed, until he gave some indication that he might force his attentions on her. She really had no choice but to be fair and assume the man wouldn't bother her unless invited to do so. Very well. We'll go on as we did before. Before last night, that is, with the concession. She even offered him a tentative smile. And now I'll dress more thoroughly, as you suggested. Sir. Then fetch your breakfast. He watched her scoop up the rest of her clothing from the floor and head for the concealment of the leather screen. He had to bite his tongue to keep from making some comment about her modesty after she'd marched gloriously naked across the room last night. He remarked instead, "You don't have to keep sirring me. You know." She paused to glance back at him. "Sorry. It just seems appropriate. After all, you're old enough to be my father, and I've always given my elders a measure of respect." He looked for the twitch of her lips, the triumph in her eyes, anything to show that she was deliberately trying to insult him. And it was a direct hit. Not only did he feel indignant, but his pride and vanity were also seriously wounded. But there was nothing in her expression. If anything, she looked as if the comment had been entirely casual, even automatic, without any forethought at all. James gritted his teeth. For once, his golden brows didn't move even a minuscule amount. "Your father? I'll have you know, dear girl, that is an impossibility. I may have a 17-year-old son, but you have a son?" She turned about fully. "Have you a wife?" "Two." He hesitated in answering, only because she surprised him with her crestfallen look. Could it be disappointment? But she recovered during his hesitation. 17? She practically shouted, sounding totally incredulous. Then added quite triumphantly, "I rest my case," and marched on toward the screen. James, for once at a loss for a proper rejoinder, turned and left the cabin before he gave in to the urge to throttle the saucy chit. Rest my case. Indeed. He was bloody well in his prime. How dare the wench call him old? In the cabin, behind the screen, Georgina was smiling for all of 5 minutes. And then her conscience began to prick her. You shouldn't have attacked his self-esteem.
Georgie.
Now he's mad. What do you care? You don't like him any more than I do.
Besides,
he deserved it. He was entirely too smug. With reason. Before he reverted to form last night, you thought he was the greatest thing God had ever put breath in. I knew it. You just couldn't wait to gloat because you think I made a colossal mistake. So what if I did? It's my life to make mistakes with, and I'm not denying it. I gave him my permission. He didn't need it. He'd have taken you with or without it. If that's the case, what could I have actually done about it one way or the other? You were too complacent. I didn't hear you complaining very much last night.
Oh, God.
I'm talking to myself. Chapter 24. Brandy. George. Georgina started. He'd been so quiet, sitting there at his desk, that she'd almost forgotten James was in the room. Almost, but not quite. He was not, in any way, shape, or form, a man who could be easily ignored.
No.
Thank you, Captain. She cast him a saucy smile. Never touch the stuff. Too young to drink. Are you? She stiffened. It wasn't the first time he'd made a remark that implied she was a child, or childish in her thoughts, or too young to know better. And this after he knew very well she was a woman full-grown. And she knew very well he was only doing it to get back at her for implying he was too old for her. But she hadn't let him rile her. Not yet anyway. He had been, after all, quite courteous to her otherwise, coldly courteous actually, telling her plainly just how offended he really was by her remarks about his age. 3 days had gone by since that fateful night of her discovery, and although he had said that they would go on exactly as before, he hadn't asked for her assistance at his bath, didn't flaunt his nakedness before her anymore, and even wore his pants under his robe before he retired.
As he was doing now.
Nor had he touched her again since that morning he tenderly brushed her cheek with his fingers. Deep down, where she was honest with herself to a fault, she admitted a certain regret that he wasn't even going to try to make love to her again. Not that she would let him, but he could at least have made an effort. She'd finished her chores early tonight. She'd been lying in her hammock, gently rocking, and biting her nails short, so they more resembled a boy's. She was prepared to sleep, with everything removed except her breeches and shirt, but she wasn't the least bit tired. Now she glanced sideways toward the desk and the man behind it. She wouldn't half mind an argument to clear the air, an opportunity for him to get his resentment off his chest. On the other hand, she wasn't sure she wanted the other James back, the one that could melt her with a look. Better to let him nurse his chagrin for the remainder of the voyage. Actually, Captain, she said in answer to his caustic remark, it's a matter of preference. I never acquired a taste for brandy.
Port.
On the other hand, just how old are you? Brat. So he'd finally asked, and quite irritably at that. She'd wondered how long he would resist. 22. He snorted. I would have thought anyone as lippy as you to be at least 26.
Oh. My.
So, he was looking for an argument. Was he? She grinned suddenly, mischievously deciding not to oblige him. Do you think so, James? She asked sweetly. I'll take that as a compliment. I've always despaired that I look too young for my age. As I said, too bloody lippy.
My.
But you're grouchy this evening. She was just short of laughing. I wonder why. Not at all, he demurred coolly as he opened a drawer on his desk. And as luck would have it, I just happen to have your preference here. So pull up a chair and join me. She hadn't anticipated that. She sat up slowly, wondering how she could refuse gracefully, even as she watched him tip the bottle of port to half fill an extra glass, which had also been concealed in the drawer. But then she shrugged, deciding a half glass wouldn't hurt and might even relax her enough to let her get to sleep. She confiscated his chair from the dining table and dragged the heavy thing over to his desk. She accepted the glass from him before she sat down, careful not to get trapped by those brooding green eyes or touch his fingers as she did. Casually, still grinning, she lifted her glass to him before she took a sip. This is very sociable of you, James, I must say. The use of his name now, when she hadn't used it before, was annoying him as she had figured it would. Especially, she continued, since I've had the impression that you're angry with me for some reason. Angry? With such a charming brat? Why ever would you think so? She almost choked on the sweet red wine. Hearing that. The fire in your eyes, she offered cheekily. Passion. Dear girl.
Pure.
Unadulterated. Passion. Her heart did a double pound as she went very still. Against her better judgment, her eyes rose to his. And there it was. The very passion he just bespoke. Hot. Mesmerizing. And so sensual it went right to the core of her. Was she a puddle on the floor yet? Good Lord. If not, she ought to be. She downed the remainder of her port, and this time choked on it for real. Which was fortunate, since doing so broke the spell for a moment. Long enough for her to say sensibly, I was right. Passionate enragement, if I ever saw it. His lips turned up the slightest bit. You're in top form.
Brat. No.
Don't run away, he added quite firmly when she put her glass down and started to rise. We haven't ascertained yet the cause of my passionate enragement. I like that. Indeed I do. I must remember to use it on Jason the next time he flies through the roof. Jason. Anything to make him let go of this pulse-disturbing subject. A brother. He shrugged. One of many. But let's not digress here. Sweet.
No.
Let's do. I'm really very tired, she said, frowning as she watched him tip the bottle to her glass again. Coward. He said it with amusement tinging his tone, but she still stiffened at such an outright challenge. Very well. She swiped up the refilled glass, nearly spilling it since it was more than half full this time, and sat back in her chair to take a fortifying gulp. What would you like to discuss? My passionate enragement. Of course.
Now. Why?
I wonder. Would you think of rage when I mention passion? Because.
Oh.
Devil take it. Malory. You know very well you've been annoyed with me. I don't know anything of the kind. He was really smiling now. Like a cat moving in for the kill. Perhaps you'll tell me why I should be annoyed with you? Admitting she had struck at his pride would be admitting she had done it deliberately. I haven't the faintest notion, she insisted, eyes as innocently wide as she could make them. Haven't you? The golden brow arched, and she realized she'd missed that affectation of his these last few days. Come here, George. Her eyes widened.
Oh.
No, she said, shaking her head emphatically. I'm merely going to prove that I'm not the least bit enraged with you. I will accept your word on it. I assure you. George. No. Then I'll come to you. She leaped up and ludicrously held out her glass as if it might ward him off. Captain. I must protest. So must I, he said on his way around the desk, while she started around the other side to keep it between them. Don't you trust me, George? This was no time to be diplomatic.
No.
His chuckle kept her from elaborating. Smart girl. They do tell me, after all, that I'm a most reprehensible rake. But I prefer Reagan's more discerning connoisseur of women. It has a much nicer ring to it. Don't you think? I think you're drunk. My brother would take exception to that word. Blast your brother and you, too, she snapped. This is absurd. Captain. She stopped moving around the desk only when he did. She'd kept her glass in hand and somehow managed not to spill a drop. She set it down now and glared at him. He looked back with a grin. I quite agree.
George.
You're not really going to make me chase you around this thing, are you? This is the sport of doddering old fools and parlor maids. If the shoe fits, she retorted automatically, then gasped, realizing her mistake. All traces of humor left him. I'll make you eat the bloody shoe this time, he growled low just before he leaped over the desk. Georgina was too stunned to flee, but she wouldn't have gotten far in the mere seconds it took James to land in front of her. The next thing she knew, those big, muscular arms were wrapping around her, gathering her in to press closer, until she could feel every inch of his hard frame along hers. She should have been stiff, outraged, at least flattened. Instead, her body seemed to sigh into his, yielding where it shouldn't, fitting so perfectly it felt like home. Her mind, working under delayed reaction, began gathering wits to protest, but too late. She fell victim to a leisurely kiss so enticingly sweet and sensual, it wrapped her in a spell of wonder impossible to break. It went on, working on her in degrees, until she couldn't say exactly when contentment turned to burgeoning desire. He was nibbling gently at her lips when she knew for certain she didn't want to be let go. Her hands twisting in his thick mane of hair told him. Her body pressing for closer contact told him. Finally, she told him in the soft whisper of his name, which got her that heartwarming smile of his that could turn her to mush. Has prim little George actually retired for the night? He inquired huskily. He's fast asleep. And here I thought I was losing my touch. In my old age. Ouch. She winced. To give him his due. Sorry. Love, he said, but he was grinning unrepentantly, just the same. That's quite all right. I'm used to men who simply can't resist a little gloating. In that case, does it taste good? What? The shoe. The man was a veritable devil. To be able to make her laugh when all she wanted to do was crawl into him. Not especially. But you do. What? Her tongue came out to lick sensually at his lower lip. Tastes good. Georgina's breath choked off. He squeezed her so tightly. Remarks like that will get you an apology and anything else you want. And if all I want is you? My darling girl. That goes without question, he assured her as he swept her into his arms to carry her to his bed. Georgina held on tight, despite feeling weightless in his strong arms. She simply wanted the closer contact and was reluctant to let go even long enough to allow him to remove their clothes. Had she really thought she could ignore the things this man had made her feel before, the same things she was feeling now? She'd tried to these last days, she really had. His anger had made it easier to do so. But he wasn't angry anymore, and she was tired of trying to resist something as powerful as this. God, the feelings. She gasped at the heat that seared her skin as his mouth settled over one of her breasts. And she was squirming before he finished with the other. She wanted him right now, but he was taking his time with her, turning her over, driving her crazy in his devotion to every inch of her, in particular the firm globes of her derriere, which he kneaded, kissed, and nipped until she thought she was going up in flames. When he finally rolled her back over, it was the finger that moved into her that was her undoing. She cried out, and his mouth came back to hers to accept this accolade to his skill. And when he entered her moments later and treated her to a further demonstration of his experience, each thrust different, somehow more pleasurable than the one before, each with the power to draw forth another gasp if he weren't still kissing her. Connoisseur of women? Thank God. A short while later, Georgina found herself stretched out on one side of the bed, with James on the other side, and a sturdy chessboard between them. Whatever had possessed her to answer yes when he asked if she played the game. But now that it was started, the challenge had her wide awake, and the promise that she could spend the morning in bed kept the play at an unhurried pace. Also, the prospect of beating James Malory had been too tempting to resist and still was, particularly since she suspected he was trying to destroy her concentration by keeping a conversation going while they played. He'd find that wouldn't work, since she'd been taught the game with her whole family present, and her family was never quiet when they were in the same room together. Very good, George, James said as she captured a pawn, opening a path to his bishop and leaving him nothing of hers to take, and his own bishop to protect. Well, you didn't think this would be easy, did you? I'd hope not. So good of you not to disappoint me. He moved his queen over a space to protect his bishop. A wasted move. And they both knew it. Now, who did you say McDonald is to you? She almost laughed at the way he'd slipped that in, probably hoping she'd answer without thinking about it. She had to give him points for cleverness. But it wasn't necessary. There was no longer any to pretend Mac was her brother. I didn't say. Are you asking? Well, we have established he's not your brother. Oh? When did we establish that? Damnation. George, he's not. Is he? She made him wait while she made her next move, which put his queen in jeopardy. No, he's not. Mac is just a very good friend of the family, sort of like a beloved uncle. Actually, he's always been around, and he sort of thinks of me as the daughter he never had. Your move, James. Quite so. Instead of blocking her last move to protect his queen, he captured one of her pawns with his knight, a move that put her own queen in danger. And since neither of them was ready to lose a queen yet, Georgina retreated for the moment, giving James the advantage of attack. He wasn't expecting that and so had to take a moment to study the board. She decided two could use his strategy of distraction. Why the interest in Mac all of a sudden? Have you spoken with him? Course I have. Love. He is my bosun. After all. Georgina went very still. It might not matter that he knew Mac wasn't her brother, but she still didn't want him recognizing Mac and remembering their first meeting in a tavern. That would lead to a whole set of questions that she didn't care to answer, in particular, what she was doing there. And besides, James might get angry at what he could very well see as a double deceit, not just her disguise, but the fact that she'd met him before. And, she asked carefully. And what? George. Devil take it. James. Did you wreck? That is. Did you say anything to him about us? Us. You know exactly what I mean. James Malory. And if you don't answer me this minute, I'll bash you with this chessboard. He burst into laughter. Gad. I adore this temper of yours. Sweet. Indeed I do. Such spit and fire in such a little package. He reached across the board to tweak her hair. Course I didn't mention us to your friend. We spoke of the ship. Nothing personal. And he would have said something if he'd recognized Mac. Wouldn't he? Mac would have. Too. Georgina relaxed with that conclusion. You should have let me bash you with the board, she said now. Her humor returned. You're losing. After all, the devil I am. He snorted. I'll have your king in 3 more moves. For moves later, James found himself on the defensive, so he tried distraction again and tried to appease his curiosity at the same time. Why are you going to Jamaica? Georgina grinned cheekily. Because you are. Up went the single brow, just as she expected it would for such an answer. Dare I be flattered?
No.
Yours was just the first ship heading to this side of the world. One that wasn't English. That is. And I was too impatient to wait for another. Had I known you were English. We're not going to start that again. Are we? No. She laughed. And what about you? Are you returning to Jamaica? Or just visiting? Both. It was my home for a long time, but I've decided to return to England for good. So I need to settle my affairs in Jamaica. Oh, she said, aware of the disappointment his answer brought her. But she hoped he didn't detect it. She shouldn't have assumed he'd be staying in Jamaica just because Mac had said the vessel was out of the West Indies. Jamaica, at least, had been an acceptable place she could come back to. England she never wanted to see again. Of course, this voyage wasn't over, and yet, Georgina shook herself mentally. What was she thinking? That there might be a future for her with this man? She knew how impossible that was, that her family would never accept him. And she wasn't even sure what she felt for him, other than passion. So you won't be in the islands long, she concluded. Not long, Atoll. The chap on a neighboring plantation there has been after me to sell him mine for some time. I likely could have handled the matter through correspondence. Then they'd never have met a second time. She thought. I'm glad you decided to see to it personally. So am I. Dear girl. And your own destination? Home. Of course. New England. Not immediately. I hope. She shrugged, leaving him to draw his own conclusion. It depended on him, but she wasn't brazen enough to say so. Actually, it also depended on how soon a Skylark vessel would be in port, but there was no reason to tell him that. That was something she didn't want to think about yet. And, to get his own mind off it, she put him in checkmate. Bloody hell, he said, looking at what she'd just done. Very clever, George. To distract me into losing. Me? With you asking all the questions? I like that, she huffed. Just like a man to find excuses for getting beat by a woman. He chuckled and lifted her across to his side of the bed. I said nothing about questions. You darling girl. It's this luscious body of yours that's been the distraction, for which I don't mind losing Atoll. I'm wearing my shirt, she protested. But nothing else. You should talk. With this skimpy robe, she said, fingering the silky material. Was it distracting? I refused to answer that. He feigned amazement. By God. Don't tell me you're finally at a loss for words. I was beginning to think I was losing my touch. To render people speechless with your drollery? Quite so. And as long as I've got you speechless. Love. She meant to tell him that he wasn't as merciless with his wit as he liked to think. At least not all the time. But she got distracted again. Chapter 25. It was difficult to keep up the pretense of being Georgie MacDonald, cabin boy, when Georgina was with James outside of his cabin. And more as the days passed and they neared the West Indies. He wanted her with him on deck, by his side, or just nearby where he could keep an eye on her. What was most difficult, she'd found, was keeping what she was feeling out of her expression, and especially out of her eyes, which would fill either with tenderness or passion whenever she looked at James. Yes, it was difficult, but she was managing, at least she thought she was managing. She had to wonder sometimes, though, if some of his crew didn't know or suspect, when they'd smile or nod at her in passing, or give her a good day greeting, these men who had previously barely noticed her. Even the cantankerous Artie and the grouchy Frenchman, Henry, were more courteous to her now. Of course, time breeds familiarity, and she'd been on the ship almost a month now. That the crew should have gotten used to her in that amount of time was to be expected, she supposed. And the only reason she was hoping that her pretense was still working was for Mac's sake. Well, actually for her own sake, since she knew exactly what kind of reaction she'd get from him if he knew she'd accepted James Malory as her lover. He'd fly through the roof, as James would say, and with reason. She still sometimes doubted that it was true herself. But it was true. James was her lover now, in every sense of the word except one. He didn't actually love her, but he did want her. There was no doubt of that. And she did want him. She hadn't even tried to deny it again after that second time she'd succumbed to his gentle persuasion. She'd told herself in plain terms that a man like this only happened once in a girl's lifetime, if even that. So why, for God's sake, couldn't she enjoy him while she had this chance to? They'd be parting soon enough. At journey's end, he to settle his affairs in the islands, and she to return home on the first Skylark ship to put into Jamaica. But she'd be going home to what? Just existing again, as she'd been doing for the last 6 years. Just living day by day, without excitement, without a man in her life, just memories of one. At least this time, of this man, her memories would be the stuff of dreams and fantasies. So she told herself. But in truth, she tried not to think of their parting, which was inevitable. That would only ruin the here and now. And she didn't want to do that. She wanted instead to savor every minute that she spent with her reprehensible rake. She savored him right now, leaning back against the rail on the quarterdeck with nothing to do but watch him. He bent over charts, discussing their course with Connie, for the moment ignoring her. She was supposed to be there to carry messages for him, though he rarely sent her off to do so, merely relaying such messages to Connie, who would in turn boom them across the deck to whomever they were intended for. She didn't mind being ignored right then.